Nerd. Nerd. Nerd.
Can you guys hear my voice? Okay, we're good? Okay, what the fuck?
Don't they know who I am? The Doctor of Poop, that's who I am.
Hello, chat. Okay, hello. Can you hear me? Oh my god, the music is going off. Hello. I don't know what the hell happened to OBS there, but we're good. How you guys hearing? Hold on, just turn on the camera. 1 second. And we're back from the ads. Want a break from the ads? Dog ears would go hard. What? All right. Wait, why is it charging? Hold on. What the fuck? Camera? Oh, what's on my camera? Hello? Hold on.
No.
Fuck? Okay. Plug it in.
No.
Okay.
No. 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 No.
You guys want to see something
No.
funny?
No. No. No.
Ah, yes. I think
No.
this is... oh,
No.
hold on. You guys can't see it. Hold on.
No. No. No.
So that's not correct. Give me a bit. Oh, let me fix that. Hold on. We love... I forgot it's on manual. Hold on. There we go. Because we had problems last night. Hello, everybody. Hello. What the fuck, where are you? I'm at home. It's just funny shit. Hello, everybody. How you guys doing? Happy Sunday. I told you guys that I'm streaming today. I told y'all motherfuckers, and y'all didn't listen to me. Also, Eggbot, thank you for the 13 months. Also, I hope the alerts went off because I didn't check. No, you didn't. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I literally said, I'm going to be streaming the Jules tomorrow. I did. And even Jules made a fucking post about it. Oh my god, whatever. Whatever. I don't even know what to say to you guys. I said on stream, I was like, we're going to be streaming tomorrow. See you guys tomorrow. Whoopies. Okay. Chat T, technically did I heard him. Thank you, Jelly. All right. Okay, chat. Welcome back. So, YouTube intro. Hold on. YouTube intro. Chat. Wait, what the fuck? Hold on. I gotta center myself more. I'm like learning how to use this thing. There you go. Are we good? There we go. All right. YouTube. All right. Remember, intro. All right, chat. Today we're going to be basically doing... Today with Jules, we're going to be... No, I'll do the fucking intro later. Maybe I should just do the intro later. Do you miss the songs you listened earlier on live? Oh my god. Felix, I hate you. Chat, if you don't know, I went into a TikTok live with fucking Felix. I heard the... Jelly, it was your music, by the way. That music. I was like, what is he talking... Oh, that's what he's talking about. Okay. Let me get to a call with Jules. We're just gonna like get into it. Maybe I'll just do a YouTube intro later. Because I'll be honest, my bad. I was supposed to start at 6 instead of 7. And I didn't know. And I forgot. Because I'm an idiot. But at least I got everything else done. So I'm happy about it. Alright, I'm good. What's up, Jules is here. I should do a knock on this thing too.
Hello.
Hello. I sent you a knock thing.
A knock thing. Okay, how do I... Hold on.
You'll see it on your
I've
chat.
never done this before.
You will see it. On the top of your chat. And then what you do... Okay. So now turn off the microphone on that thing and just minimize it. And minimize that window. That's it.
Okay.
It's still open. Okay, let's wait for Jules. Hold on. There you go. And then just minimize that thing. I'm gonna also do share chat, so now everybody's in it. There, now your chat and my chat are fused.
Okay.
Good boy.
That was way louder
guess-
than I thought.
Sorry.
No, not you. No, somebody did the freaking good boy thing.
No.
Okay, hold on.
No. No. No.
All right. So chat.
No,
Wait, actually, did you do your intro?
No. No.
I did my intro. We've just
No.
been
Okay,
waiting.
perfect.
no,
So okay, so
no.
your guys know
No,
what's
no.
up. Can you stop nutting? Okay.
No.
All right. Today we're gonna be
No,
doing a review and a
no.
tier list of like video game covers, right? I'm pretty sure. And
No.
Yes.
I posted some of mine in the folder. I don't know if you did. No pressure at all. Also, guys, this is Jules. Say hi to Jules. Chat. Say hi to
Hello,
Uncle Jules.
everyone.
Be nice to him.
I need to. I want to try something
Not.
Okay.
since we're doing chat. Right clap.
I don't think it's gonna work. Yeah, try it. I don't think it's gonna work though.
I'm
You caught us in the middle of troubleshooting. Okay. I don't think it's gonna work if they're doing it in my chat.
No,
because if they write nut, if you guys go to Jules' stream and write nut, I don't think it'll work for me.
Oh, it's working. Oh, it's
It
working.
is?
It's
The fuck?
Yep.
Can people in Jules' chat write nut, please?
Not.
No.
I don't have a nut sound.
Well, yeah, but I
I do
do.
have a cheer.
So I'm thinking like, well, is it gonna go off on my end? Okay, yeah, one
Nut.
person did nut, and it didn't
Nut.
work on yours.
Hey man, you want to play some ping pong?
That's 5
Sure,
gifted.
let's do it.
Holy shit. Thank you, Violet Saint. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Holy shit.
Oh. Sorry, I guess no one can hear you. And now they can. How do
Hi.
you not have...
Welcome, first time chatters. What's up? You okay?
Apparently they cannot hear you. They've been trying to tell me that they can't hear you.
Chat, can you hear Jules?
No one can hear you, but I think, thank you. Ori literally came in here and ran.
Okay, well they can hear. Okay, so they can hear Jules. So they can. Okay, my stream can hear you. So something's on your end.
Okay. I think I got it. Maybe.
Test 1 2. We can hear
Can't hear
Circuit. We just
Circuit.
can't hear your audio. What? We can hear Circuit. We just can't hear your audio.
Not.
What? Over the stream, Oreo. All the first time chatters, hello. Audio like music. Oh, okay. Jules' music, not my music. Okay. Got it. It's not your stream, Circuit. Okay. I'm gonna mute. You got this. There. Now, okay, chat. I'll talk to you guys while we wait.
I'm just trying to. I'm watching chat to see if the music is working.
Oh, I see. Okay.
This music is a bop. No music works. They need their music or they will die.
Yeah, they're they're going off with the music on my end.
Your emotes trigger my yippee meter. So it's
What?
just going crazy.
That's funny. Yippee!
Yeah, my yippee meter is going off right now.
I gotta see this. Hold on, I
Jeez.
gotta see this. I should stop the recording so the poor editors don't have to deal with this. Oh yeah, there it is. It has a little look, and it's me dancing in it. Hell yeah!
Yeah.
Chat, keep
Yep.
spamming it. Look at that, keep spamming it.
Keep
Chat,
spamming.
look, keep
Can
spamming
you
it.
guys get it? Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. You need six dance. Yep, there it is. There it is.
Oh, hell yeah.
Are they gonna do it again? Yeah, if you copy the same emote, it'll only work.
That's so funny. I didn't know about that. That's
Yeah.
oh my god, it's
Yeah,
all
it's-
dancing. Okay, Loonbug, thank you for the 1 month. Holy shit! All right. Jesus. It's
Yeah,
just-
they're just gonna activate it again.
oh my god, y'all are going off. Holy shit, bro! Look at Jules's freaking dude. Look at this behind, like outside the spaceship. Look at this. The fucking visor on the window. Look what's happening.
Oh,
It's all
on, let me
dancing.
move. Let me
Jesus.
move. Yeah, there you go. That's all you see is just a bunch of dancing.
Oh my, that's
Let's
so
just
funny.
let them get it out of their system right now. It's fine.
Oh my god, the
Eventually
meter
it'll
is
stop.
now. Holy shit, the meter's going off. Oh, okay. Oh, now it's ass shaking. Chat, we're now moved to ass shaking meter. No, that was back to raving. My god.
You can't hear the yippee either. Okay, hold on.
Take your time. I lost OBS and it fucked up all my audio, and then I had to restart and it was fine. So maybe it's happening to you too?
Something is going on with my OBS. Hold
Yeah,
on.
it happened to me
Advanced
too
audio
just now.
settings.
Yeah, take your time.
Okay.
But yeah. Chat, how are you? Holy
I hear.
Not.
They here? Okay.
Hold on.
Oh, uh-huh.
Now we have music.
Oh, there we
Okay,
go.
Can you guys hear Circuit?
Okay, chat, can you hear me? Or
It's
Jules' chat?
loud.
It's loud, but it's good. Okay.
So loud. Okay.
You don't understand. Circuit's chat can never
It's
get it
loud.
out
Okay,
of
no
our
problem.
system.
Oh my god.
It
it's loud.
goes
I'm
on
sorry, I'm
forever.
sorry. You guys, I kept turning it up because you said you couldn't.
Jules, sorry, Violet, that's
You
very
guys
fair.
said you
Thank you for
couldn't hear
200
it,
bits. You know
so-
what? You're right.
Better.
Go, white boy, go. Don't let white boy catch a freaking.
I guess.
Catch a vibe.
I don't know if we're doing a tier list or if we're just hosting a rave.
Honestly, I think you're. You know what? I don't know you anymore. You're right. Just
I'm
put
like,
on
I
a
don't know what's
Spotify
going on.
playlist, walk away, give him like 30 minutes to shake ass, like fucking throw ass all over the screen, and then we can come back. You know what? Fuck, he's gonna disco. Call Discoholic and be like. And then just like, yeah, Disco is your stream now. We're walking away, and then he just takes over.
Well, yeah, that's it. I mean, we're just. It's just a
Can
rave
you two
now.
stop
Like, holy
yapping? We're
shit.
trying to dance. Fuck you, Ori.
Oh man.
Disco, you want a gig? Oh my god. That's so funny. Oh my god.
Exactly. All right, let's see. Wait, mods can.
I didn't know that. Yeah,
yes,
guys, you
mods
guys can make
announce-
you guys can make announcements. Yeah, mods you can make announcements. Hi, Tui. Tui, we're throwing ass.
We're
Also,
throwing
to-
ass in the deli.
Tui, by the way, message me because of printer things. That, yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Right. While everyone is throwing ass, it's fine. We're just gonna move the. We're gonna move this stuff over. Okay. We have that. Okay. Let's get all these pictures.
Hey man,
in
you
there.
want to play some ping pong? Sure, let's do it.
Prince, thank you for the gifted. To Tui. Love you, Tui.
Okay, submit.
You know what? Hold on. I have. You know what? Fuck it. Chat. We're awake today, right? Here we go. There you go. If you know this song, you know the song.
What? Okay.
While he's figuring out the audio, it's gonna fucking jam.
We need like a Twitch mod workshop. Okay. Now let me get to Discord.
Oh my god. This is funny. I can teach you for a modest fee of $10,000. I think Ori's onto something. I wish I could throw ass. Is that not a free emote? I thought throwing ass is a free emote. Is it not? Here, I can make a free emote. Hold on. I can make it a free emote. Hold on. Hold on. Let me double check. Is that like not a... It's not a free emote. Oh, hold on. What do we give up? Because I can only have 5 slots.
Wait, the
Oh, I
twerking?
can't. It's
Yeah, the
animated.
an-
Never mind. I can't. I can't
Animated,
move
yeah.
animated emotes to free emotes.
Yep,
Never mind.
yep.
My
All
bad.
right, I have I'm screen sharing with you. Let me add one more.
Oh, you're good?
Yep. Can you see me?
I can see you. Let's fucking go.
All right, awesome.
All right, hold on. So I did upload some stuff in the folder too, by the way.
Yep, I got him.
You got him? Perfect. All right.
Yep, the Dark Souls, Black Ops, Ratchet and Clank.
Oh, I forgot to add
Persona.
Tekken. Fuck.
Oh, go ahead. Just DM it to me
Yeah, hold on.
if you have any others. Chat is just throwing ass, and so they're
having
a
fun.
moment.
Give
It's
him a
okay.
bit. Give him a bit.
Yeah, it's fine. They're they're occupying themselves. We're okay over here. Does Circuit have a React up? I don't think so.
A what?
I don't. React, the Discord React.
Yeah, I do. You're right here. Yeah, I see you. Right,
I don't
Chad?
have
This thing,
yours.
right? Jeez.
I need to
Right,
get
that?
one for
Yeah.
you. Can you send me a link?
For what?
Yours. Actually.
Oh, I just used the group one. Hold on. Yeah, give me a second.
Thank you.
Hold on. I'm good.
I'm adding Tekken.
There you go.
Right, Tekken.
Chat, we're so organized. Poor. Okay, I should stop recording just so my poor editors don't have to go through. This is a load of shit that I can't use.
Browser. Okay.
Captions should be working, right? Chat, are captions working? They should be working, right?
Properties.
Yeah, it says it's on.
Okay.
Should be working. Holy shit, the fucking... Okay, alright, I'm turning up the music. Here you go. Holy shit. Give it a bit. They're just going off.
You can just stand on top of chat. Okay. So I've got that going. Now let me move us over.
Oh, closed captioning is not... Why is it not on? I turned it on. That's a future problem. Oh, wait, no. Now it's... no, wait. What the fuck? Yeah, I think it's because my OBS broke and I had to reinstall everything. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Get this idiot off our heads. Too bad. I am the idiot. I have my God-given right of being here. You shut up.
on your head.
Damn straight.
Hi Sim, good morning.
I'm like a bird.
Not.
That is so funny how I'm just sitting there.
Hold on. Okay, you guys wanna be okay. He'll give you uppies. For me. You guys can just there you
Hell
go.
yeah. That actually looks like it works. No, make it lower, make it lower. Oh my god, it actually works. That's so funny.
I'm shy.
All right. So,
On today's episode of
how are
Circuit
you- how
Makes
are you
the
doing?
editors
Are
earn
you
their
streaming
paycheck.
Your stream.
Sorry, I got a donation, 300 bits. What? I couldn't hear you at all.
I said, are you broadcasting my stream?
Yes.
Discord.
Now
Okay.
I am. Now I am. Yes.
Okay, clutch. All right, we're moving over, team. We're moving over. Oh, I gotta put circuit back. Hold on.
All right, chat. Oh wait, hold on. Let me record. Okay, tier list. Chat. We're doing a tier list for game cover art because
Yes,
I don't know.
because this is fun.
Because it was a cool idea. Yeah.
All right, let me get you here. Let me.
A little higher. A little higher.
Split horizontal. There we go. Okay. Now chat gets to stand on your head.
Hell yeah.
Beautiful.
Put them on my shoulders. Put them a little lower, so it's like I'm giving them actual uppies.
Exactly.
They're about fur birds here. It's not circuit. Okay, that's just me. I drew a bird recently. I was happy.
I saw.
I was so happy. I've never been so proud of myself. Okay, yeah, tier list. Woo!
Let's go. All right. So I was thinking about how we wanted to do this, right?
Okay.
And I'm like, it's really easy for us to just sit here and be like, all right, well, this tier list looks really nice, or not this tier list, but this like game cover looks really nice or whatever.
Yeah.
But I noticed that there are a lot of games that have there are series. For instance, we have, the Resident Evil series. We
Yeah. I was gonna talk about the whole
we
some of the
have-
series as well. Yeah.
Yeah, so I was thinking we could talk about sort of the tonal shift in the cover art from like Resident Evil down here. But we'll start at the top. We'll start at the beginning.
That's
and
fair.
then Yep. So the way we've done tier lists before,
Mm-hmm.
the music is very loud apparently. You guys, I can never please any of you.
It's too loud. It's too quiet. Fix it. Fix it.
So sometimes we leave the what is this, Slender? Okay, so because we have a lot more friends joining us today, I'm gonna up the yippee meter. Okay.
Yippee.
So here's what we've done. So if we can't decide, we just leave it to chat. And the way chat does it is you guys will spam the letter of whatever tier it is.
We need an F tier.
Yep, there.
We need an F tier though. We
Yeah.
should have an F tier.
An F tier.
Like F
Fair,
for
fair, fair.
fucking dog shit. Like just terrible.
Bet. Oh, I think I didn't get to add it.
That's not how we
Where's
sound.
the
Circuit,
tier?
excuse you.
add row.
Just press below. You could always move it later. There you go.
There we go.
Okay, you can. Yeah, you can move that one. Yeah, you can just change the name.
Then
to
we'll
that.
make this.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah, then press
okay,
X.
and then that, and then we'll just move that,
There you go.
and then we'll make this like a dog shit color.
Dog shit. I can barely see that. Oh my god. There's an F there if you can't tell.
Here, there we go.
All right, that's better. That's
Okay.
better. That's better.
All right, let me make sure that I've calibrated the Yippee meter so that more people have
Calibrated
to
the
join.
Yippee meter.
Yes, more people have to join us in order to activate the Yippee. Because sometimes, you know, I don't know, you don't know where it belongs, so I just leave it to chat, and chat can influence the score by activating the Yippee meter.
Yeah. Also,
how
side
we-
note, do
that's
you
how
have
we do
Discord
it.
Nitro?
Do I? I do not.
Okay, if you want to, I can stream it because I think you will have a higher quality. Or wait, or we can join a private server and then just like a server privately, and then we could just. Yeah, I think my server's boosted, so we can use a higher quality there.
Okay. Yeah, we can join my broadcast channel.
Okay,
Yeah, I'll
is it what's it called? Is it boosted as well?
Yes, we're boosted.
Okay, perfect.
Let me I'll just drag you in there.
Perfect. Okay, let's do that.
Okay, chat, we'll be right back.
Hold on. All right, hold on. Give us a second, chat. All right. Yeah, if it's boosted up, then we should have 1080p because we just love stuff.
Okay. Okay, perfect. So you can hear?
Yep.
All right. Okay, now let me share my screen here. Okay.
Today's our birthday. Happy birthday, Undercover. Happy birthday to
Happy
you.
birthday. Thank you, Sim, for the 2 gifted. Oh, that's adding to my timer. Oh, sweet Jesus.
Oh,
Okay,
right. You have a timer. Haha.
All right.
Haha.
Oh my God! Thank you, Sim, for the. How
Oh,
many?
shit.
The 5 gifted. Thank you so much.
Let's fucking go. Good job, Sim. Shout out to Sim for giving the money. Oh, yeah, it's way higher quality. Holy shit. Okay. There
Okay,
we go.
There we go.
Fantastic. Okay, good job, Sim.
Timer,
Thank you
you
for my gifted.
say?
Hold on, I'm gonna restart the fucking recording one more time. I'm so sorry, editors. All right. Tier list.
Yes.
Game art. Go.
Let's go.
All right.
Okay. All right. So we'll start. One more troubleshooting.
Okay.
Chat. Can everyone see? Can everyone see? Both chats. Are we good? Is everyone
Chat, thumbs up. Thumbs up.
okay? Thumbs up.
Throw
Okay,
ass
good.
if it's good. Throw ass if it's good.
They. Oh my God.
Watch them start
I
throwing
need to-
ass. Watch. Just there it goes. Oh, yep, there it is. There it is.
There-
There,
yeah,
yeah,
there it is.
there it is.
There it is.
Yeah, there it is. Oh shit. There it is. Circuit chat. Do you want popcorn? Can you give me popcorn? Do I have popcorn? No. Okay.
I need to increase this. There we go. 20%. Okay. Now we won't get your chat.
No, you idiot. Yeah, I'm
Okay.
asking. Can I have popcorn? The fuck? No, you don't deserve popcorn.
Alright.
Man, fuck you guys. All right. I mean, both your mods and my mods are being assholes to me again. All right.
So we have Grand Theft Auto. What is this?
That's 4.
4?
Yeah. So that's
Grand
4.
Theft Auto 4.
Okay. So Grand Theft Auto always had like a very consistent way of making their covers. What do you? I want to hear your opinion first because I actually grew up with like some of the Grand Theft. Like actually grew up with one specific Grand Theft Auto. So I'm very
So
curious.
I've never played Grand Theft Auto before. So that's why I shoved over there. But the thing about their covers that I really like is there's this like almost like posterization that is very consistent throughout all their covers.
Right.
And you see that in this cover specifically, like just this very like almost comic book style art. So
Oh
my God.
you're good.
Yes, it's just my TTS is on. So
Oh,
I'm
okay.
like, oh, So yeah, so I really enjoy like the posterization. I've always enjoyed the way that the Grand Theft Auto covers also do that, like almost like cinematic, but they do these like cinematic screens. Really, really awesome. What was your sort of gravitation towards the covers?
So this might sound like a cop out, but they're like one of the only unique ones I think as a cover compared to everyone else. Because it's weird, right? You have like so many like art covers. Like Grand Theft Auto is one of those cover arts that will always be so discernible in terms of like their cover arts never change. It's always the same font, the same like a comic book art style. You can always tell it's a Grand Theft Auto. Like you can always tell. That's one. Number two, it's also extremely unique, very different compared to like all the other cover arts, and it has every single one of them always has a lot of personalization. Like every single time, without a doubt, always has personalization to it.
Yes, I absolutely agree. I definitely see that.
Now, but here's the thing: it's classic, it's good, it's good, like it's great, like it's a solid, nice piece of art. But do you think it goes to S tier? Because like, is this something that's like, holy shit, this shit goes hard? Like, because I think it's amazing, but I don't think it's like, I don't know why. Maybe that's just me. I haven't reached it to S tier yet. It doesn't feel. It feels like here's a summary of what can happen instead of like something that really gravitates it towards you to it. Like yeah, when you take the box out, right? You see a bunch of games on the shelf, and you're like, okay, I have all these games that I can choose from, and you don't really grab Grand Theft Auto as like a quick thing. It's more like, okay, all right, this looks kind of interesting, but I don't know enough about it, so it's just I want to like when you grab it and then look into it, then it's like, okay, it's kind of nice, right? But it's not like something that pulls you in, right? That's why I'm like, I don't want to even give it.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm like in the average. I think Grand Theft Auto is a nice average score. That's like what we should be basing it around of. And I think the only thing it has it going for it, which makes it almost A tier, is because it's so unique. But I feel like other people could have just done it, nobody did it. So it's like, okay.
Yeah, I think from a consistency standpoint, I think from like, we're talking like this very specific style pattern that they've been doing for many, many years. It's very recognizable. I think that this definitely, I see chat is saying B. I'm going to definitely agree. It's A tier for consistency and for notoriety and for the fact that like, recognition, this is Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah.
Stylization, it's whatever.
It's stylized, but it's not like, but again, it's like stylized in a way of just like, all right, it looks like this, but it's not like something special.
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna go B tier for Grand Theft Auto.
I can agree with that. I think B tier is very, very reasonable.
Chat, B tier wins for Grand Theft Auto. All
B for B. Next up, Tui said B for box.
B for box.
B for
B
box.
for basic. I'm not even.
B for basic.
Let's see. Next up, we have the Tomb Raider Underworld.
I remember seeing this box art. It's nothing unique to me. It's just like, all right, it's weird because there's a lot of box arts that do this, right? The whole like standing and thing, but there's nothing else to it. It's just her standing there. Like, where's the underworld part? Whatever. Freaking here's some Mexico filter. Like, all right, cool. Whatever. I'm like borderline D-tiering it. But you remember it, which is the point. I remember it because it was everywhere because nobody fucking bought the game. That's why there was a plethora of it everywhere. Nobody can fucking buy the game, so you just walk down trying to buy Call of Duty or something, and you have to walk past like 7 rows of fucking Tomb Raider Underworld because nobody can buy that shit. I think that's more of the fact that it was so bad. Fuck that game. I don't even know if it was good or not.
I think I would give it. I'm gonna give it. Chat, I'm sorry. It's like D tier for me.
It's D. It's D. It's fucking D tier. It's like the most. It's like you take like, I don't know. It's like they tried to do like what everybody did, and then just like, but like we're not gonna make it like we're just gonna just fuck it. Just put our hips on it. Good enough. Fuck it. Cover her tits up with the text too.
And mind you, I'm going specifically from like a stylistic standpoint, right? It's D tier for me because I'm one of those people that really gravitates towards a cover based on like what I'm gonna see, or if there's like an implication of what the game is gonna be about, or like if I have feelings on like, I know what I'm jumping into. I think that this doesn't really do that job for me. like I see this and I see Underworld and I'm very confused whether it's like Underworld, like you're talking about like the the realm of hell, or if you're like this is like like a cartel type beat, or you're talking about like this.
Well, the game is
underground Mesopotamian city. Again,
that's what
I
it
did
is.
not
Yeah,
play this game.
That's what the game is. No, that's exactly what the game is about. But the fact that you don't, you're like guessing, right? It's like, come on.
Right, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Here's another.
So
opinion.
you don't really know.
Here's another opinion of mine. I'll say this. This game probably would have done better if they just moved the text down a little bit and showed the tits. I'm not even joking. At least it would have. No,
God.
I'm serious. No, because I'm serious. It's like they're trying to aim for sex appeal, but they cover the fucking chest up with the text. What are you trying to do at this point? Like, where are we going? It's like you're literally like, all right, guys, let's just make this, put this sexy lady on this cover art. Block the tits though. Why? What's the point? Like, what are you trying to do? You got nothing going left. All you got is hips and shit.
I'm not gonna lie, you are. Yeah, I mean, like, I guess this is one of those for thigh enjoyers. It's it's for the thigh.
The thighs
group,
are
right?
like all dirtied up and shit, and it's like collapsing on itself from like whatever the fuck is going. I don't know what's happening. Like, what is this? What is that? The hips are like not the hips. The freaking thighs are
the
like
hips don't lie.
the hips don't lie, but the thighs are like, I don't know. They're getting Thanos snapped or some shit. What is going on there? Like, it's okay. Yeah, sure, dude.
So again, this is
I'm about to
one
put
of
it to F
those
tier.
examples where you do not get any idea what the hell the game is about.
Yeah, there's nothing
know?
going for it. There's like no artistic direction. Like, I feel like it has very poor artistic direction. It doesn't even land in sex appeal if it wants to do that. It doesn't convey anything. It doesn't even show like it doesn't even feel like there's a message being the only message is literally just the font of Tomb Raider, and it's unique, like, and it's like that like Tomb Raider like font. That's it.
You kind of get like, I might be going into like, this underground sort of place, and there's this very interesting sort of like motif that you see in a lot of these like games where you're almost like this like illusion of like altered space with the color of this. I guess this is more of like a green chartreuse color. You're seeing like a lot of this like altered space. This isn't like the regular world, so we're making it this like green yellow color. I just
noticed if
What?
you zoom out even more, the colors of the background, notice how there's like a I just realized this. They gave like a little bit of a shade of yellow around her, and and because of that, it's actually blending into the background. Her body is blending into the background, and like since she's wearing such little like clothing, it's all skin with almost like color tones, so it's just all blended in towards each other.
I wish we had gotten another Tomb Raider, because I would love to compare another Tomb Raider game to
Check the
this
Dreamcast one. That one did really well apparently, but I don't remember what the cover looked like.
I think we're giving this one a D tier.
I might
chat.
argue for F. I'll be honest with you. I might argue for F.
You know what? After the conversation, I'm not gonna lie. I think I might just.
Yeah, put that shit in F. Oh, you do. Who said you do remember? Yeah, because no one fucking bought it. Anyways, yeah.
All right, so we're
Deus
moving
Ex.
on to Deus Ex. So I am relatively new. So just some context. So I started playing games very late, very, very late. And so I am not very familiar with a lot of games in general. So I'm looking at a lot of these from like from a design perspective. So this is really interesting, especially coming from someone who is a very avid and active gamer, for someone who doesn't play games and is looking at this from the realm of like design and art, right? When I see this compared to some of the other Deus Ex games, this is like, oh my gosh, this is giving me so much like Blade Runner. This is giving me that very 1980s sci-fi, like that sort of like aesthetic, especially with the blue. You're like, this is not regular reality. This is like an altered timeline. This is like someplace out in the fucking future. Like this is, yeah, it's giving Matrix like 100%. Like this is exactly what I get. Very different compared to like Mankind Divided or Human Revolution. Like 100% different. Like when you see this game compared to those other games.
I hate
It's a
the-
vibe though. It's a vibe.
I hate that Tui pointed this out. The fucking towers. Oh my god. Okay.
What
or
about
just-
the tower? Wait, what?
Just think about it for a second.
Oh, son of a bitch!
There it is. I didn't even
I can't-
connect with that.
I
now I
cannot
understand
outlive
the
the towers.
meme. It's always the towers, dude. It's always the
It's
towers.
an eternal fucking meme.
Oh my god! It hit the Pentagon.
Holy
Okay.
shit!
I
Oh my God.
I don't know. I'm mixed. I'll be honest. This game feels very stylized. I really like the cover. It looks very stylized. It looks really good. It really gives like that you know that how do I say like you know like Matrix vibes that for sure. But
Right.
well then again it's supposed to just pull you in. So like it makes you curious. It makes you go like, "Oh, what is this?" right? It has this like crazy
Are you
icon.
thinking like science fiction, sort of like that whole aesthetic?
Yeah, it makes me think of Matrix Reloaded. That's what it makes me think. And
Honestly, that 100%.
but I just
100%.
don't like how like I don't know, it just doesn't feel like it feels like again, if you like step back a little bit, it kind of like blends in each other for a little bit. And but again, if you
Yeah.
pick it up like and you like hold it in your hands, it looks really interesting because it's like, okay, that looks really sick. But at the same time, it's like I don't know, it's like the text feels a little bit unclear. The icon, there's not much like kind of like attraction going on like faraway standpoint. And
Yeah.
but it still feels very unique. So I'm not gonna like dock it points on that. I'm like averaging on B tier right now. I kind of like it for that.
So this is giving me a B tier, and maybe just because I like Human Revolution and
Same here.
Mankind
Yeah,
Divided's-
I might be biased too.
like I like that. Maybe it's because of my personal bias. I will say, hands down, the typography is literally irking me like very, very hard. There is this like, if I zoom in. So there's this very thin point right here that's driving me fucking crazy. It's like,
Yeah. Okay.
I'm like,
I'm glad.
why do we have this?
The text just. I'll be honest. I'm like I get it, but the text doesn't feel cyberpunky despite the game's supposed to be like that. The game feels like
Yeah, no.
holy shit. How does it feel? It feels like Half-Life 1. You guys remember what I'm talking about? That Half-Life 1 kind of post-apocalyptic shit. That's what it feels like. But it's like it just they kind of like, oh my god. It feels like when you download pirated software, and the pirated software is like they always come with like a keygen, and the keygen is like always this crazy program with like music in it, and it looks so fucking like crazy, but it's like too much at times. You're just trying to get the freaking code and get out. That's what it looks like. That's what it looks like to me. Which again, it did come out in the 2000s. Ori's right, but at the same time, it just I don't know. Like I still love it for its uniqueness. And again, the background has a bunch of like the kind of what's it called? I'm gonna call it a fence for the lack of better terms. I feel like that is also
does look
fucking
like
it
a
up.
fence.
It makes it
there's,
unclear,
some
like-
scan lines.
Yeah, I don't know. I like it, but I have a love-hate relationship with this right now.
I'm gonna give it a B tier because like
Yeah.
take away this typography completely, and you just have the choppers in the background. You have this like silhouette of a city. You have a lot of the binary in the background. You have some scan lines. You have this sort of like you do have a lot of that like 1980s like design aesthetic.
But it
take
feels-
away the
yeah.
typography.
Yeah, it just feels too noisy.
Gorgeous
though.
poster.
Yeah.
Gorgeous poster. The type is way too heavy for the visual language on this poster.
I think it's
right?
just too heavy in
Because-
general, to be honest.
yeah.
It's barely discernible. Like it's very hard to read.
Remove the typography, you have beautiful flow.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, if you look
Kill
at the
the
new
typography.
look at the new Deus Ex. I'm pretty sure that's exactly what they did. If you look at
Yeah,
Deus Ex,
yeah.
shit, what was it? Something Machina? I forgot what it was called. That one's like pretty good.
So get this. Eidos Montreal's fucking logo is the typography they should have used for this
Yeah,
poster.
thank you, fucking thank you. Yes, I'm pretty sure that's exactly what they did for the new Deus Ex game, like the newer
it
one.
is.
So
Yeah.
it's like,
'Cause
fuck,
look
guys.
at this typography, dude. Yeah, exactly.
It sounds like we're in a boardroom right now at Eidos, and they're like, and it's exactly what they were probably saying. It's like, yo, this is too much. Like we gotta tone
This
it
is
down.
way too much.
It's like, fuck, man. We gotta
We're the
take it
best
back.
iteration
I'm
of
like,
games.
I want to give it a B, but I'm like gravitating towards C. Like low B. I'm gonna give it a C. I want to give it a C, to be honest.
I'm gonna give it a B. Chat, what are we thinking? B or C for this game?
Yeah, chat, how are we feeling?
Let's see. How are we feeling? Can we activate your meter?
Activate the meter.
Activate the meter.
C. That's a lot of C's. Pulsar gets C. That's a lot of C's, actually.
That's a lot of C's.
Yeah, it's just the
Yeah.
text. I think the text just ruined it.
Yeah,
man.
the text killed it. Yeah.
Yeah, all right, let's put C.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
All right. We have.
Okay. All right. I'm going to keep it real because there's two covers. Because I grew up like playing this game like long time ago when I was a kid. There was two covers, I'm pretty sure. There was one that's just like the Half-Life 2 logo. And then there's this one, which I barely saw, I'll be honest. I don't know if this is the European cover or is it just like, I don't know, or just like an alternative cover. Because I'm pretty sure there was a different one. I fucking hate this cover. I hate this cover. Because it's literally just a dude, nothing else, staring at the cover. That's it. Like the icon is sick, but it's like, but they're basically like putting it like in the back burner. They're like, yeah, whatever. It's like dude, the icon itself is actually so nice and unique because it's a what icon is it? It's oh my god, shit, what is it called? It's a I forgot what a lambda. Thank you. Yeah, it's a lambda, but the lambda is supposed to be like a person walking, Half-Life, half a person, right? That's the whole point. That's the whole point of a lambda. It looked pretty fucking cool. But then they just like, yo, let's just slap a white guy with some glasses on it and like just staring down a little bit, and there you go. Let's call it a day. Like, oh, what the fuck was that, guys? Like, come on. Like, that was like a blunder. They had it good. They had something going and they just ruined it. I'm like, okay, I just there's something that pisses me off about this cover. My God.
I get that you're even again coming from the realm of never having played this game before. I definitely think the logo is solid. The logo itself with the lambda is pretty solid. I think that you could have gotten away with just having the logo just having the logo on the cover. Nothing wrong with that, right?
That's what they did for Half-Life 1. Is it because he's an iconic player? Or is it because he's an iconic character and that's why we're just like, but that's what I mean. What's unique about him? It's just a dude. It's just a dude. There's nothing else unique about him. It's just a dude, bro. It's like half of American dads, like in the average household. That's what it looks like. Imagine you walk in, you're like, why is my dad in a cover art? Oh my God, it looks like Breaking Bad.
Yeah.
Oh God, it looks like the Breaking Bad cover, but worse.
It really does.
It does.
It really does. I'm more of a like minimalist design fanatic over here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give this one a D tier just because, like, yeah, he's a gorgeous man, whatever.
Yeah, like whatever, dude. Yeah, like okay.
But I do not, for the most part, like, I don't see what the fuck this game is about.
Yeah, it's just, again, you don't get any insight, you don't get any information. All you get, oh, sorry, don't Hydra. All you're getting is just some fucking dude. Like, dude, it's like the dude isn't injured, the dude isn't hurt. He's not in a setting that's weird. Like, look at the background. If you guys look at it, there's a factory in the back. Look how fucking hard it is to see that. And the icon itself is also like semi-transparent. So it, like, their most iconic icon is also put in the fucking back. What's the point? Like, I guess, yeah, let's just give it to the kids that are just like, they just like to see a white guy with glasses, I guess. Yeah, cool. Amazing.
It doesn't do anything for me.
It doesn't
terrible. Even tell me, especially new player, don't have any idea what the hell this is about. I don't get what this man is. Is this half of his life? Is he a Half-Life?
Okay, I just realized.
Why is it?
I realize why I'm also angry about this. His facial expression is the most neutral shit I've ever seen. It's like dude, look at his face. It's like a dude walking down the street. A person taking a shit has more expression than this. What is this? What is he doing? Like, well, what is his expression? He's mewing? Shut the fuck up. Who said that? Dan, shut up. Budget Dr. Strange. Oh my God. It's not that. It's just a facial expression. He's not struggling. He's not like, I don't know. He's not giving any expression. He's just there. It looks like what you would like. This is like a picture you would have when you design a character. Like this is the neutral pose, face, whatever. But you're using that for marketing. That's like the opposite of what you do. You're not trying to make it boring. Yeah, go girl, give us nothing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah, give us nothing. Like, no, dude.
Yeah,
I'm putting it. No, you know what? I'm putting it an F. That's how much I hate. It's a great, iconic, fantastic game.
I'm D tier. Chat, tiebreaker.
I will save it on. You know what? I will give it D tier just because the icon saves it. Literally the most iconic fucking icon.
The icon for me saves it.
Yeah, God, it pisses me off, man. Stop bullying. He has autism. Okay. Okay, Octopath. Okay. Okay.
I need a better image for this one. It like this really hold on. It gets let me see here.
Yeah, that's the Wikipedia page. Let me find a better one. Oh, here we go. See if that's good.
You sending me a link so it can show up on the thing?
Here's the image. Yep. I just give you the image.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
All right, there we go.
All right. And also, like, I'm gonna basically put in like all the games like Octopath because they all have the same similar art style. Like the first one was Bravely Default, I think. The Octopath Traveler 1, you know, all that kind of stuff. Okay, I'm gonna say this right now. People are not gonna like what I'm about to say. I hate this fucking game. I fucking despise it. But I played this game. Wanna know why? Because of the cover art. That's how good this cover art, like the cover for this. And again, I don't think personally that this cover art is for everybody. That's the only reason why I don't want to put it to S tier. I want to put it to S tier. It looks pretty. It looks beautiful. And I even tried sticking to it despite me trying to really be delusional on how dog shit and boring this game was. Fuch is gonna fucking argue with me about this. Because of how good the cover art is. What kind of game is it? It's like this old RPG games from like think of like old Final Fantasy games where you just constantly walk around.
It did its job.
It did exactly. That's
job.
why it's such a good art style. I borderline want to put it to S tier, but I don't know if it fits everybody. But I want to just be biased and be like, I think it deserves S tier, just from how pretty and good it looks. It's such a good cover art, and I even wanted to stick to it because it lured me in so much. And then the game was dog shit, and I hated it.
I would say again, this is I'm in agreement with Ori. This is an A tier for cover art. There are a lot of colors in this cover. There are tons of colors. I think when we're talking about the typography here, this type, gorgeous. This lockup with the two. We're talking about this like serif font. You know, you didn't need to have the double the double lines. It's whatever, but it does a really great job of like grounding us in this design. Right?
I'll even one up on this one. If you look at it on a far distance, notice how. Oh, you're getting raided.
I've got a raid.
Yep.
You're
I'll wait.
Raided.
I'll wait. Don't worry.
No problem. All right, let me mute so you don't have to hear.
Yeah, you're good.
My spiel.
You're good. All right, chat. I'll wait my spiel. Chat. Let me see how far are we from. Okay, the ads are starting soon. I might as well. I'm gonna chat. We're gonna start the ads now, and then you know we'll get back into it. So we'll wait for you guys. But yeah, chat. I have thoughts about this art. Jules is chat, give Jules a follow. He's a wonderful streamer, an amazing, just a good dude in general. Hydrate. Oh, my bad. Jules is a good boy, he means to say. Oh my god. I don't know how to feel about the fact that you call him a good boy, but okay. Chat, how's the music, by the way? Oh, wait, I'm gonna mute so you can talk. Yeah, chat, how's the music, by the way? Is the music good? Is the music not good? I just put on Animal Crossing music because I was just talking. Despite me getting like ramped up and shit. I'm like, ah! But you know, it's... it's good? Alright. I hope the Animal Crossing is in the tier list. I forgot to add it. And if not, I will bring it up. Because that shit deserves on S tier. I don't care what anybody tells me. That shit deserves S tier. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. See, there's something about the fact that like Eastern developers and just know how to market their games way better than Western. I don't know why. There's just something about it that they just do so fucking well. You should see him on a Tuesday. Oh wait, that's on his end. West sucks. Yeah, West sucks. West fucking sucks. There's some like alternative art that's like so bad when it got released, like the you know, you have streamed for 10 days straight. Stop it. What's going on? Chat, I can see the chat, but I don't know what's going on that end. I'm very curious right now. Editors, by the way, just cut this part out. Just ad break. Ori's finding his limits. What is happening over there? I'm so curious right now. I want to know. I'm sorry, Jelly, you killed me. Go on, girl. Give us nothing.
Good boy.
It's Stan Twitter meme. Whoa. It's just not letting me use my Prime sub for you. Really? If you like check it? No. Well, you're still... Oh, because you're... Alicia, because you're already subscribed. You can't... You're already subscribed. If you have the icon, then you're subscribed. Okay, ads are done. Chat, are we back?
Okay, I'm back.
Perfect timing. Wonderful. Welcome back. Okay.
Awesome. Are your
okay.
ads done?
Yep, just literally just in time. Okay.
Nice. Perfection.
Okay, so I'm gonna say this. So now here's the thing. Here's my argument of why I think it's still S tier. Because again, it's very stylized. Again, we could. I'm still okay with giving it A tier because it's not for everybody. But here's the thing.
Yeah.
Is that if you notice the coloring of every single thing without the text, right? It looks great. But then notice how of the cover art, not the text. Now the text itself, if you zoom out. Like zoom out a little more, because technically it's supposed to be a very, very, very noisy game art, right? Like zoom out a shit ton, just zoom out a fuck ton, like more and more and more. Notice how you still see Octopath Traveler 2.
Yes.
You will still, because it like sits on everything so perfectly well.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? Like
absolutely.
it's like it doesn't collide with anything. It doesn't blend into anything. It's just like perfectly well done. And like for it to like be exactly like you can even like discern what it's writing, and if not, you could tell like there's text there, right? But the art itself is like a whole different piece, but it's still conveying something, right? And it's very beautiful. It makes you more curious. You're like, oh shit, now I want to pick it up, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
I think the typography, it speaks volumes here. I mean, like, this is one of those things. A lot of people will be like, oh, well, you know, like, typography doesn't mean a lot. Well, think about a lot of the iconic typography that you see around the world, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about your Coca-Cola logo, right? Your Nike logo does not need anything else. Even the swoosh, even though that's iconography, the Nike logo, it's just a font.
But here's
and that font, you see it anywhere.
And
Too bad it isn't iconic. Yeah.
But here's the thing. It's also like, again, there was intention of drawing something really beautiful in the art piece itself. And as well as making the actual like title of the game and everything to be just separated and like perfectly in terms of like again, the text does not blend to the art. And I still think the art is beautiful. The art is amazing and wonderful. but it's a thing that lures you in from a distance just because of the colorings, and then when you grab it, it's actually a beautiful piece of art. And if you don't know what it is, you can actually see that because of the text is just like it perfectly conveys what it is, and the typography is clean and clear.
Yep.
It's not like
Yep.
super unique, but it doesn't have to be because the art actually carries the uniqueness. Look at this beautiful art. Who the fuck are these people? Where are they? Why are they in a campfire? Why do they all look so different from each other? Why is one person on the fucking right wearing like a whole suit and everything, while another person on the left is like, I don't know, like wearing a princess dress or some shit around a campfire? Why are they all together? And again, the colors as well. It's so beautiful. It makes you very curious on what happens in the game, but still at a distance. And again, it doesn't, the text, like the typography itself with the art piece in itself does not mesh together. It just perfectly separates itself like with the coloring. It's beautiful. Like I genuinely think this is a good art piece. Because again, it's a dog shit game in my opinion. But that's how good. But I'm setting that aside from how good this fucking cover is. It's great. It's amazing. Like I think it's great, and I don't think it's for everybody, but it will hit a target audience that enjoys this kind of stuff. It will. I personally think it will.
I think you know what? On the premise alone that like I'm a huge fan of the type, and you are a huge fan of the art. I think it deserves an A tier because we've hit two pretty important pieces within this like cover itself.
Yeah.
I will say the one thing that kind of irks my design brain gets a little is the fact that we have some like clashing patterns, and I'm not sure if that's like because you have this like space, almost like very contrasty space, and then you have like, what is it? It almost looks
it's
like not the tree, but I'm talking about this color pattern. Like, you know when you put oil like antifreeze on the floor, you get
what? Oh, okay. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, you get this like almost marbling effect. It looks like antifreeze on some water.
Well, but that's the thing, right?
Like,
it's an oil, but it's an oil piece.
It stresses me out.
Real, but,
Yeah,
but that's what I mean,
me.
right? It's an oil art piece. That's why it's so good. That's why I like it so much. Welcome to the
But
stream.
yeah, I think
Pity.
we'll give this one.
Okay, I'll settle on A. I'll settle on A. I will settle on A.
We'll settle on it. We'll settle
Yeah,
on it.
I will settle
We
it
have a
on A.
lot. We should speed it up. We have quite a few to get through.
I feel like we're
Okay,
gonna have a lot of like, yeah. Go ahead.
I got
Okay.
System Shock. I've never played this game. I'm gonna give this. This is like, maybe it's just the sci-fi aesthetic. This is like A tier for me.
I will agree.
Alright.
But the only thing that's like kind of like, because I don't know if it's like maybe how it's taking a picture of it, because I don't know. I'm guessing there's not a lot of red in the actual cover. I don't know why it looks like that, but
No.
okay,
none.
good. Okay, because like I was gonna say, why
Yeah.
does it look so shit and washed out? But okay, it's just the picture itself.
I think it's just like the picture itself. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it A tier because it just conveys a message very well, clear, and also it has a very big sense of like you know, the whole space emptiness kind of feeling.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it
Yes,
really conveys, even with the
yep.
text itself. I don't know what the fuck the 2 is
Dude.
in the back though, but it's just
I don't either. And like honestly, I don't care. Huge fan of Event Horizon, the movie. I'm seeing that with this.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is giving me like, if I were to be like, what is this about? I'm giving like science fiction horror. The reason why it's slightly pink is because this is just like, I'm assuming it's like a picture that was taken from somewhere.
Yeah, it looked like it was just scanned poorly or some shit. Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's still, I
So,
still give it
like,
an A. Yeah, like it's again, I still think it's. Oh,
I
sorry, go ahead.
just really like this. I just really like.
It gives
way that
a
this
sense
looks.
of like threat and dread and isolation that this game does.
Yep,
Again, like who the fuck is
yep.
this person? Oh, it's in space. Oh
no
shit,
idea. I
we're
don't-
all alone, and this motherfucker's the only one there. It's gonna be stressful. So I think it's
Yeah.
like it's a good cover. It conveys it very very well.
I love this like event.
Showdown is
Horizon
so cool.
type,
She has
like,
murderous
shit.
intent. Okay.
Okay, I mean, hell yeah, there we have it.
Yeah, I think it conveys
So do
that
we-
too, right?
we-
Like this fucking like Showdown person is so scary. But yes, well, let's give it an A tier. Sorry.
World of Warcraft. So played this game. It's not. Blizzard has done a really great job of really cementing this World of Warcraft lockup. Every single like expansion every single game, they have the lockup is the only thing that changes based on the motif of whatever the expansion is about, but it is literally the same. They'll do a color shift, they'll add some icicles, they'll add some fire, but what they won't do is they won't change this shit up.
Yep.
And that honestly is
Yeah.
golden. It is golden and it is consistent.
Yeah.
This right here, this speaks like so 1990s, like Dungeons and Dragons. It gives you that nostalgia, an iconic fucking cover, like hands down. And the fact that they have kept this motif even in their more recent games, the art department knows they're locked in and they haven't changed. This one is S tier 100%.
I'm 100% agreeing, because it's S tier for like a couple of other reasons as well. Because again, like in the future, they like change it up a little bit, but again, it's this whole like feeling of like there's a contrast in like not only like themes and environment, right? You have the background with the night elf and the front of the dwarf. Those are already two different people, two different places, two different lightings, right? It gives a sense of like this is a different world. There's a different things going on in here, right? You actually have the world itself inside, like you know, like in the behind the world word in World of Warcraft. In the back, you see all these like, you know, it looks like an old school map. And again, like and again, the contrast in itself is also, it pops out very well. And the exterior like rim of it just screams, this is a very big open thing. It's like a portal. You're like going into something that's way bigger than you expect.
Yes.
And the name itself also screams with it. It just does so well. They have outdone themselves with this. I'm agreeing with it. It's an S tier 100%. So fucking good.
Like this is timeless. Like
it's timeless.
Consistency. It's like so good. Definitely our first S tier, chat.
Yeah, and it has 6 discs in there, and like when you open it, it really fucking looks pretty. It keeps that up too. It looks phenomenal. Like the whole box itself.
Next game is Alone in the Dark. I love this cover. I love this like written type. I love this like almost like Freddy Krueger font that you see here with the new Nightmare. This like, you have this very awesome like vignette effect. Vignetting is when you add sort of a dark rim around the corners of a piece. Okay. A lot of old school traditional like photography. You add some vignetting to add a little more like focal point to a piece. I just love this like very inviting, like there's a great flow here. You have this center character, you see Alone in the Dark, there's this dark vignette, you see this like house, you're like, okay, I get what the hell I'm doing in this game. Something with this house, I am this character, I'm gonna be alone in the dark, this is some new nightmare. Like I totally get where we're going here. I love going into this and not knowing shit about these games.
I don't know this game at all. I'll be honest, I just love the whole like how it sets the theme of the whole game itself. You can tell this is like it's a scare, like it's a game, you're isolated, you're scared, you're going into something like, and again, like the text itself, you're alone in the dark, right? But again, it's a character alone walking into a very isolated environment that's like dark, foggy, like you don't know where, like this is like it's a fucked up feeling, like but it's the point of the game, right? The art, like the direction of what it's trying to convey to you is very strong. So I personally, to me, like I'm almost at S tier. I kind of want.
I think this is S tier.
Yeah, okay. I'm okay with giving this S tier because it looks sick. And then again, I never played this game. It looks S tier. It's fucking nice.
Neither. I just love this. Like, also you have this it's like a 3-color palette, right? You have this like black. You have your shades, your black shades. You have. Yes, like the Exorcist movie posters, 100%. Oh yeah. You have your gold, your reds, like This is totally an S tier.
Yeah, you're right. The colors palettes. Fucking S tier. It deserves to be up there.
All right, next one we have up. You all know this game.
Oh, Baldur's Gate.
Baldur's Gate. All right, so I'm not gonna lie. I'm not a fan.
Me neither.
This game is phenomenal. Like I have played this game so much. W game L poster 100%.
Like the only thing I think is saving it is just how colorful it is. but that's like not saying anything. That's just WWE's a colorful poster. I'll be honest with you, I almost didn't buy it because what the fuck is Astarion's face? I'm sorry, bro. I am so sorry. That face almost made me so like single-handedly not buy the fucking game. Like, I hate that face so much. Like, what were they thinking? It looks like a mobile game. I'm gonna be honest with you.
It does.
Just because of him alone, it looks like a mobile game. The only thing that saved it to me is the typography of Baldur's Gate. But everything else is like, all right, what the fuck? Like, I'll be honest, everything's like whatever, like cool, interesting, what's going on, but it doesn't gravitate towards me. But then Astarion's face is like, is this a mobile game? That's what it looks like. Which face? The guy right here in the bottom, him, the freaking the vampire. Just what is that?
Vampire.
He looks like he's taking a shit, bro. Like, what is that? And he's like, oh, like forcing it out while like reaching your head. Like, no, dude, I don't like that. Like, it does give mobile game. Yeah, thank you.
So there's a lot going on. So this is a very interesting sort of like introduction to storytelling light in terms of poster design. You recognize that these are going to be your main cast, right?
Yeah.
From the jump. You're like, who are these guys? My main cast. My problem with this poster right here is one, Shadowheart plays such a predominant role in the game, and yet they put Astarion in the front. Shadowheart and the Cube, predominant role in the game, but Astarion's in the front. I know that Tui had mentioned they put that rim light around Astarion. They know what they were doing. Of course they did. Of course they did.
Yeah.
He was the, you know, he was one of the most like shaboing characters in the game. However, what they could have done was they could have literally cut this background and split it in half. Because you get so much of the conflict right here in this background with the dragons, with the Nautiloid, with with this what is this? Oh my gosh, it's like escaping me.
No, Nautiloid. I think
It's
you got
like
it.
portal.
Oh, the
Like
portal.
the
Yeah.
portal. Yeah, you have this like mountain peak, so you know that you're like traversing something. You know that there's going to be conflict. The shape of the creatures is really interesting. You didn't need the like all the characters bing bang silhouette, right?
Yeah. I'll add on to this as well. The poses of the characters look exceptionally boring and very, very, very misunderstanding. Because like not misunderstanding, miscommunicated. Dude.
Yeah.
Like, I forgot what the guy's name is at the very top. Why does he look like a villain? Will, yeah. Will looks like a villain
Will
here.
looks like a villain.
Will looks like a villain.
Yeah, he
A
does.
villain. Astarion looks like whatever the fuck. I don't even want to know. And the other ones are just chilling. Like the other one to the like
They're just in the
Shadowheart.
background.
Like they borderline look like villains except for God, the two on the right. God, I forgot.
Will
the one,
and Mistra. No, not Mistra. What's her name? Is it Mistra? Fuck.
Yeah, Mr. Yeah.
What is her name?
Oh
no,
wait,
wait.
Well, whatever. The freaking the person. Yeah, whatever.
It's the oh god, what is her name? It's gonna drive me. Is it? No, it's not Mistra. What is her name?
I forgot.
Mizora.
Mizora.
Yeah, I thought Mizora was a main character, like a playable character, but she's not. And then you're making like, and the fucked up part is look at how big. So we're talking about like balance here, right? So look how big Will is. And what's really fucked up about this is that Will, his story arc in the game is dog shit for one. And for two, it's so small compared to the other four characters in the game. They did a really bad job of actually highlighting his story and why it's important.
It just
And although they made him the focal point in the game, in the cover, and it's like, well, are we gonna get more of this cat? No, we didn't.
No.
When we got more of everybody else.
I think Lae'zel and Gale look like heroes, and everybody else looks like a villain.
Yeah, that's true too.
Like, what
Lae'zel
the
and
fuck
Gale
is
do
that
look
about?
heroes.
Like, I don't get it. What were they? Yeah, and also somebody said, "Oh, Will was supposed to be originally an evil aligned character." Okay, but he's not. So why the fuck are we getting marketed this? It looks weird. I thought he was a villain, and then I'm like, wait, he's actually really interesting. I don't know. I actually borderline hated a story because of this cover. It's a bro. Give it F tier. I don't care. I'm giving it F tier.
Yeah, no, F tier.
I hate this fucking
Alright.
cover. It's terrible. All right.
All right, we're gonna do. We have a lot. And we have our our shindig with Tui at 9. So
Get Tui in here.
we're gonna try to speed run.
Sure. All right.
All right. So let's see. Star Wars: The Force Unleashed. 360.
Okay. People are gonna might not like it. I'm gonna give it S tier. It conveys something so well. It looks so interesting, and it also just not S tier. Sorry, A tier, not S tier.
A tier.
A tier.
Yeah.
I think it conveys a message so well. It's so interesting. It just looks so. I don't know. It just does something so well.
I'm gonna have to agree with you. I'm gonna give it A tier, simply because during this time I feel like there was a lot of like emphasis on sort of interesting when you think about it. There's a lot of emphasis on like this is a Jedi clearly, but then you have a Jedi with a red stone, and you're like,
I mean, he has a red lightsaber. I feel like you're playing a
Yeah,
villain.
no, that's what I'm saying.
But yeah,
Are you a villain? Are you a good guy? Are you a bad guy? I love that, especially for the Star Wars nerds out there. You're gonna pick that up. You're gonna pick up the nuances of this cover. This cover is definitely for the fans,
but
not for someone who is like, you know. I think it's for the fans and also for newer Star Wars folks.
I think
You're
for
like,
newer people as
what
well,
is he-
because it just looks like you can play this as badass. You don't know anything about what a
Yeah.
red lightsaber means,
You're
what
gonna
the
be-
stone
you're gonna-
means. Yeah.
yeah. I'm definitely gonna say like A tier for this for sure.
Okay. People are kind of
Yeah.
going B or C, but I don't know. Fuck you.
I think we're going A tier. This one I'm pounding the desk. This one
This S tier.
this is fear. Okay,
S tier.
hands down. We no
I'm not
contest,
arguing this.
okay?
Yeah, no. If this is anyone in chat that says otherwise, you suck a nut, dude. No, this is S tier 100%.
This is S tier.
It just says everything perfectly, and it's terrifying.
Yep.
It's
It's
good.
terrifying,
It's
yep.
good. It's good. Yeah. No.
I don't know if it's a personal bias. This is one of those games I did play, but Fear the franchise is so good. This game, like, I saw this game cover and I was instantly captivated to play the game, and it did not disappoint. It did a great job at really capturing, you know, the consumer. It did a really good
And it's
typography.
It's also
so
contrasting,
good.
right? Like it's contrasting the fact that like
Yeah.
something fucking like fucked up is happening at the top, but then at the bottom it's like
Yep.
oh green and army shit, right? Then it's like okay, all right, makes sense. Yeah,
Also
no, it's
interesting when you think about the covers at that point. Check out look at Resident Evil 5, look at Fear. Do you see this like silhouette, this rim light
Yeah.
around the main characters here? Very interesting. Around the same timeline, right? We're getting these like
Yeah.
these games coming out, and they have this very similar like motif, which is so interesting to me when you think about like games who are, you know, they take sort of a nod to one another.
Yeah.
This next cover is S tier. Don't fight me. Like Sim City, come on. Sim City, classic.
Hold on. Let me digest it a little bit. It's a lot. It's a lot going on right now. When did this come out? It looks so retro.
Like
Holy
1942. I don't
This
know.
looks really good. I'll be honest. It looks really fucking
It's oh god. It's like maybe for me, this is like retro futurism, which is like oh
Yeah.
my god. The
It-
aesthetic
it-
is so good.
good. The text itself is so good. The art is beautiful. Yeah, you know what? I'll agree with you. I'll give it S. It looks really good. It looks, and like the UFO popping out of the white. It looks good. Yeah, I'll give it S tier. I'll give it S tier.
It's yeah. There's just like, and they use the same like typography lockup in their other SimCity games, and it's just like yeah. This is like I think this is S tier simply on. We're singing the nostalgia note right here, and like when
I
you
never
think
played
about
this game.
you're like,
I'm
yeah.
just giving S tier because I like the style.
Yeah, for sure.
It just looks
Okay.
good.
Next one.
Okay. I. Okay. I have two things to say about this: why I like it and why I hate it.
Okay.
I like it because it conveys something super well. It's Fallout. There's something bad happening, right? Like that kind of stuff, and the like the what's it called? The suit itself looks like something that will come out of something really, really well. Like it looks like it fits the build. Like this is something post-apocalyptic. It's fucked up. Here's what I don't like. The coloring is abysmal. I don't understand how you're even supposed but if you put it far away, it's a blob. What the fuck am I looking at?
All right, let's.
What is that? It looks like I
Yeah.
can't even look. What is going on? It's just like it's like left side's green, right side's black. There's some green and black shadow. The fuck is going on? It's awful. Yeah, contrast is terrible.
Yep.
I don't want to give a D tier. I want to give a C tier. I never played Fallout, by the way. I want to give a C tier because I still love how the direction of it went. But the coloring and the lack of contrast kind of pisses me off a little bit. It aggravates me on how unclear it is. They could have done something a little bit better or make it a little bit more contrast. Like it's something. They could have done something, but it's just, I don't know. It just feels like I don't know. It just feels like I'm holding a piece of metal and that's it. Which I get it.
Yeah.
Kind of a motif a little bit, but a little bit better.
I think for me, that really sells it. Eliminate this E3 2007.
Yeah, like, okay, relax, Bethesda. Like,
This-
relax. Like, fucking
right.
Jesus.
I've always been a fan of sort of the cheekiness of the Fallout franchise, because it's like this very dark narrative, right? We're talking this like it is the end of the fucking world. You know, there is nothing out there.
Yeah.
It's abysmal. Like shit is bad. And so you have this sort of like cheeky font choice back here. This is very campy to me. And then you have the suit, right?
Yep.
And the suit is giving me like, this could be a different game had I not known, like, you know, Fallout or played Fallout before.
I don't know.
love the
Yeah.
I love this contrast here. Only here.
Yeah, only there. Yeah, that's fine.
Eliminate the power armor, and you have a beautiful, like, logo as a focal point. You have this like very grungy background. Super cool. You could have brought your power armor out more here. You could have really decreased the amount of dark that you have on this right side.
Yep. Yeah.
You do a great job with the rim light here. Like, bring this out more. You would have had a beautiful cover. The fact that like we zoom out all the way and it turns into a blob does this power armor a disservice, but you still get this beautiful lockup at the top.
Yeah,
This
which
is
is
gonna get,
fine.
like-
That's why I like it, right? It's because like the top
Yeah.
part is great. I just wish the bottom part did better. Like it did a
Yep,
disservice, and
yep.
and like because again, I feel like what it did is like it should have done what Metro did, like Metro 2033, I think that's what it was called. Like those games did a very good job on like, because again, the whole like lack of contrast is supposed to be like the radiation, the darkness, like the kind of theme. But then the power armor just gets too dark, like and like the shadows get way too high up. Then it's like, okay, no.
Yeah. I think I'll give this one. I want to give this one like C tier.
Okay, good. Okay, same here. C tier on mine.
Yeah. Diablo 2 is up next.
Okay, no, bro, we can't give this below S. We have to give this S tier.
Yeah,
I don't give a fuck. I'm not arguing this. I'm not fucking arguing this. S tier, S tier. Moving on. Look at this shit. If anyone argues against this, shut the fuck up. Your opinion's wrong. S tier. Moving on. Moving on.
Yeah. Like again, another
Okay.
Blizzard art department.
Okay. Open Bioshock. Open Bioshock right now. That is what
Okay,
Fallout
look,
should have done. Oh, sorry. Oh, you have two
I have two.
Bioshocks.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look
I
at
need
this.
to delete one.
This is what they should have done. This is it. You see that? It has the
S tier.
perfect staple lock-in
Hands
for
down.
Bioshock on the top, but you can tell
Yep.
what the fuck that thing is. This is literally just a better version. This is it. This is what Fallout should have been. This is a better version of the
Yeah.
fucking Fallout poster. I'm giving you this S tier. I
Yeah.
don't give a fuck. I'm giving you S tier.
Yeah, this one is S tier for me. I'm a huge fan of, you know, the Big Daddy up front. I love
Yeah.
his suit design. I love BioShock's typography. Like their whole Art Nouveau is like Woo! It's so good.
Yeah.
I'm definitely giving this. I love this.
And again,
Such a
it's
great design.
landing that like post-apocalyptic. Like, sure, there's water involved, whatever, but it did it. Like it perfectly depicted that direction, but with clarity. It's literally just a clear version of the Fallout poster.
Yeah, for
Mm-hmm.
sure. Right, it's Art Deco. My bad. I'm
Okay.
getting my art periods fucked up. Leave me alone.
Okay, people might argue against this with me. I want to give this S tier.
I'm giving this S tier.
Oh,
I'm
thank
sorry.
God. Look, thank fucking God. Listen, I understand people are like, oh, but what the fuck is happening? Listen, look how stylized it is.
Ugh, the
It
stylization
landed it
is
so
gorgeous.
fucking well. Black
It
and
did, yeah.
white, red eye. What is happening?
Red eye. Yes.
And then
yes.
and then
Red
again,
eye.
the red text beautifully placed in the empty space on the right side of the cover. It's very different. It's what's it called? It's like it's pointing down, like the text is going downwards, not like across.
Yeah.
Dude, and again,
talking
it's a
about
beautiful typography
vertical?
too. It's such a great, amazing, like it's such a like it's unique. It's oozing with like separation, and like it just, you want to see what the fuck that is because it looks so different from everything else. It looks so fucking good. It has to be. And again, such a small color palette that brings this all together. It's just whites, blacks, and reds. That's it. Boom. Easy.
Yep.
That's all you need. This has to be S tier. In fact,
This
all
is-
the Metal Gear Solids are S tier. Like Metal Gear Solid 3, beautiful art. Metal Gear Solid 2, beautiful art cover. All of them, beautiful art cover. They landed that shit so well.
Yeah, 100%. I'm a huge fan of this very gritty sketch style. This is like, you're talking like ink pen. You have the scan lines in the background. You have this very beautiful, like this red that comes out. Listen, you know I'm a typography nerd. Holy fuck. This is something called a let me remember. It's like no, it's not a slab serif. It's, forget what it's called. This right here, sans serif. Serifs are little things, little marks at the bottom. They're great for legibility, but when you're talking about logo design, look at the way that you get this, like almost like a letter 7. This number 7 here.
I didn't even.
God, the way this reads is gorgeous. The way this reads is gorgeous. I'm like such a fan.
And dude, like,
And the
again,
way they use the baseline of this to create this really great space, like, oh my God. It is. Even here where we're talking about this like division where they cut this in half. Yeah, this right here, beautiful type, amazing way of like providing like this great, this is contrast done right. This is super white compared to the darkness that you get around it. Like, yeah.
And
hands
again,
down.
look at this one.
Gorgeous.
This is the Metal Gear Solid 3 cover too. Like, and the soundtrack as well. Like, this is the.
Yeah.
Where's copy?
Incredible.
Yeah, and this is the image. Look at this, dude. Chat, like, dude, what? Look at this. This is fucking peak, bro. Look at that image. It's beautiful. And again, same typography, but just has that style to it. It's just does it so well.
It's
that
so
shade,
good.
that I don't know what it's called. It's like almost like the inky type, like it's like inking, like how they drew
Yeah,
it.
it's inking, yeah.
But again,
Yep.
the typography is so different too. It's like a stamp almost. That's what it feels like.
Yeah.
They just
And
did
this,
it so well.
This negative space. So you get a lot of this implied motion here, these implied lines. So what we do sometimes in art is we add these sort of implied lines. And what that means is we're creating a sense of direction for the user or for the viewer to see,
yeah.
like, this is a leg, but we don't necessarily have to draw the leg. You get that this is the shape of a leg moving forward. Also right up here, you get a lot of these like implied lines, a lot of this negative space used to like create motion within the actual piece. You get this sense of like ground and space. Like, it's a really great poster. I love a good monochromatic. Girl, when you give me this, like, do not be afraid of white negative space. I'm telling you, it's okay. You don't need to add a bunch of shit to your designs to make
Yeah.
it look good. This right here, this lockup,
Yeah,
it's so good.
It is the definition of less is more. This is what less is more looks
Yeah,
like.
absolutely. So we're gonna give this bad boy
S tier.
an
100%.
S tier.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
This was an interesting submission.
What the fuck is
Okay.
that? That is creeping
on.
me out. Honestly, that's not bad actually. But that's bold. That's kind of bold. I'm not hating it. I'll be honest. I'm not fucking hating. Are the scratches like all this stuff part of it too, or is it just black?
I'm not sure if this is a part of like, if this is just like the actual like the scan. But
But
honestly,
I guess
this
the
is, like-
wear of it will like show more because like if it
yeah,
gets worn
exactly.
down. I
Yeah.
it's bold. I don't want to give it S tier, but at the same time, it's so bold in its choice. Like it looks good.
Yeah. This is a very like,
It's
I just love chat. This is negative space done beautifully. Okay. Like this is what I was saying before, that you don't need to add a lot of shit to your design for it to be impactful. This design is very straightforward.
I don't
you
even
have this like great, yeah.
I don't
the
even want to
gradient
call it.
effect on the text. Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
I don't even want to say because of the negative, like it's the direction, the black gate. What is the black
Yeah.
gate? This is
I
it.
don't know. I wanna
It's
know.
making you anxious. It's like, what the fuck is
Yeah.
this? This is creeping me the
Yeah.
fuck out. Like,
I love it.
yeah,
though.
it feels fatalistic. Exactly. It feels very, very. It gives you a sense of. It gives you an urge. Of like just I don't know, like something like creeping up on you. Yeah, no, yeah,
Yeah.
intentionality. Yeah, it was a very bold choice. I borderline want to put it to S. I don't know if I want to put it to S, but I might. I want to put it to S because I'm biased. I don't know if it deserves it, but I borderline want to do it. So I'm gonna give it.
I'm gonna go with. This is like A tier for me.
I'll be okay with
sure.
A. I think the Ultima
Yeah.
like font kind of ruins it a little bit, but
Ugh,
imagine the
Black
Ultima
Gate font
font
is
was
so
the
fucking
Black
good.
Gate font. Imagine all of that.
Oh god.
Then it would have been like
Yeah.
100% an S for me. It would
It's
have been
giving
almost.
me, you know what it's giving? It's giving me hair metal from the 80s. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
That
Yeah. Oh yeah. I
Ultima
do.
font is like 80s hair metal
You know what it gives me?
for sure.
It gives me alien, like aliens.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's yeah. Okay. Interesting. I like it.
Yeah.
I'll be honest.
It's-
This is so cool. What the hell? Yeah, I like that.
Or yeah.
Let's
this
put it
one
to A.
is
Let's
like-
put it to A. Let's put it to A. Let's not go too
Yeah.
deep into it.
Yeah, Ori was like, I know that it's a very interesting background, and I just want to hear what you guys think about it.
I really like
so
it.
I'm gonna bring up two posters here. Where's the other one? Who are you? Okay, the next one up we have is fuck, where is it? Ah, so yes, the job well did.
Okay.
So
Okay.
the next one I'm gonna bring up. So this is Majora's Mask. So we're looking at old school,
It looks like
old
shit.
school N64 versus the Nintendo 3DS remake.
Okay.
First of all, I understand where they were going. This is
I
like
hate
we're
it.
talking like this is. We'll bring up this one too, since we'll
Okay.
do a triple whammy at the same
We'll
time.
do a triple whammy. Yeah.
Yeah, so we have The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. This for me, S tier poster.
Yeah. This one's
I don't know
great.
if it's I don't know if it's like nostalgia bone talking, but this is just like it's there, right? Now when you talk about the Majora's Mask, nah, it ain't. it for me, dog. This Nintendo 64 one is like D tier.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. This one's D tier. I don't know. It's just a mess. Like, what the fuck's going on? Like, okay, because it's a mask and let's do some shit. Okay.
With the motion blur, so you have the same like Zelda font, iconic Zelda font, hands
Yeah.
down.
Yeah.
Um,
It's just the background
know,
that's ruining
even-
it.
yeah, the motion blur, but then you're like, you hit me with this,
Way
okay?
different. Yeah.
And I'm like, bro, come on. This right here is like A tier. That fucking moon still haunts me in my dreams and nightmares. Like,
Yeah, I
Dawn
never
of
played a
the
Zelda.
Final
I just
Day.
want to throw this out. So to anybody chat thinking that I'm going to be talking about like nostalgia, I'm not. Never played a Zelda game. So I'll say this: I don't want to put the original Zelda, not Ocarina of Time. I don't want to put Ocarina of Time on S tier. In fact, I might not even put it on A tier. I think it's B. I think it's solid. I think it's just a solid, like it's like boom, Zelda. What is it? I don't know, but it looks cool. That's it.
Okay.
But that second one that you showed, the new Majora's Mask, I think so. I'm gonna say A tier. The only thing that would make it S tier is because the font is so difficult. Like not the font, the title. But the thing is that I feel like the art itself carries it so well that the font isn't or the title isn't as important. So I will give this one an A tier. But then the old Majora's Mask, D tier. What the fuck is that? Like it's just
from a storytelling standpoint, I have to agree with you. This is definitely A tier. There's a lot going on, which for me stops it from becoming an S tier. I tend to not do very well with like maximalist design, even though it's like a lot of people love it. Maximalist is like you throw a bunch of shit and that shit has intention and it looks really great and you see that sort of like there's a lot of stuff going on, right? I tend to like a little more simplicity with my design. Don't hate me. But from a storytelling perspective, if we're looking at just specifically art, I see exactly everything that I'm going to potentially encounter in this game is on this poster.
Yeah.
You get this light in the dark, right? You get this like overworld and underworld, which is really cool.
Yeah.
You get Link and the potential, like all the other Links and his iterations back there. Really great from a storytelling perspective.
The contrast
hard
in the moon
to read.
with the... Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Hard to read a lot of this. This one is like F tier. Like they
Yes.
leveled it up. They leveled it up. Okay, 100% for the 3DS version. I could definitely see how this is like, what is it, C tier?
B.
Did we say?
I said B, but
B tier.
I'm okay with giving it C too.
Yeah, B tier from like a typographic standpoint. They kept it consistent throughout. But yeah, that's my take. A tier for this one. F tier for this one.
Yeah.
I hate that motion blur shit in the background.
It looks like shit. It just
And
looks like shit. I'm honestly giving C tier for this one too.
simplicity.
I want to give a C tier. It's not. But that's the thing.
Okay.
It's not that simple though. Like there's still stuff going on, but it doesn't really give
Yeah.
much else than that. It's just all right, sword and shield, and that's it.
Yeah. Okay. I can be convinced. I can be convinced to C tier now that I look at
Yeah, it just to me this doesn't interest me that much. It's like all right, I get it's like, but it's because again it doesn't feel that simple. It's just yeah, I'll do
We
that.
said, where's the other one? We have, where is it?
I forgot.
just saw it. I forgot. Okay, where are you? Where did you go? You were just here. There you are.
Okay,
Okay,
all right.
we're doing another combo pack.
Yep.
This is Left 4 Dead 2 and Left 4 Dead 4.
Sorry,
18
4.
hands down. 2.
That's one.
Left 4 just
That's
Left 4
one.
Dead,
I was like 4. Okay.
Left 4 Dead.
Okay.
Yeah,
I was
Left 4
like, when
Dead
is our
1
fourth
and
one?
2.
What was our third one?
There's
Okay.
a fourth one. It's coming out soon.
It's coming out soon. Huh? I'm maybe this is my bias. I kind of want to give it an S tier.
I am gonna have to agree with you. I've never played these games, as you know, chat. Me fumbling over what this is.
It's S tier because it conveys the thing of this is a zombie game. And
Yep.
like again, Left 4 Dead, 4 fingers, like yeah, that whole motif thing. And again, in itself, it kind of explains the direction of everything so well. And again, the whole 4 part, there's a number 4, there's 4. You're gonna be like, what the fuck is this 4 thing about? Oh, there's 4 people. Okay, cool. So then you're like, all right, that's interesting. Yeah, the 4 part can be a little bit confusing, but at the same time, when you like look into it, there's a 4 fingers, 4. Even then, it'll make you interested. It's like, what's with the motif of 4s all the time? The fuck is going on? Oh, there's 4 people. Got it. Right?
Yeah,
And then you're like, oh, there's
yep.
4 people in this place. Like, right? But it gets you interested. It looks very what's the word? It looks very contrasting in terms of like the Left 4 Dead. It's all in white, but everything else is dark. And again, the missing finger, you can tell it's a zombie game, and the hand, whatever. It just looks good. And the scratches, post-apocalyptic, just looks good in itself. I think it just looks good. Wraps everything all around together. And that was just it's just the same shit. It's consistent. Boom. Different colors, so you just tell what it is.
I'm curious to hear Loonbug's call out on the typography doesn't fit. Are you thinking because of this green background, or are you thinking with Are you thinking about this one in general? I think the red, because this is, you know, we're talking like color theory, the red works here for me, right? This is giving me like PP color yellow with like, you know, the
The
scratching.
Mexico, yeah, the Mexico filter.
Yeah. Yeah. You got like the scratching, you've got, you know, like I would have like dropped this a little bit here and not have this tension right here.
Yeah.
Definitely not have the tension here.
Yeah,
either.
it is a
I
little bit too
love
much on the
this-
cover. Yeah.
Yeah, I love this shape of like the two with this like iconic. It's very much the same, right?
Yeah.
Haven't really changed the hand that much. The reason I'm not a fan of the first one, yeah, of the game font is it's too bubbly for sure. I totally get what you're saying.
Too bubbly. What do
Yeah.
you mean by too bubbly? The text?
So it's usually the text is very like
Well, because
they did a better
yeah.
job here. They added more distressing here.
Okay, I see what you mean. It looks too. It
for
looks too
this one-
aligned. Yeah.
Yeah, for this one, it's like I also don't like this direct color theory. We're talking about green and red. Like,
Yeah, that's
ugh,
not the best.
I'm not a fan of this. I'm not a fan of this green. I would have picked something different. They definitely leveled up making this specific poster.
Yeah.
I totally get that this is a zombie game, despite the name Left 4 Dead, right? Very cheeky,
Okay.
like for
Well, the font itself is supposed to be like how like in post-apocalyptics they like draw out not draw out, they cut out on a cardboard of like a message and then they put it on a wall and they spray paint it. That's what it's supposed to look like.
Yeah. So if you're gonna do that, what you want to do is you want to add. So you can't necessarily for some of these letters, if you make a stencil of it,
A stencil, okay?
you're gonna have to add a part where you can, especially like letters with this little, I forget what it's called, like a D and A. You want to add a little line so that you can split it in half and you still get the shape. Because what happens is you're just gonna get a D, a solid D with no insides, right?
Good point. I didn't even
Yeah.
think of that.
Yeah. So
You
for
know what?
left
Okay.
makes sense. For
Okay.
4, you
Uh-huh.
could have done it here too. The A and the D's, you could have made it more of a stencil. I totally dig what you're saying, like making this more
Yeah,
of a
no, you're
stencil
right.
for like
Yeah.
that post-apocalyptic vibe. They did a really great job of adding the distressing. Distressing is when you add some of this like this artifacting, this crunchiness on the ends of your letters.
Yeah.
They also did that here around the outer rim of this poster. They do that same very typical, like you're adding vignetting to create a frame. You
Yeah.
have this like dark contrast here. I think they knew what they were doing here. They're like, okay, I get it. And then here they're like, okay, we're gonna level this up.
Okay.
A really great example of sort of like leveling up your design over time, but keeping the aesthetics relatively the same. In terms of where I'd give it, I would give Left 4 Dead 2 S tier.
I
The first one, it's like a B tier for me.
Yeah, you know what? I'll agree with that. I was gonna move both into A tier to be honest, but you know what? I can agree with that. I can agree with this.
I think if together they give you like an A tier.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, we can separate them out.
Yeah.
But interesting.
So
okay.
let's-
Yeah. Okay. I'll agree with that.
Yeah.
Then.
What did we say?
B tier.
Why go to schools when you can have jewels?
Why go to schools when you go to Jules? Oh, B tier. B tier.
Oh, B tier. Thank you.
Why go to Jules in school? All right. Next one.
Okay. Next one, we have Bayonetta.
Yep.
Girl, I just love this damn logo. It is, oh god, it's giving me Arcana. It's giving me camp. Like Bayonetta is like this moon, the flow, bitch. Oh, I'm maybe it's just because I'm gay as fuck. But this is giving me S tier.
I'm gonna
The
be honest.
slay.
As I look at the chat, I'm like, the homosexuals are coming out. God, and the lesbians.
The
All right.
homosexuals rise up.
Oh my god.
Rise
Yeah.
up.
Okay. Well, me, I don't have this freaking rose tinted glasses. I'm just looking at it from not. Oh my god. Even in a straight perspective, it actually works. Holy shit! Look at that ass. Jesus Christ.
I know.
Oh, yeah.
Bayonetta is
Okay.
an icon. Look at Bayo.
Yeah. No.
Look at her.
it's-
The
Yeah.
heel, like with this like flintlock. Oh my god.
Okay.
I'm done.
Okay. I'm gonna say
I'm done
this.
persuading.
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this one thing. y'all like to get stepped on, don't you? Like, because this is like directly aimed at people who like to be literally stepped on. Because what the fuck is this angle and like the fucking foot right about to like hit you with it? I'm just saying, there's a direction. Yes and what? Okay, just making it clear. Just wanted to ask. Just wanted to make sure. No, the gays just want to be her. Sure. I'll give it S. I think it's great. I think it's great. It like she also has she has such a clear silhouette too. That's so interesting. And the moon,
Yeah,
like the whole thing. Yeah, I really like it. The icon's really good. But I don't know.
I
There's
just
something.
love-
Is it the hair? Is that hair or is that the cape? What is that?
It's that's her hair.
Okay. I'll give it S. I'm not gonna deliberate. I'll give it S. It looks good. I think it appeals. It also like again shows like the typography and the font looks so great. The whole thing in the circle in the back, I don't know what that is. Looks amazing. And on top of that, the contrast of like the red with everything else looks fantastic. And on top of
That
that,
blue.
sex appeal is obviously like the stand front here. Some people want to get stepped on. Some people want to look like that. Some people, you know, like, we get it. We get it. Okay, like you don't have to hide it, chat. Y'all are gooners. Give it an S tier.
Let's give Mother a round of applause, Chad. Let's give
yeah.
Mother a round of applause.
Y'all, I know y'all. Yeah,
S
you guys.
for serving.
S for serving. You guys came for what you
No.
want. You're Guru 2 for a circuit. Yeah, it just, whatever.
Not. Not.
Bro,
Okay,
if,
next
okay,
up is-
okay,
is
we
Journey.
okay. Listen,
No.
if we don't give this S tier, I'm gonna be very pissed off right now.
Oh, I'm giving this S tier.
Thank
Like,
God. I don't even want to argue
girl.
this. It just, it.
I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, just.
I want to.
Oh, you want to talk about it?
yeah.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
I want to talk about it, but I don't want to talk about anything negative.
Yeah, no, that's true, dude. It does so. Dude, the art direction is beautiful. It does it so well.
Yeah.
Journey literally shows a person journeying somewhere. The emptiness because they're on a journey. Like it's good. It's good. It's good. The colors are good. It's all
gorgeous.
good. It's fantastic. Like it just and the
Yeah.
font is so nice and clean. And it's like the negative space they use it with the font. It's so fucking good.
It's so good.
I'm done.
It's just like this is so breathe people. This is so beautiful. Like this type, the way that this type is, you don't have a lot of tension. I talk about tension a lot, and tension is when you sort of bring an image to the corners, the edges of something. You sort of create this almost like this sense of anxiety, this sense of like unease.
Mhm.
But the way that they gave so much breadth to this type is so beautiful. Yeah,
Is it
it's
because
tense,
there's
right?
spacing in between the text?
There's also this really great spacing between the texts. Like
Okay.
whenever you
okay.
bring letters together and you bring them really tight, like just hold your hands real tight and you feel that tension, you feel that stress. A lot of
Yeah.
the times you see that in typography, you see that in photography, you see that in a lot of art where they bring a lot of tension and stress to the way things are. This is such a beautiful, like the flow of this too. You have this mountain, this person is looking forward, like, you know,
Yeah.
to me, I'm getting this sense of like this brighter day, brighter moment. Like, I don't know. It's just such a, I was gifted this game. I still need to play it. I've heard so many great things about this game and how revolutionary it is. I have always been a huge fan of the art and the art direction of Journey.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it, but just from like a design nerd perspective, like this is such a beautiful like light. Yeah, it's such a beautiful light design, and I'm just like,
Yeah.
oh, even the palette, like, come on.
It gives very like long road ahead vibes, which is what I love so much.
Yes.
I will say this.
Yes.
One thing pisses me off about this, it's the fucking TM logo. Why did we put that trademark logo in this design? I'm sorry. What? Who the fuck? What? Why did we have to do that? What's the point? Why did we need to do that? What's the legality? Can we just remove it? It looks shit. It kind of ruins everything. It pisses me off. That's the only thing that I got against it. But I don't feel like I feel like that's a legal thing now. It's for
Yeah,
legal
it's a
reasons,
legal
man.
thing.
Fuck you. Like,
Yeah.
sorry. I'm just stupid. It's stupid. I just
It's so-
remove it. Whatever.
It's gorgeous though. It's just such a gorgeous poster.
Yeah,
Like, it just
it's-
conveys so much.
This the emptiness too. Just S tier that shit. Okay, next
All
one
right,
is Ultra
next
Kill.
up, Ultra Kill.
That's
Chat
what the
knows
cover.
My,
Oh, I
my
thought this
feelings.
is soundtrack though. No, or is this actually the game? Like the game sections.
This is Act 2 of Ultra Kill.
Okay, so
Chat
it's not
already
the-
knows my feelings about a Catholic man with trauma.
Oh, Gabriel.
I love Gabriel.
He's funny. Oh my god.
So, from a symbolism standpoint, Jules, please. Okay, I'm toning it back. From a symbolism standpoint, girl, this is a stencil. This right here, you get the swords, but also that subtle like, I'm controlling myself. Okay. Oh God, I love Catholic trauma. Anyways, I'm getting like the iconography with the swords, but also the sort of cross shape. You have this like almost angelic, Angel Gabriel. You also have this like tortured angel wings in the background. Like, I just think from like a symbolism, you have a 2-color poster. I wouldn't have chosen orange. I'm also very impartial to orange. It's not one of my favorite colors, but
Okay.
I understand the imagery, right? I think it's beautiful. I think it works really well as just something you can slap on. This is gonna be A tier for me. I'm gonna have to agree.
I'll
This is
agree
definitely-
with A tier because it's also nice that like again because of the damaged wings. One, it's supposed to be like
Mhm.
he's getting cut down from like heaven and stuff like that. And on top of that, because he's he's holding the swords, he's using that hatred.
Mhm.
Like toward like it gives a lot of like sense of, it gives a lot of layered explanation. I feel not layered. It's not that layered, but I feel like it gives a lot of strength like interesting direction towards what it's trying to depict. But I will say as a cover art, I don't want to give it A tier. Actually, I'll give it B tier because it looks great, but I don't think it does the job to accomplish like actually like trying to be a cover art. It just looks like a nice piece of drawing that is about the game. It doesn't feel like it should be like a cover art for like a game. I would have not put that there, but I still think it looks great.
Honestly, I'm gonna have to agree with you. This looks like something you would see like on the cover of a record. This is like
That's what I thought. I was like, isn't this,
this-
a soundtrack?
yeah,
of the fucking thing?
yeah, no, and you know what? That's also a really great observation, right? So like there's a lot of times in design where you think about the way that something is put forward. This like 1 by 1, which is like the dimensions of this box are similar all the way around, 1 by 1. This is giving me
Yeah, it's a
like
square,
oh,
right?
this is something I see like a square. I see this in like this is something for like a cover of a record or
Yeah, vinyl record.
or
Yeah.
like a CD or something, right? Now, if you were to do something like a 2-3, which is 16 by 9,
A
you see a
poster,
lot
yeah.
of those like a poster art, right?
Yeah.
It would have translated more as like, okay, this is more of like a movie poster / game poster, which is
Yeah.
traditionally what you would want to do, right?
Yeah, which is
So
why
it's definitely so.
yeah. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
sorry.
You first.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, because it's not A sizing. I'm confused. I was like, is this supposed to be a game? Because it's square. Is this a soundtrack? Like, usually it's like a universal thing that we know now. But yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that's a very, very good observation. The way that you size things in your designs plays a really big part in terms of how someone is going to perceive that specific piece, especially if it's a very recognizable like sort of design dimension, right? Poster style, record style. This is a sticker. This is
Okay, I
whatever. It
found
plays a
out
really
that.
huge part.
Okay, I found out that is the soundtrack poster. Actually, the cover of the.
That
of
is the soundtrack.
It's the
Okay,
cover.
So
Okay, I just googled it. I was like, yeah, no, that's the. Yeah,
right,
here,
all right.
let me get you the actual poster because I was like, I don't
Okay.
think that's it though. But here, hold on.
All
Okay,
right,
it
let
was
me-
this
let me
one.
see, let
Okay,
me
hold
see.
on. It's an actual poster. That's the funny part. Hold on. The poster of the
Okay, but
game
I'm
is the
giving-
actual poster.
All right, so I'm gonna give this a B, just because.
Okay, the image
But
looks
let me see.
hold on, the image
me
looks
see
like
what-
shit, but well, I mean not like shit. Sorry, there's a quality looks like shit. Hold on. Here, it's this one.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm sorry. I was like itching. I'm like, is it? Is it? I don't. Okay. Yeah. Here, take a look at that.
All right, let's do that.
It looks like a movie poster. That's how they designed it. They designed it like a movie poster.
Like a movie poster.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we could just like talk about it and then put the soundtrack one as as that one.
Yeah. There we go.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, this is Robot Brethren, hands down. That's, I mean,
robots stand up.
robots in chat stand up.
Robots in chat stand up.
This is really nice.
I
love this. Like, it very reminiscent to the what was that game? Oh my god, help! The first game, Grand Theft Auto.
Oh, okay.
That posterization. The poster eyes, like very chunky brush strokes.
Yeah.
I love that. I love it.
Here's the thing. I just don't think it's doing, like, it's a great poster.
Mm.
But that's the thing, right? They're trying to aim for that, like, hey, this is like an 80s poster thing where it doesn't tell you much about the game.
Yeah.
Which is like, I like
Yeah.
that. I like that. It's great. So, I was gonna put it to B tier, but I'm gonna put it to A tier. It's just that, like, I feel like could have done better with the whole, like, violence aspect of it, because the game is very violent as well, right? But at
Yeah.
the same time, I feel like it still does enough of a job, like, to do what it is trying to communicate. That's why. So I like, and again, the top left, mankind is dead. The whole thing. I think that's pretty cool. So yeah, so you kind of like feel like, okay, well, this kind of looks interesting. It's like you're like this robot. It's going to hell, and we have, like, there's gonna be a lot of blood, right? So I'll give it an A tier. I like it. But it's like a low
I
A
like
tier.
this poster. It's not a part of our deal. We're gonna have to like speed it up because I want to make sure that we have a little bit of an intermission for chat, because we're moving right on to a to a presentation after this.
No, you're
All
good.
right, so the next one is Ori and the Blind Forest.
I want to give it S tier, but I feel like I'm being. I feel like I'm a little clouded because I love the art.
Ugh, no, that's
Because
S
it's
tier for
pretty,
sure.
man. It's a pretty fucking
It's so
art.
nice, man. I
Like-
mean, that's the whole point, right? Like,
Yeah.
does it
Can I
captivate?
give it S? I want to give it S, man.
Yeah, let's give it
Yeah.
S.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. I really like it. I really like the typography and everything.
Let's see. I have 2 Alien games. We're gonna do these back to back. Let me get
You
the
got
other one. So we have Alien Isolation for the first one, and then we have Alien
Fire Team Elite. Okay. Okay. Isolation, I think, deserves an S tier. It just conveys
absolutely.
something so well. The reflection,
Look at
the
that.
panic. Yeah, like the reflection of the visor. Again, all blacks, all black in the back.
Yeah.
So it's like a dark, like it get like, right, the word isolation really gets like stuck here. I think it does something so
yeah.
well. The font, of course, spaced out to give that like creepy feeling of like for more space, like emptiness a little bit. It does everything super well, conveys something. And again, what the fuck is this like monster thing? Oh, it's a xenomorph, right? That I think does fantastic.
Yeah. I think for Alien Fire Teams, I'm gonna give this an A tier. This is for me personally, this is giving me love letter to Doom, like 100%. You have the xenomorphs sort of coming in, swarming. You have this big, xenomorph head. This, old school Doom poster with a bunch of like the fucking demons everywhere. To me, this is a love letter to Doom. Very much taking like, I'm gonna say this is like an A tier. It's a nice poster. They're using like the very traditional like Aliens font. The typography on like Fire Teams is, it's fine. It does what it needs to do. It conveys what the game is about, which I think is a beautiful job of both games. You have this game that's gonna be high octane, a lot of shooting, a lot of swarms. You have a game where there's gonna be a shit ton of tension. This is beautiful. Like, this is a beautiful way of like making sure your subject matter in your design sort of conveys what your game is going to be about. Isolation,
that's why,
scary. I'm fucked.
but I'll be honest. I'm a little. Oh god, I just gotta freaking hold on. Holy
The
shit.
Doctor of
Graham,
Poop,
thank you for the 7
that's
months.
who I
Jesus
am.
Christ, sorry.
7 months, baby.
Woo. Okay, so I'll say this is that this is a little bit of my bias, but and again, maybe I'm just being a little bit of a nerd, but do Xenomorphs really like are they that weak and you just kill a bunch of them in the game? Because last time I checked, they're supposed to fuck you up real fast, real hard. So I feel like this cover is doing a complete disservice to it. So
Which one? This one?
yeah. Oh
Isolation?
no, not that one. That one. The other one. The Fireteam
The other
Elite
one?
one. Yeah. I don't feel like that one's being accurate. Like I don't know. Like, are you just killing a bunch of Xenomorphs? Because irrelevant to the discussion. Okay, that's why I'm trying to be like, I'm not trying to be biased here. But fuck, man, a little bit inside me goes like, this is stupid. But not even game design. No, not even game mechanics. It's more about the story itself. Nobody can kill a Xenomorph properly. It takes like a lot of effort. So to me, it's like, okay, why are we? All right, whatever, right? So
I mean, I feel like if they were like, you know, young Xenomorphs, like not fully. Anyways, before we get on to
I feel like we're gonna get to it. I'll give it an 8. It's a good poster. It's a good poster. I'm just trying to really hold back my nerdiness because it feels a little dumb. It feels a little stupid, but whatever. I'll give it an 8 just for the design itself.
Okay, all right. We got it on track. Time.
What is
W.
that?
Sorry, we're closed. S tier. I love this.
What
poster.
the fuck? Yeah, no, I'll give it S tier. We're getting a lot of S tiers though. It's really good though.
I feel like we're going into S tier territory here.
Too much. Yeah. Elden Ring. I hate the
Elden Ring.
Yeah, another S tier. Not arguing this.
Yeah.
Yeah, not arguing this.
This one is the.
Yeah.
Okay, old school, old Black Ops 2 and Black Ops.
Okay. I'll give Black Ops 1 S tier. I want to give Black Ops 2 B tier. I don't think Black Ops 2 has that good of a like. I get it, Black Ops are trying to do the same thing, but again, if you look at Black Ops 1, again, it gives that whole thing about it, and like there's like some grittiness, and it's all Black Ops, right? It gives like a very, like, how do I say it? It's like for Vietnam level, like kind of like shit in terms of the coloring.
The grunge.
The grunge.
Yeah,
But if you look at Black Ops 2, like the font is like, all right, you just got this giant ass font. All right, cool, that's fine. But then what's everything else? It's just a dude. There's not really much else to it other than like, again, it's supposed to be like mysterious, but like a little too mysterious here. It's just a dude. Like, like this one like adds like the grunginess or some shit that they're hiding, you know?
Yeah. I do like the Black Ops traditional, right? It does give it that very old, like nostalgic grunge to it. Very interesting that we both picked 2 different Black Ops posters. I picked Black Ops 2, you picked Black Ops 1. What's very interesting is that the development cycle for Call of Duty is one studio does a game every other year.
Oh yeah.
So like Treyarch does one. So you can tell like the sort of the similarities in their like design patterns based on like what game, who's doing what, right?
Yeah.
This studio is doing this Black Ops, and this studio is doing Modern Warfare, and this whatever.
Yeah.
A very interesting like it's a very interesting call out here. I personally
Oh wait, hold
like
on.
the
Can you
Black
go
Ops
Black Ops 2? I don't like the font either. What the fuck is that? It's supposed to be a futuristic. What are we doing here? Okay, what are we doing here? No, I hate that.
I liked this Black Ops 2 font. I'm not a fan of the way they did
yeah,
the Call of Duty
I don't like the top
Black
one.
Ops.
Yeah, it looks like I get what they're trying to do.
It doesn't like this one. Amazing. I don't mind the little spotlight or whatever.
But it doesn't convey anything.
like
it's not like it does. It's just a dude in the black, like in a black light with a little spotlight.
I mean, it's all
okay.
just dudes with guns.
But this one's more grungy. There's like more to it. There's like, what does this grunginess mean?
I do, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
the
a
other
fan
one's
of
not
the grunge.
grungy. The one's not futuristic. It's just a dude in a freaking like black like light. Yeah,
I'm gonna give Black Ops
yeah.
2.
Yeah, B tier. That.
I'm gonna give A tier for Black Ops 1.
Really, not S tier? Okay, all right. Okay, fine. I'll accept A tier.
Yeah.
No, you're right. A tier. You're right.
Yeah,
You're right.
Yeah. What is this, Catherine?
Catherine full body. Yeah. Okay, I forgot about this.
Is this a Gooner game?
Yeah. yeah, a little bit. Yeah, not a little bit. It is. It's a Gooner game.
I fuck with this. I fuck with this. I love this style. It's really good.
Can I give it S tier just because it has huge tits? Can I just do that?
I mean, you can give huge tits S tier.
Yeah, okay, we'll give it S tier.
I think it's really
nice
pretty.
tits.
I think it's
good
pretty.
rack. Solid 10 out of 10. Give it an S tier.
I just love that very like design aesthetic. Like it's so good.
It's good.
This
Like look,
looks
like there's
very,
even a little
designed.
lingerie going under the fucking tits. Like you know what they're doing. You know what they're doing. Look at the
lingerie.
little finger on the lips. She's ready to fuck you, man. Yeah, S tier. You know what
Yeah.
you're getting from this game. You know what you're getting. Moving on. No Man's Sky.
I'm gonna give No Man's Sky C tier. There's a lot going on.
I'm on B tier. There's a lot going on. They need to. Yeah, I think that's it. The font is good, but there's
The font is so good.
But that, like everything else, and the coloring is amazing. But, and again, it conveys something really well. But yeah. You know what? C tier. It's just,
Yeah.
there's nothing
We're-
iconic.
This is the lightning round, chat. We're going fucking
Yeah.
fast.
All right, Dark
Alright, so
Souls.
we have
Dark Souls 1 and 2, 1 and 3. Okay, so
1 and 3. Hold on, let me make sure if we don't have any other Dark Souls.
Dark Souls. Oh, we have 2 Dark Souls 3s. Okay, whatever.
Oh, do we? Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. Okay, so I want to give this S tier because it conveys such a strong art direction of what can possibly happen. You get the theme of it, you get the darkness of it. It just feels good. Well, okay, sorry, Dark Souls 3. Let me look at 1.
No, 1.
There's too much going on. I want to give it like a B tier because I like it, but I feel like if I looked at it in a more objective way, I like to give. I kind of want to give it B tier because there's a little bit too much going on, and the silhouette feels like it's good, but like the
Yeah,
silhouette of the
It
character,
gets lost.
yeah, it gets lost. It's too noisy. It's too noisy.
Yeah.
But Dark
yeah.
Souls 3 though, quality
Dark Souls
shit,
3 S tier.
quality shit.
Listen,
Yeah.
You want to give it A tier? I'm giving Dark Souls 3 S tier.
Oh no, I'll give you no Dark Souls 3 S tier.
S tier? Like,
Yeah.
look at this. I don't know if it's just night bias, but like,
maybe it's a little bit of bias.
It could be night bias. Whatever. We have the PP yellow background, still really like whatever iconic yellow, but they've really cemented the logo, right?
Yeah. And again, it still has
They've
that
really
like,
cemented the
and it
logo.
has that like despair, like feel like again, it has that feeling of
Yes.
like it's
Yes.
more like loss. I don't feel like the game has much about loss. It's more of despair, but it still feels like
Despair,
that. I think it's great. The fire is also really interesting. I feel like it
Yeah.
conveys something really well. Dark Souls 1 though, I'm gonna give it like C. Honestly, I'll give it a C. I want to give it B
I'm
though.
gonna give Dark Souls. I'm gonna give it a C.
Okay,
don't
let's give it a
really
C.
like-
All right.
It because the silhouette of the main character gets very much lost. It doesn't, and it's like it's not very balanced for me. So I'm gonna give it a C.
Yeah.
Dark
Okay.
Souls,
all right.
Dark Souls 3 S tier,
Okay.
C tier. Dead Space, it's S tier.
Yeah, it just does everything so well. It's that what
yeah.
the fuck just happened feeling. It's like it's actually just like the strong feeling of
Ugh.
oh, there's
Yeah.
death like in here and it's in space, the emptiness, like but again,
Yep.
it's the brutality of just the fact that there's a hand cut off in the poster.
Yep.
Like it is trying to tell you this is going to be a fucked up game because of this, which I think is
Yep.
done so well, and the fact for its time it's such a bold direction. I want to give it an S tier.
I give this an S tier for sure for that bleak, that like destruction, you know, the same sort of like the sense of like, you know, oh my gosh, hello words we're not working right now. But anyways, yeah, this is so iconic too.
Yeah.
You can literally look at this man's hand or woman or anyone's hand, remove the type at the top, and you automatically know what game this is.
Yep.
100%. They locked it in. Such
Yeah,
a
and like
great,
and if you never played the game, you're gonna see this, you're gonna be like, all right, this is some fucked up
Mhm.
shit, and then you
This
know
is some fucked
adjust
up shit.
accordingly.
all right, so we have
Can we just
we're
okay?
zooming.
Can
We're
we
zooming.
just give Doom S tier? Like, listen,
yeah,
can we
let's
just
S
like
tier.
I don't want to argue that. That's just good. All right, next one. I'm not even arguing.
we
Doom.
have
Chat. We know Doom is good.
Remnant 2.
I remember looking at this cover art and I want to really like it, but there's just some things about it that are like for example, the bottom part, the very bottom part. What was the design choice of let's just add a bunch of rocks here and that's it? The fuck was that about?
I don't know.
Right,
they
it's
could
too
have
much.
really dropped that.
Yeah, like zoom. Like honestly, if this like just like literally just crop
Zoom in.
out. Like no, yeah, literally just zoom in. Just crop out. Like I'm not kidding. Just take like 25% of every side, like just literally zoom it in down the center, and it's already automatically better. It's like too much. It's like it's like, yo, photographer, just a little bit of a zoom in, please. All right, good.
I love how they locked in this logo. This compared to the first Remnant game, like so amazing. I'm giving this one like A/B in my opinion. I definitely agree they did way too much like just noise in the bottom. Like
around too. Look at the like. There's this empty space around. I get they're trying to make it like a little emptier, but then why is the girl, or the whatever her name, like whoever she is, why is she like not taking a part of the whole freaking thing? You could have just zoomed in again. Like all this random nonsense empty space at the very top of the cover, the left and right. Again, it's just the edges of the cover are like super, like they're superfluous.
Yeah.
It's
I think this is like it's a B tier.
I'm leaning towards C almost, but yeah, I'll give it B. Just because it looks cool. Oh my god, how did we not bring in Castlevania into this?
I don't know.
Castlevania is sick. Oh my god, I forgot about that. Okay, what is this? Final Fantasy Dirge of Cerberus. I don't know.
I don't know this game.
Well, I don't know this game either. I don't... I mean, it looks cool in terms of stylization, but...
I'll give it a B or a C.
I'm gonna give it a C. It just doesn't feel like it's doing anything except for there's a dude. Like, okay, cool, that's it. And then there's like literally nothing else going for it. And then the very, very long, scary cape. Okay, he's like evil or some shit. We don't know. I don't. It's not landing for me. But I will say, just because of that, because I don't know if Castlevania is in here. I don't think it is, bro.
No.
Just briefly showed Castlevania. That's S tier. Like, just briefly show it. Like Castlevania, it's not in there. I think it's on the list. Like the Castlevania cover art is so beautiful. It's perfection.
I'll have to find it.
Yeah, here I'll find it for you. Well, keep going.
Yeah. All right, so we're gonna go with Final Fantasy VII.
Okay, I'm gonna keep it real with you. I don't like that cover. I don't like it.
Compared to where they just did the meteor.
Just put the font.
The
just put that top right. Make it the whole cover.
Font.
Just put the whole fucking thing as a cover. Yeah.
Yeah. For the nostalgia girlies out there, I get it, you know. But this right here, this is all they needed to do, because this is all they were doing for their Game Boy and like a lot of their other games. I'm not sure why they went with this, like, you know, cloud looking weird over this, like, I don't know what the fuck this is. I'm gonna give that a D tier.
I'm almost at F tier. Like, it's just because the freaking like title of it is saving it.
Yeah, I think that's why it's D tier, because it's like the title is saving it.
Okay, I sent you Castlevania. I beg of you, just show that one. This is S plus tier. This is like S plus fucking tier. That's how good. Yeah. Like chat. Look at that shit. Oh my god. Holy fuck, bro. How did you do that?
Yeah.
Like they dude, they were like this, like cooking is the last is like there's way more than cooking. This is like the best cover art I've ever seen, and I never played Castlevania.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Hydrate.
There's like, I think they did. Oh yeah, we should be hydrating. Everyone take a sip. All right. We gotta be quick. Lightning round. Okay, Gears of War 2. B?
I'm gonna give it A. I like it because here's the thing. It's not, and I'm telling you, it's not because of my nostalgia. I like it because it depicts something real. No, you know what? The more I look at it, it's kind of B tier actually. Yeah, because again, it's the hand with like the what's it called, it's like the dog tags, him holding the dog tags, all this shit, the like his facial expression of like this is something grim, and all of these like things. They are actually going to fucking war. Like it's
giving Tomb Raider Underworld.
It does a little bit, but like I feel like it does it a little bit better just because the font doesn't mix with it, and like the character has a way better silhouette than mixing into everything, and it has and like I think it does it better. Like I think it does it better. I want to give it B tier.
They should have just had the boobs out. would've
everything
been
is solvable
A
with just having their tits out. Like look at Catherine, right? I'll give it
Come
B.
on, man.
I'll
Just
accept
lose
B. I'll accept B.
tier. B tier.
Yeah.
B tier. Okay.
It's not A
This
tier, yeah.
one is
Oh, okay.
I think I used to pronounce it chicory. I love this cover.
This is a sick cover. I like it a lot.
I think it's so pretty. It's just like this very like drawn, like it gives me this like mystical vibe to it. This like I don't know. I just love the color choices in this cover too, and like
It gives me
I don't know, this
Rayman
is a
vibes, like the painting one, the paint Rayman.
Yeah,
you guys know what I'm
yeah,
talking about?
mhm.
I kind of like it.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I'll give it A. I don't want to give it S.
This is
because-
A. This
yeah,
is A. for
yeah,
sure.
it's A. It's A. All right, what's the next one?
Okay,
Bramble.
next one is Bramble. This is A for sure. I love
I'm giving it B.
this. You gonna give it a B?
I think the font is fantastic.
Fair.
I think the lady with the silhouette is very, very good. But the kids are like, it's like they just threw
Mhm.
them somewhere and like fuck it. We forgot about the kids. Just put them in there somewhere. Right? They're in front of the font.
wonder-
It's like what the fuck.
I wonder if we would have gotten because like look at these hands over here. You see the hands for the
Yeah, oh,
trees?
now I did. I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, you see that hands in the trees?
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
think had they gotten rid of the children in the bottom,
Then it would have
kept
been. Then I would have
Bramble,
agreed
the
with
Mountain
you.
King.
Yeah.
It would have been. This would have been an S tier cover because this is giving me some fucking grim fairy tale, like some scary shit.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. Again, the kids just like lopsidedly
The
thrown.
kids-
It's bad.
yeah, the kids are not. I'm not a fan of the kids, but I'm all for this top part.
Yeah,
Hands, like you're like, are these hands or are these the trees? Like, what the fuck?
I like the girl's
What does this
silhouette. I
mean?
like her silhouette.
the
It's
silhouette
so well
is
done.
sick.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is
Over the
really
garden
dope.
vibes,
What are
yeah.
what are we giving this? What was it? B or A?
I want to give it no B for sure at least. No way it's an A.
B for sure.
Like at
B for
least
sure.
like
Alright,
I almost
Halo-
a C. Okay, listen.
Halo
Okay,
Reach.
here we go. Okay, listen. Okay. Oh well, that's not the full cover, but fuck it. It's because the Halo Reach is supposed to be at the very top. Yeah, if you get the other cover, like it's like more on top of it because this one doesn't look that great. I'll be honest, but the original cover of like Halo Reach, I think, is so iconic because of
Mhm.
it does everything. Actually, no, I'm not gonna say S. It's A tier because it does things a little bit too safe sometimes. But
Mhm.
but again, it does it really well as well. It just does it. Here's the cover. It just
Thank
looks like the space, the kind of like the futurism. It just looks cool, and there's like 5 iconic characters, and I feel like they're placed in such a well way. Like there's something about it. You're kind of getting what you get, but at the same time, the only thing that I don't want to give an S tier on is because it doesn't solidify like some sort of like what is it about, what's going on, but everything
Yeah.
else does so well. And again, the iconic text, it's so clean, it's beautiful. I'll give it 8.
The text, the text for me is definitely the seller. I love this like ominous background with the you have this like mountain view.
Yeah.
You've got the light sort of creating this like
I'm sorry.
reminder on
Hold
the
on.
characters.
Hold
like,
on.
it's-
Hold on. Yeah. Valence, did you just say the boring Halo game? I probably annoyed people. Yeah, you fucking did. Excuse me? You're lucky you're not on my
I've
stream. I
never
fucking
played-
ban you on the spot. I swear to
I've
God.
never played a Halo.
No, it's
game
okay. It's
before.
okay. Sorry. That's just that comment. Valence, I'm after you. Holy fuck. Holy shit. I'm. oh
Simply-
my God. I'm after you, dude.
But
Okay, moving on.
I've only played Destiny,
Ah.
and that's one of my all-time favorite games. Where did we leave this at?
I'm
I'm gonna give
A
it.
tier.
It's like a B tier. It's like a
I'll
B
be okay with B. You know what? I think B is fair. I think B is fair.
tier. The girls are funny. All right. I got
Rain World.
2 for
Where's Saren?
Rain World.
Where's Saren? Bro, Rain World deserves I think it deserves an S tier.
Dude, this one in particular is S tier for me.
Yeah, it's
Hands
that
down.
one specifically. I never saw the other one.
that
but-
one.
Yeah.
This one.
But I like that one a lot though. I just don't like how like the font kind of gets in the way with the rain, but it looks I kind of like it more almost. Just the font is like
you
a
could
little
have.
bit. Yeah.
You could have put the font. So you see this like dark spot right here.
Yeah.
You could have moved the font right here.
I
Made it a little
guess,
bit
but I kind of
smaller.
like it there
Yeah,
too. It just needs
'Cause
to.
you-
Yeah.
because this is your focal point, is the slug cat.
Yeah.
You have this. It's just such a beautiful poster, right? Move that font over. We have
Yeah.
ads in 3 minutes. On my side. Move that font over, baby, beautiful.
Yeah.
This one, I'm clapping. The font is nestled so beautifully. The
Yeah.
balance is so well. I love this fucking. This is my favorite color, by the way. This turquoise color. Oh my god. Seeing this so much, I'm like, delicious. But yeah, just this color balance is so good.
I love the
I'm a
contrast.
shocker. God damn you, Sin.
You know, I'll agree with S tier. I'm a little bit leaning towards A tier because I like the other one more, but
You like this one more, or this other one?
I just hate the fact that the text itself is like a little bit like misplaced.
That's why this is A tier. It's A
Yeah.
tier because of the text for me.
But it looks like it, but it has such a stronger art direction.
Sim, it's final.
It directs it so well that this is the rain world, not hey, I'm fighting a lizard. Like I feel like it should be
Yeah.
flipped at that point. Oh, here we go.
All right.
Okay, here we go.
Super Mario 3.
Okay.
All right, for all
like,
my old people in chat.
okay, I'm
Ri-
okay.
Rise up, but be careful.
I
All my old folks in chat, rise up, be careful with your knees and your back, okay? Remember, lift with your knees, not your back.
okay. People are gonna hate me for this. I think it's a C tier.
Okay, fair.
I like it. It doesn't depict anything special other than. I mean, no, okay, no, not S, not C, not C. B tier. B tier is fair.
Okay.
B tier is good.
tier.
I think like B tier is better because it has a very like stylistic, very like it's very unique. But other
Okay.
than that, it's just a like what is it showing? It's just hi, I'm Mario. I have a fucking tail. You know who Mario is? No? All right, it's a dude with a tail. Okay, furry. Like what? That's it. That's all we got. And Super Mario Bros. It looks like a cereal box. Thank you. Like it looks good, but it doesn't depict anything like clear. It's like all right, it's clean. Yeah, but it doesn't. But again, you can be clean about it. But if you're adding more stuff to it, the things that you add onto it, in my personal opinion, need to have like a direction, right? At that point, it's not really directing you to anywhere or giving you any more explanation other than hey, here's the main character and that's it.
All right, so I'm going to go predominantly on design and flow, right? This is the way you do like icon, right?
Yeah.
This poster, you could literally take away all of the extra shit in this poster. You could take away Super Mario Bros. 3, the biggest like all of this stuff. You literally have this little Italian man with a fucking raccoon tail flying, and you're like, that is Super Mario. I know what I'm getting.
I mean, that I'll
I'm
give it an
giving-
S tier if it was just that. But like
From
what?
graphic design,
Mhm.
from graphic design, I'm giving it an S tier.
Yeah.
From graphic design.
No, okay, look. I think it's S tier in terms of like that kind of stuff, but again, in terms of like being an actual game cover, it's like dick riding almost. It feels masturbatory. The biggest, most exciting Mario Bros. Yeah, who the fuck is Mario? Like I don't like if I didn't know who the fuck Mario is, it's like okay, who's that? I don't know. What is this shit? Official, like what is this stamp? What is this? What is that? The only thing you need, maybe, is the bottom left where it says Nintendo Entertainment System. That's it. What is this? What is this? Like, what is it? Like, what the fuck? What's the rest of it? You're just trying to, like, you're trying to just be like, all right, guys, let's just make sure all the Mario people just buy this game too. You're not marketing it to, like, anybody else except for the fucking people with Mario. That's it. But that's not what's supposed to be
I know.
for. It's supposed to be for everybody.
I know.
I don't care. I'm
we're
gonna
gonna
be here. I don't give a fuck. Like, it's just a fucking Italian guy with a fucking tail. I don't care. It's an Italian furry.
You're supposed to be quiet, ma'am. I'm giving this an A tier.
Fine.
From a design perspective.
Fine.
it's
I won't
getting
like
an
it, but
S.
fine.
All right, so we have a few to go. We're just
Okay,
gonna move them
RDR2
on.
has. Okay, I'm
Red
not even
Dead-
arguing
Red-
that. S tier.
S tier,
no,
Red Dead
we're
Redemption.
not doing that.
Near S tier.
Hold on, wait. Let me see.
I
No,
love
no,
that
no. Hold.
poster.
No. Come back. Wait. Let me see that. No.
We gotta hurry up.
Okay,
up.
fine.
Speed
Speed run. Okay, fine. I'll give it an S tier. Fine.
Look at how gorgeous this is. Fuck, S tier. I gotta walk the dog. So
You gotta walk the dog. Oh my god.
I do. before my prezo with Tui. Okay, Pokemon Red.
A tier.
C.
What? What? How the fuck? Okay. No. We can't do this. You can't just give fucking Mario S tier, but then give this fucking the C tier. What the fuck? This backwards bullshit. Look how iconic it looks.
Go fuck yourself.
Fuck yourself. That's no. We're not doing that, bro. Look, it's like Pokemon, the iconic thing. Gotta catch them all, and then it shows like an icon, dude. Like not an icon. It shows like a cool ass dragon with a fire tail. Like it depicts everything.
Charizard.
Yeah, but that's like. But dude, what if you don't know what Charizard is?
Listen, he has been my starter forever, but this is not my favorite.
But it's not even about being a
game.
starter. It's not about that. It's like you don't know what Pokemon is. Who the fuck is this dragon thing? Oh, I can
I'm
capture
not
it.
biased.
It's
Every time they say Charizard's overrated, like whatever. Trap Queen kills, okay?
But it's not about that. It's about like, it's a cover. You go to a shelf, right? You go to a store. You go to a store. You see
so
a
you
fucking
said what? S tier? You said
A
S tier.
tier. I give it A tier.
A tier. I gave it C tier. We'll give it a B tier.
No, Oh my fucking god. We're giving Mario
It's right in the middle.
Pokemon. Oh my fucking god. I can't believe this. I'm stressing out. Fuck me, dude. Oh my god.
I have to hurry.
You're gonna hear with shitty
Kingdom
opinions.
Hearts.
Oh, I fucking can't believe this. Oh my god. I'm gonna pull 2E and I sort of fucking god. I don't give a fuck. Kingdom Hearts. Oh my god. Okay.
As an A for me.
It's an A. It's good. It's good. That's
Okay,
a lot of
we
destinies.
have
That's a lot of destinies. We gotta
The
choose
final
one.
shape. The final shape. That's gonna be
No, B tier.
That's D tier.
Okay, that's
Did you
fair.
say D?
I want it to be nice. You know what? I'm okay with D. Yeah. Okay. Which queen?
I'm giving
That's
A
more.
tier.
Yeah. Okay. That was A tier.
Yeah.
That one's good. That one's good. Okay.
Yeah. Which queen? A tier. Oh
Yeah.
my god, look you guys, we're going so fast. We're going
Holy
so
fuck.
fast. I
Holy
don't remember which one this is.
What the fuck is that? What is
don't-
happening here?
I don't know.
What is that?
it got crunchy.
Well, yeah, but
It
now
got
you're crunchy. What
crunchy.
the fuck are we looking at? Even like there's like so much shit. There's like two people on the right, then some shit on the top left, some shit in the middle.
know, man.
I think there's a
I'm
title,
giving it a
some
B.
birds on the bottom left.
It's
The fuck is
pretty.
going on? Yeah, it's pretty, but it's not a no. Fuck you. What is this? D tier, bro. What the fuck is going on?
Arknights. Arknights.
That's Arknights. F tier. F tier.
Absolutely not.
F tier.
Absolutely not.
F tier.
I'm giving it C. I'm giving it
Can we
C.
agree on D then? Midway. No, we can't just midway D then. We
Okay,
can't.
a
You
D,
can't. Fuck
fine,
you.
Fine. Okay. What is this game?
Mo-
Need for Speed?
Most Wanted. Bro, come on. It does say, come on.
I don't know how to drive a car. We don't have cars
the
in
fuck?
space. I'm gonna get.
That's not what it's about.
Is that what this is?
Bro.
Are you Earthlings driving cars?
Oh my god. Okay, look, it's a car. It's a sick looking car to people that know, and the ones that don't know. It's just a cool looking car. The reflection of it, a bunch of police. Need for Speed Most Wanted. Most Wanted. Beautiful stylistic choices. Beautifully encapsulated, like it covers everything up. I think it's a fucking A tier. I'm holding back on S because I'm trying to keep my nostalgia out of it. This is a definite A tier.
I'm gonna give it a B tier because I am a fan for the typography. I'm a fan for the type. I'm
Something
not
fell.
really a fan
Something-
about cars. I don't know how to drive a car, so I don't know the.
It's not about the cars. It's just the fact that there is a car and you're driving away and there's cops like on the reflection. It just does the direction so well.
Circuit's gonna have a stroke. Take a sip, honey. Take a sip.
I'm
It's okay.
out of fucking water.
We'll be okay. What did we say?
A
You said
tier.
A tier.
A
I
tier.
said B tier.
No, yeah.
I'll give you A tier.
Thank you. Holy fuck. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
I love this one.
I love it.
This is an A tier for me.
Yeah, I want to put it A tier. I think it looks great. And it just looks so
I think
stylized.
it's awesome.
It's beautiful.
I
yeah.
just love it.
Just
yeah.
the jets.
The type is so good.
Yeah, it's the type art. And the original Jet Set Radio looks even better with the art. That one's S tier.
Okay, next up is Outlast. I'm gonna go with S tier for Outlast.
C.
See? Okay.
I'm sorry. Listen.
That's okay.
Listen, I'm sorry.
I get it.
Look at that stupid ass face. That is like, what is that?
I don't wanna acknowledge the face. I'm
No, what
looking
do you
at
mean?
this
It's
while
part of the
people hear.
cover. Look, the font is fantastic. The theme is fantastic. But what is that face? That I'm sorry. I'm gonna piss myself laughing if I see that in the
I'm
fucking
coming
store.
for you.
Look
I'm
at I'm,
coming for
I'm
you.
coming for what? What are you gonna do? Fucking eat my ass, dude? What are you
I'm
doing? What is
coming
that?
for you.
It's
I'm coming
creepy.
for
It's
your
not.
edges.
Yeah, but I just find it funny. I look at it. I'm like,
Okay,
this is
okay.
funny. I know.
I
What?
feel
Fine.
you. I
I'll
feel
put.
you.
I'll
It kind
put.
of
I'll
looks
put the
kind of
beat.
okay.
I'll put
Okay,
the
I
beat.
get you. It goes a little corny. It goes a little corny.
It's too corny.
I'm giving it. Okay, I'm gonna give it. I'll give it a B because it's corny. I'm giving it S because that typography slaps.
Yeah, the typography is fantastic, but just the rest.
I love the type.
Yeah,
but it's a little corny. So
Oh yeah, B tier. We'll do B tier. Manhunt.
Manhunt.
Okay, that one's
S
got.
tier.
Okay, see, that's better. S tier. See, that's good, right? Gives a whole
S tier,
theme and
Manhunt.
everything like that. It's fantastic. I'm not
Yeah,
arguing
Manhunt.
Wolfenstein.
It's just like the scan line. Wolfenstein S tier.
We're not arguing this. Move on. Move on. Put it S tier.
Move on.
Yep.
Endwalker Final Fantasy.
I mean, it looks pretty.
It looks nice.
It looks nice. It looks nice.
I just love the moments where we both just like don't say anything. We're
Yeah,
just
like it's like,
pretty.
It's pretty.
It's a C.
Yeah, it's a C.
tier for
It's a
me.
C. I'll be. Yeah, it's just okay. There's some people on it in a very pretty way. Cool. All right.
All right.
I mean,
I'm not.
no D tier. I'm sorry. It's just what the fuck's going on here? It's just a person.
I get it. I get it. I get it.
What's
like it's a vibe, but like there's a lot of conflicting type here. You have this Hellblade. The blue does not do
you
it.
blue.
For
Yeah,
me.
you can't
I'm
even
not-
see, you can't see the blue. You don't understand what the theme of it is. All I know
That's
is
D
Nordic
tier.
because I just recognize Nordic symbols in the background and just a woman.
Yeah.
All right, cool. I think
Yeah.
person. Sorry, person.
There's some other. There's like some other. I've seen some other renditions of this specific game that I'm like, okay, that definitely screams for me. But this is giving me,
The
yeah, this
blue
is
is so
giving me
shit.
like the blue is like with the red. I'm like, I'm not a fan of that.
and it gets darker at the bottom of the font. Like what the
Yeah.
fuck? I'm not gonna see that. Like okay, no.
I'm gonna give this one.
I'll put my F tier.
Yeah,
I
that's-
want to F tier it.
I'm
Can I-
gonna go with D tier.
Okay, fine. All right.
All right. Next one.
Okay.
Next one
Okay.
is.
Okay. Now look.
Chat. I'm about to lose my new friend.
No. Here's the thing. I don't think it's that good.
Friendship
I'll be
is
honest
over
with you.
after
I don't
this.
think it's that good.
I don't like it.
I don't think it's that good.
Ugly.
Personally, I don't think it's that good. I want to hear yours first. I want to hear yours.
Okay, my perspective on this one is that you have look at this take away this fucking ugly ass 2. Why did they do that?
It's just
Like Need for Speed Underground. Okay, sick. But like what the fuck is this 2 with this like bubble effect? It looks like a mirror. It looks like they did like the magnifying glass. Dog, this is like a D tier for me. And
yeah,
this
I'm okay
green
with that.
this, like,
I
all
was
of
gonna
these
say
colors,
C.
like
I was gonna say C because just again, it's like the car, the wheel, like that kind of stuff, and then you see a little bit more of the background. But I will agree. Like I will give it a C.
listen,
I'm not forgiving you for Most
I-
Wanted though. I'll say that. That's fucked up.
listen, I know Echo will understand when I say this is like my first Photoshop this is my first Photoshop poster. Like this is my first Photoshop. I just learned how to use Adobe Photoshop for the first time. Look at me photo bashing. This is like
I don't know. Okay, yeah. You know, I'll put D for you. Like I'll put a D, but for me,
D,
yeah, that's
okay.
fine. Okay. All right. Listen. Look, I don't care if I'm biased or not. This has to go fucking S tier. Listen to me. This goes unbelievably hard. This is
I'm not gonna
straight
lie.
gas. Gas, bro. What do you mean C? Dude, it's just motion.
C?
It's just motion.
All right. I'm going to. It's 8:45 right now. I have my presentation with Tui at 9.
I will do the fucking rest while you do this dog walk. I swear to God, if I have to.
Okay, go ahead and. How do I? I gotta walk my dog.
Can you
How
save
do
it?
I think I can save it.
Oh,
I
wait,
can-
person.
wait.
No. Chat, is there a way to save it?
Can we do this?
The
Okay, can you see can you see?
what?
I gotta walk my dog.
Okay, go. I'll just pull it up. Okay. All right.
Let me see. Hold on. I just got a message. Okay, never mind. Ori is going to walk Poppy.
Thank
We
you,
just gotta
Ori.
Finish fast.
All right. So okay, listen.
I owe you big time. I will
Oh, you're good. Don't
headbutt
worry.
your toes later. Bye, RPO. I'm still here. We're gonna speed run because I gotta make sure. All right, I'm gonna give you S
Listen,
tier for
yeah,
this.
look
I'm not a
at
fan
that.
of the
Look-
color palette.
Listen, but again, it's about the motion. It's about just it's like
The motion is really good.
Dude, it's like really hitting. It's like this is fucking gas. It's gonna be fast as a motherfucker. Like that's
Yeah.
what it's about. It's so good. No, like yeah, it has to be S just because it's just giving the gas feeling.
I'll give you S tier for this one. Next is Portal 2, S tier. No contest.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. It's just the typography, the little icon. Listen, we have way too many S
Yeah,
tiers.
it's we really do. We're just little.
We gotta be harsher, man. We gotta be harsher. Except for fucking Most
We gotta
Wanted.
be
Okay, you put Most
harsher.
Wanted on an A. Okay, fine. I'm okay with that.
Okay, Ratchet and Clank.
Okay,
That's a C for me.
I don't know.
As a cover, I don't really like this stuff in the background.
Well, it's supposed to be like different things. Okay, you know what? The more I look at it, I think you're right. Yeah, I'll agree with C. It's a little too much.
If they would have done like more of like the world, if they would have done something else in the background, I would have given this like A tier.
Yeah, the newer game.
But-
The games after this did that, but I just like how this one is nice because the background is like supposed to be about like a company creating a bunch of like cool weapons, and that's what it's all about.
Is this where VTubers got their ideas from? Their VTuber logos? What did
I
we
think
say?
you're right. I can't unsee it now. I think you're right. Oh my god.
Oh, fuck. It's
Fuck.
a VTuber logo. Okay.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no, it's a good thing. It's a good thing our logo does not look like that. Anyways,
Resident Evil.
Resident Evil 2, Biohazard, 5, and Village.
Okay. 2 I think deserves 8 or S. Biohazard.
I'm gonna give 2
Uh-huh.
S. Biohazard is S for me.
Biohazard's an
That's
S.
storytelling.
Yeah, that's just
Storytelling.
it just tells. Yeah, it's good. It looks
Yeah.
good. It just depicts
Yep.
something very, very isolated, scary. I want to give Resident Evil 2 S tier, but I'm not sure. Okay, Resident Evil 5.
I want to give
Uh-huh. Okay, Resident Evil.
C tier
Yeah.
for me.
Which one?
For me, is 5.
2 or
is C.
5? 5. Okay, yeah. 5 is C tier because I like how it looks, but I can recognize that it's not the best. It's just.
No.
Yeah, it's just here's a 5, here's some 2 people, and whatever the fuck, and that's it.
Resident Evil 2.
Okay, never mind. The more I look at it, never mind. I don't like it now.
Kill like Raccoon City in the background and extend this. That would have been easily S tier.
Yeah.
That's like a C tier.
I'm gonna.
This
Even
bottom
without
piece is
Raccoon
not
City,
good.
I mean, even without Raccoon City, I still think it's a C tier. It's kind of whatever.
Yeah, it's just a whatever poster.
Yeah, no, yeah, okay.
Okay, no Chris Redfield bias here on Village. I like
B.
this poster. I am such a fan of like
It looks
where
cool
they
as
do
shit.
this number in typography
Yeah.
and they have this like, you know which Resident Evil this is.
Actually, no, it's A.
Like,
more I think
yeah,
about it.
solid B is yeah, for sure. This is a solid B. I'm gonna give it a solid B.
I was
And
thinking
this, like-
B, but like the more I look at the character and like again, I don't know who Chris Redfield is. Oh yes, I do. But no, not in this game though. I guess he's turned to a werewolf or some shit. I like how it looks. Like there's something about it looks very like dark too because of his like facial expression. And again, the typography is wonder. I think
I give this an A.
yeah. Like, let's give it an A. I don't feel like B is fair. I feel like A is better.
I like the way that they did the
Yeah.
the numerology and the type at the same time.
Yeah.
Persona 4.
Okay, so I'm a little biased, but I think this deserves to be A tier, just because it just looks like so stylized and pretty. Maybe there's a lot going on for it, for sure. It's a little bit noisy, but I feel
Yeah.
like it gets a pass just from like it kind of like does like contrast pretty damn well.
I'm gonna get some hate. I'm on the B tier. It's just too much.
Okay.
Too noisy.
Too noisy? Yeah,
for
no,
me.
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. I'll be okay with B. I'm a little biased, but yeah.
I
Okay,
feel you. Why the fuck is Shrek? Okay.
we'll get to
Dead
that.
Space 2. Oh, they know how to do.
Yeah,
their
it's
covers.
it's more iconic, and again, it doesn't depict much, but I just love how sick it looks. It looks clean,
do too.
minimalist, and it just you just know what this is about.
Yeah, exactly.
So
I'm
can we
gonna give
agree
that
on
an
S?
tier. Yeah, absolutely.
Fantastic, and the typography wonderful, and again, just empty.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Shrek 2.
I put Shrek in here because I fucking hate this shit. Bro, look, why the fuck is the title reflecting off his bald ass head? What is the point of any of this other than this stupid ass face? It's a good game, but this cover pisses me the fuck off, dude. I hate this
Wait,
cover.
This game is good.
What is this? He's the most like grumpy ass motherfucker. Why is he smiling here like in such a dumb way? What is this?
Why does it look like he has sunscreen for lips?
I don't know. I don't know.
He got like sunscreen on his lips.
It does everything fucking wrong, bro. I hate this shit. I hate it. I hate it. And like, what's the point of tilting the fucking font that way? Oh, because we put Shrek tilting. Okay, why are we doing that? What? Like, it was stupid. This F tier. F tier. Fuck this. F tier.
I don't like it. I don't like the reflection on his dome.
It's so dumb. I just
Okay,
noticed it
so-
now, actually.
We got a double pack here. We got Silent Hill OG and Silent Hill Remake.
Oh shit. Okay. I really like the original one.
I do too. I prefer
Show
it.
me the new one. I don't know if I prefer it though. That one's really good too though. It's very clean. Okay, no, but then again, I don't like this
wanna-
other first. Yeah, what the fuck is that? Oh, her face. Okay, cool.
I don't want her face. I love like the bleakness of where he's jumping into. You know, like he's walking into Silent Hill. It's bleak. Why is she there?
Yeah, why is she there? You're
Why
right.
is she
yeah.
there?
That's it's kind
Like,
of
what is the purpose of she? She does not belong there.
yeah.
S tier.
That's S tier. I'm gonna put the new one, dude. Honestly, the more I look at it, it's pissing me off. I think it's like a C tier now.
Yeah. It's C tier for me.
Yeah, I hate
It's
that.
C
Why
tier.
is she there? Like, fuck you. Like, okay, you're part of the
Why
story,
are
but
you- why is
like,
she
they don't
there?
even know that.
Yeah.
Like, it's just here's a woman.
Okay. We're almost done. Oh my gosh. This is
We got 10 minutes. We got
Legend of
time.
Zelda Tears of the Kingdom.
Okay. I really love the icon and how like kind of like wraps everything around, and I like how
Yeah.
I like how Link is there.
I like this. I
don't know.
their
If you
new
give it S tier,
Zelda
I'll give it S tier.
direction.
But I'm going towards A.
It's like I'm going towards A. I
Okay.
like their new direction. I don't like the sword.
Why not?
The
It's like it's
sword.
okay.
The way that the sword next to this other sort of like very one color typographic, you know, like
Okay, I
iconography
see what
that
you're
they're
saying.
doing.
Yeah.
And then you have this like sword. It just is very jarring, and it really takes you out of this like
The
realm.
presentation.
What
of
they
it,
did
yeah.
here, yeah, what they did here, awesome. Had they continued that on with the sword, magnifique, S tier for sure.
Yeah.
But that sword is killing me. That sword, this whole entire thing is a vibe, but that sword is like A tier.
Okay.
me.
I'll give it. Yeah. Then that's fine. Yeah, because I was leaning towards A. Yeah. That's not a Dark Souls, so we can ignore that. What's that?
All right, The Suffering. This is some fuck shit.
Of course, it's midway.
There's some dark times. Some dark times in the news.
What is this? What
Dark-
is that?
don't know.
It's so. It's
Chat is saying F tier. I'm gonna have to agree.
yeah. It's so bad. It's like, what were we thinking
Yeah.
when we made this?
I
Like,
don't
yeah,
know,
of
bro.
the suffering. Let's just get a bunch of people suffering. Oh no, shit, Sherlock.
I'm
fuck-
I'm suffering right now.
I'm suffering. My somebody said
suffering.
my poop chair.
I'm suffering. F tier.
Yeah, moving on. We did Halo. Okay, we did Dark Souls
What is
3.
this?
Heaven Sword?
This is-
Okay.
It's like
I don't. There's something about it I don't like. Is it the text? It looks. Hold the fuck up. Can you zoom in?
of course.
Oh, that's aggravating me. The A is bigger, the taller than all the other letters.
But look at this V too.
Yeah, but I feel like it's
This is what I'm
more
saying.
annoying
Chat,
on the
this
top
is
and
what
the
I'm
bottom.
saying about tension
Yeah, it's so close to the
Tension
other font. Yeah.
is so close together.
I-
It's really gross.
I don't like that. I really don't like that. The V is worse than the A. I think the V only makes
Also,
it
the
worse.
fact I don't think this online multiplayer is centered, and that's also gonna make me throw it in the.
I'm
D
sorry.
tier.
Why is there a game that's online multiplayer? Oh, wait, only. Oh, right, because it's online. Right. Sorry. Okay. What are you putting it at?
I'm D tier.
Yeah. It's just because there's a cool dragon. That's literally it.
The dragon is fire as fuck. But
Yeah. Dragon's fire. I think that's it. We're just gonna give it like that's the only thing that saves it from F tier. Just a cool ass dragon. All right, moving on.
What do we have here? Oh, this.
That's
we
the
already
same.
did
Yeah, Halo Reach.
Okay,
That was
so
the
we have
original
two
cover,
left.
yeah.
We have Tekken, and we have. Oh my gosh, we're
Okay, the
we might
last
make time.
story. Let's see this. I mean, it looks
I
pretty.
like this poster.
It looks pretty.
I like it.
Yeah.
It looks pretty.
Yeah. B tier.
I'm gonna give it like A or B.
I'll give it B.
For
It's
sure.
just it's like it's like what Bravely Default's doing, but
Chat, what are we thinking?
Chat saying
I'm
A.
gonna give
Really,
this one to
guys?
chat.
Really? Not okay. Some are saying B now.
Well,
Okay.
hold on. Let's see what the meter says.
Oh, the meter. You have a meter.
Type the
right.
letter. Yeah, let's type what we. Someone said C.
Someone
A.
says C. Jesus.
Okay, so it's giving A Studio Ghibli. All right, we'll give it for chat. Chat says A. We'll give it to chat.
Okay,
for A.
fine. All right, fine. I'm okay.
All
with
right,
that.
last one.
Okay, listen. I have 8 minutes, 7 minutes, and I'm ready to deliberate the fuck out of this. Listen, man. Listen, man. Look.
Okay.
Look. I don't give a fuck what it was. Because in all honesty, if you look at it, it's kind of gross. But at the same time, dude, kids like in like middle high school and from like that were born in the 90s. This is like the shit where everybody gets like Hot Wheels like sunglasses and like puts like Hot Wheels like flame shit on every fucking thing. Bro, listen, man, I'll be honest. It's kind of gas. Why is like Kazuya is in the fucking background with sunglasses, angrily fucking like scowling? Like I don't know, it's kind of cool. Hard F? Oh, come on. I'm leaning towards B. I want to give it B because it's just okay, except for Heihachi. I don't know what the fuck he's doing in the bottom. Like he's just fucking staring. I don't like that.
He's there to be a platform with his eyebrows. There's no other place this man is except for being down there to be a platform for the eyebrows. Okay, the eyebrows are the platform. I'm giving this one. I'm giving it a C.
Okay, I'll take C.
I'm
I was
giving
gonna
it a
say
C.
I was gonna
I'm
start
giving-
giving it C too.
Listen. As a fighting game connoisseur, okay, that's all I played. Okay.
Really, I didn't even know
Back
that.
in my back in my old station, all we had were arcades and mostly just fighting games and like House of the Dead shooting games.
Okay,
and Dance
okay.
Dance Revolution. Okay.
Look, listen. It's
Had
just,
you put my beloved Soul Calibur, okay?
why did you put it in?
I don't know why I didn't. I love Soul Calibur.
You
Anyways,
motherfucker.
Tekken, okay, Tekken and Mortal Kombat definitely like in my heart.
Okay.
I'm giving this one a C.
I just wanna give it C
I'm giving
because-
it a D. I'm
No,
like,
no,
it's a
but
D.
come on,
It's
look
a
at
D.
the flames, bro. Look at the flames on the character. Look at the thunder in the background. Dude, it's like
Those
every
eyebrows
kid's
are
fucking
destroying me.
dude, the kids would love this shit, too. I'm telling you, man. Kids born in
right.
this generation, it's fire, dude. It's fucking fire. Like
Okay,
it's
I
like
understand.
it's just like I understand. It's not the best one. Before its time, they just knew exactly what the kids wanted. They wanted cool factor in the most corniest, cringiest fucking way possible. But it works! It works! The kids
Yeah,
are horrible
before
judges. The kids are the ones that are buying the fucking game. That's why it's so gas. Look at this shit. It's just, it's good. It's good. Look, I'm giving it a C tier because objectively, it's pretty dog shit.
It's
But-
dog shit.
but for its time.
You're going like for its time plus predominant market appeal, right?
It's- they just knew, they just
we have to
knew.
take we have to take that into account, right?
If they just check,
Like,
look, guys,
design
they
is
just
used for a lot of
listen,
things.
I don't care if everybody says F. They just no, do not fucking put Underworld next to this, bro. You want to know why this this is better than Underworld? You want to know why? Because this actually appealed to somebody. It was the kids. Look at this flames, dude. Look at that shit. Look at the dude. His fit is
All right.
fire. Kazuya,
Before
holy shit.
I'm gonna, from my own personal perspective, it gets a D tier.
That's
But-
fine. But
But before you pop a vessel in your brain and start leaking oil all over the floor, I'll give it. I'll
thank
give it a
you.
C.
I can die happy. It's listen, it just goes fucking hard, bro. It just goes hard.
It's a very interesting, like, you know, we have a lot of like, you know, old school, new school, a lot of different styles of games. I'm gonna do a quick wrap up. We're gonna do a quick break ski, and then we'll do the prezo with
Yeah.
with Tui. Circuit, thank you so much for joining me for this
Yeah, man.
extravaganza.
Thank you so much for having
It
me.
was,
And
yeah.
hope your subathon is great.
Thank you. We have 11 hours left on the subathon. I think that's my cap.
Okay.
I think Ori has reached his limit, which I 100% respect. So thank you. Ejected from the
Don't
stream.
they know who I am?
Goodbye.
Uh-huh.
The Doctor of Poop, that's
But
who
yeah,
I
goodbye.
am.
Circuit, thank you so much. We should do this again, but next time let's do it with music.
They were 3 months. Music? What do you mean?
That's-
Oh, music
that's,
thing.
like,
Oh, I
that's-
already did one. You
Yeah.
know what? I'll do it again with you. I already did one, and
Yeah.
people were not happy with me.
Oh, they weren't? Well,
No.
that's okay.
I put
I
I put
think
Dark
we
Souls
have a
pretty
lot
low.
of-
I put Dark Souls pretty low.
Oh, damn. Okay. All right. I hear you. No one can fight me about Marty or Salvatore. So
That's
I'm ready
fine.
to boss.
That's valid. That's valid.
Anyways, thank you guys for joining me. Thank you, chat. Circuit, it's been a pleasure. I appreciate it.
Yeah, man. Thanks for inviting me. Sorry for being late.
Yeah. We have 1 minute left. Have a great one, Circle. Bye.
Bye bye. Take care. All right, chat. And that concludes that tier list. I don't give a fuck what you guys say about Tekken 4. I don't care. I don't care. Listen, chat. I don't give a fuck. Listen, man. Let's about that take of yours. If you guys didn't grow up thinking that putting those stupid ass flames on every single possible thing that you can, any surface that you can, and think it'll look cool, you are objectively the biggest fucking loser growing up. I don't care what anybody tells it. I don't care. Today, yeah, it's stupid, it's cringy, whatever. Back then, different story. Like, you just listen. You just like you need to think that's cool. It's a cool thing. At the time, it was cool as fuck. Yeah, that shit was fire, dude. That shit was lit. Thunders, like, and not like good looking thunder. It's like that cringy looking like blue background, and like the thunder is like whitish blue. It's just good. It marketed better. And it's funny as shit. Like, why is Kazoo... Like, dude, okay, where is it? I'm gonna pull it up again. Hold on. It was never cool? Shut up. Yes, it was. Shut the fuck up. Where is it? Also, hold on. I also want to point out some other ones. Because he had to go. But I'm gonna point out a couple of ones. Because I sent some, but we ran out of time. So I'll continue it. Give me a second. Okay, look. Listen. First of all, again, look at this shit. Listen, look at this. It just, look. Dude, this is unobjectively just filled to add cool factor. The thunder going into his hand. Fucking flames in his fit. Why is this guy just like mewing in the back? He's like, damn, bro, this guy's fucking cool. Like, and then who gives a fuck about that? This is just funny. It's like, it has everything that you need for like a kid and an adult like to just enjoy it. Like, because adults are just gonna buy it because they know Tekken, but the kids are gonna be like, dude, the kids that like to meme, they got this motherfucker. The kids that like don't want to be, this is good. Circuit wants to be Guy Fieri. Exactly, Guy Fieri, bro. Everybody loved fucking Guy Fieri just for the memes. It's funny as shit. It's funny. That's why Guy Fieri was so popular, because he just was the cool guy. Exactly. Kylie knows what I'm talking about. Dude. Fuck, man. It just did it. They just knew what they were doing at the time. They just knew. All right. I'm gonna give you a couple ones, a couple of other ones, okay? Because I know we're done, but listen. This poster, in my opinion, S tier. Listen, look at this shit. Dude, look at that. I listen, man. The typography, beautiful. And just the posing of the characters. Mwah! That's some clean shit right there, bro. That is fucking... Whatever Thresh said. Like, this is S tier, 100%. It's just boom. It just does things so fucking well. This one is obviously also S tier because it just does the direction so well. Animal Crossing, right? Their Animal Crossing thing, it's beautiful, it's nice, it's like the colors beautiful, and just like everything fits somehow. Somehow everything just fits. It gives you that cozy vibes. We're cutting some shit. We're fishing. We're tenting. Oh, we're so happy. It's chill, right? It gives that vibe perfectly. So well done. It's good. It's this was an S tier too, and obviously Hollow Knight, bro. Look at this. Oh, it's like crack. Silksong unannounced, by the way. Look at this. The beautiful, like again, the color palette, beautiful. Just the art style, beautiful. Again, the text, like the text is great, but just the little, like, I don't know what this is. I don't know what they call it here. Beautiful, beautiful, amazing, just wonderful. Road 96 posters are in. Let's take a look at this. Poster or game cover. Honestly, not bad. I want to give it an S tier, but it's pretty damn good, actually. Yeah, it kind of depicts... Oh, but it, yeah, it's kind of cool, though. I thought I was about to get docs there. It looks pretty cool. I think it's A. I don't think it's S. Are you playing Silksong on stream? Dude, I'm so fucking tempted. I should, actually. It's like the Owl House. I don't know what the Owl House is. Playing and looking at Hollow Knight 2017 was insane. Yeah, it was. But again, yeah, sorry. This cover art, fantastic. But not S tier, but it's good. But bro, I will die on this hill for Tekken 4. I don't care. I don't care what anybody tells me. It's just too funny. It's too good. It's too good. It's too good. It's too fucking good. Did you stream Hollow Knight or did you play it yourself? I streamed it before I was Circuit. So obviously, you guys haven't seen it. But I haven't finished it. I will say this. I haven't finished it. Well, I finished it, but I haven't finished it. You know, like, you know, the first ending that you get if you don't do shit in the game. Like that one. Yeah, like I didn't finish the DLCs and stuff like that. So, you know. You had any COD cover art? Yeah, we did. Yeah, we took like a Black Ops 1, 2. We didn't have enough time for Modern Warfare. I'll take a look right now. But yeah, I gave Black Ops 1 like an S tier, but I gave Black Ops 2 like a B tier. It was eh. It was no, it's whatever. But Black Ops 1 though, fantastic. God of War. God of War is like has some wicked freaking God of War cover art. Or sorry, box art? Sure. There you go. Because God of War, like Ragnarok and the original, like, but like, not original, but the new one or whatever the fuck.
Genuine question: if we bought you a flame shirt, would Foosh burn it?
Probably, but I would still wear it. So God of War is interesting because, like, God of War had some really cool, like, freaking art. Like, all of them, I think, are bangers because... But I don't think it's like S tier. Well, no, like the new God of Wars, like the two new ones, those are pretty fucking S tier because it's just really cool. It felt really open. But if you look at if you guys remember the old ones were really interesting. They were good. Like for example, this is God of War 1. That looks pretty cool, right? It's like, oh, Olympus and shit, or sorry, Greek stuff and shit. But why is he holding two brutalistic fucking crazy swords, right? You look at God of War 2, this is even crazier. This one's even more sick. And again, still the same icon. But, you know, like really, really, really looks freaking cool. Like it looks really badass, right? It's like this guy taking on like whatever the hell is going on here. And they always have this like this Omega sign for just like their whole thing. And then God of War 3, it's just this. Which I honestly don't think it's like S tier, but I think it's pretty damn good. Like, I think this is pretty goddamn good. Like, look at that. It's just like, I don't know. There's something about it. It looks pretty sick. I think it's because of the contrast, the red and the white. It's pretty damn cool. Ghosts, Call of Duty Ghosts. Call of Duty Ghosts. Box art. Yeah, this is good. This is just good. Yeah, that's like S tier level. Like, they just knew what they were. I don't want to get doxxed. I don't know what that is. Can I just open the fucking image, please? Okay, dude. Okay, you guys can obviously see it. I think that's pretty damn good, actually. I don't know anything about the game. I never played this game, so... why does everybody love this game so much? But the cover art is... But, like, the box art is great. It looks fantastic. It's the realism for me. I think it just conveys something. Like, it's not S tier for me, but it just conveys something really well. It's like, boom. Yeah. Madness Project Nexus. Madness Project Nexus box art. What the fuck is going on? Okay, hold on. Okay, I'm... Okay, my personal bias, it wants me to give it like an A tier. But it's kind of like... No, it still does something pretty damn well, though. I don't know. It goes good, though. I love for the color alone. Yeah, the color and like the just the thematic, like I love the art style, like with the red, it works really well. You guys know the ink, like that ink level, like when they like ink like comic books. Did y'all do Street Fighter? Thank you for bringing it up, bro. Street Fighter? Oh my god! Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Oh shit, we have ads? No, we don't. Okay, listen. Street Fighter. I'm not gonna look at the old ones. Like the old ones are a little bit like that's way too old. Okay. Street Fighter 4. Listen. This, I don't care what anybody says. Bro. Okay, well, okay, I don't remember getting this box art. It was Ultra Street Fighter 4 that I saw. It was this one. Dude, look at that. That is beautiful. Like the text, so stylized, so nice. The contrast between the text and like Ryu in the back, the color, it's just, I fucking love this box art. It just goes unbelievably hard. Street Fighter 5 also was pretty damn good. The game wasn't the best, but let me tell you, man, the fucking box art sure as hell did. Look at that, 5, the V, and he's doing it with his arms too. Pretty damn good. And then I don't remember Street Fighter 6. I think Street Fighter 6 was actually not the best, but let me check. I don't remember the Street Fighter. Okay, never mind. The Street Fighter 6. Okay, I'll be honest with you. I don't think it's the best. Just because of this fuck ass face, bro. What is that? I'm sorry. The face is so. What did I just press? The face is so funny. I can't, bro. It's good. It looks good, but it's just the face. What is going on? What is that haircut? It's so punchable. Luke is so funny. You guys know the voice actor of Solo Leveling? Is that the one that everybody's watching, this Korean anime? Is that the one? Yeah, this thing. I haven't watched this show. This one. So the voice actor of this voices this guy. And let me tell you, my favorite meme was born. I fucking love Alex Lee. Dude, because of that, my favorite... Again, this is the original voice actor also voicing this, by the way. And then somebody animated this. It's so fucking funny. This is Alex Lee freaking voicing this shit.
Oh, yo!
What's up, brother? What brings you in today? Dude, you look huge. Oh, ladies, what's good?
I fucking love Alex Lee, bro. I love this guy. He's so funny. Yo, ladies, what's good? Holy shit, I fucking love Alex, man. He's so funny. Oh, Killing Floor 2. Bro, I don't think the game is great. But, dude. Oh my god. Hold on. Look at this box art. Look at this box art. Dude, listen. Give me a bigger one. Dude, look at that. Look at that. Dude. Oh, that looks sick. That looks pretty sick. Like, that is a sick fucking box art.
Not.
Like, that goes pretty hard, man.
Not.
Oh! I just remembered. There's another box art. You guys will not know this game. And I'll be honest, I didn't like this game because I didn't know how to play it. It was so difficult to figure out. Do I remember? It was a Resident Evil one. Was it Outbreak? No, it was Outbreak 2, I think. Yes! Look at this one. Dude, this one? Look at this box art. You guys are gonna fucking love this one. Hold on. Look at that. Dude, look at that. That's the box art. Bro. That looks so sick. Dude, that is an unbelievably hard cover. It was so fucking cool. We have ads in a minute, but this was so cool. Like, look at this. Just glorious, beautiful, wonderful. Hold on. What just happened? Oh my god. Yeah, this goes like, I just love this. I love the whole thing about this cover. It's just beautiful. Like, there's something that goes so well with it. I don't know why. The giraffe blowjob on the RE6 cover? What the fuck are you talking about?
One.
Eden, thank you for the prime. You just dodged freaking ads that are coming up in 10 seconds. Box art. Okay, chat. We have ads in a bit. Okay, so yeah, chat. We got ads. Everybody, let's take 5. Not take 5. Take 1. I just need to take a piss. I'll be right back. Okay, and then I'll show it. I would say Silent Hill 2, but it ain't that good. No, the new one. Okay, the old one is good. The new one is yeah, a giraffe. Yeah, we'll look at the giraffe giving a blowjob. What the fuck is that about? All right, everybody, we'll be back. We'll be back in a second. Hold on. Documents, pictures. Hold on. I forgot to add this. I keep forgetting. There. Oh my god. Why is this so huge? There. Alright, I'll be back. I love tiramisu. Alright, we got ads. One more minute, and then we should be good. What's happening? Ads. Oh, yeah. Are you still going? Yep. Just waiting for this to end. Would you always listen to tiramisu? Please do. Oh, that chest here. What? That chest. Anyways. Yes. Did you check Hades and Cult of the Lamb? No. But I think those are damn good. I feel like we're gonna go on forever if we keep doing this. But let me look at this giraffe giving itself a blowjob. I don't know what the hell somebody was talking about. Alright, are we back? Okay, I think we're back. Alright, chat, we're back. Alright, somebody said in Resident Evil 6 there was a giraffe giving itself a blowjob. This one? Oh my god, hold on. Oh my god, just give me the box art. There you go. That's really big now. What the hell? Alright, here we go. Oh my god! What the fuck? Okay, wait.
Not. Not.
No way. That's the number 6 that they decided to go with? Like...
Not.
What? What the fuck? Hold on. What? No, wait. Wait, hold on. Wait, what? Hold on. Wait a minute. What do you... Wait. Wait, hold on. What the fuck? Hold on. Why is it like smoothing out? Alright, whatever.
Not.
What the fuck?
Not.
Huh. Huh. Okay. Yeah, that's and then you have this a little bit too, yeah? Huh. Okay. Then you got like... Okay.
Not.
Alright. Well. Yeah, that was a design choice. Okay. Yeah, alright. Yeah, no, great idea. Yeah. 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 Alright, that was a choice.
Not.
I think that number got ruined. I actually really like that box art. Now I don't. Now I actually don't. Why? That's so bad. That's so bad. Truly one of the covers ever made. Truly a cover of this lifetime. Truly a cover of all time. Thank you. Thank you, Bamco. Or, no, not Bamco. Capcom. Wow. Alright. Huh. The funny bit is, that's how the game is played, too. 6, it just needs an upside down 6. Oh, 6 just needs an upside down 6. Oh, haha. Anyways, chat. So I practiced drawing. Chat, look, I practiced drawing yesterday. Look, look, beautiful creation. I forgot to remove something. Give me a second. Hold on. Give me a second. I gotta fix something. Hold on. Hold on. I gotta. Hold on. I gotta. Hold on. Give me a second. How do I choose a color in this thing? Oh, I did it. Yeah, let me yeah, look at that, chat. Yeah, let me just yeah, look at that. Just grab that. Just go here and then nope, that's not the right one. Let's just let's pretend we didn't see anything here, yeah. There you go. There you go. There you go. All good. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Alright, anyways, yeah, look at this. So look at this drawing that I did. It's fantastic, yeah. Anyways, look at my little bird. Anyways, I drew a little bird. I drew a little bird. I was very happy with this drawing. Maybe you have it. What's the bird's name? It's Vass. It's yeah. I really like this bird. Small French shaped. I think it has like a hat that's like, it's like this. About that. And it's like one of those like little triangle like looking hats. Like that. Explore that. Yeah, good enough. Something like that. This is my first ever D&D character. I love it. Use a mouse for drawing. No, I got a little like, I got this little. Well, I usually draw on pen and paper, but Fusha was asleep and I turned off all the lights and I'm like, wait, now I can't see the paper. So I have this thing, and now I'm learning. It's pretty cool. It's fun, and I think like when I was like trying to learn, it was sorry, I'm trying to get used to the shortcuts. There you go. I was trying to figure out like shapes and stuff, and there was a lot of stuff that I didn't understand. Like for example, so I'm like trying to practice like little perspectives here, and like kind of like put the boxes through this little thing that just like goes like an arrow. And then I was trying to figure out how like the face works, and I was like struggling with kind of like this rubber banding part. It's like more like this, I guess. Yeah, kind of like that. Oops, sorry. Like that, more. It's like more curved, I guess. But it's weird. I'm trying to like understand the perspective of it. And like the face is really odd because, but I feel like it's just me like trying to get more loose with it, like that. And then like just understanding like how to even draw and I realize it's a lot of cubes and squares. It's like, oh yeah, just draw like a cube like this, and then this cube is like, and then you know this cube right, it's like, hold on, like that, right? And then this can be the chin, and then okay, well then what if we add like another cube like here, and then this can be like the circle, and then it just becomes like a head. It's so weird. Like it's like it just becomes like that. Oh my god. And then yeah, then it just becomes a face. It's so weird. It's literally all just shaping squares. It's really funny. And then I tried like drawing like other stuff, and I got really fucking confused here because I tried to like I tried to draw like a square and then put stuff in the square. And it was really weird because I tried to like draw like a tube like this. Like that. And then like another tube to kind of just be like, yeah, these are the clavicles or something like that. And I'm like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. So really confusing. I feel like that's going to take a lot of time for me to understand, but you know, here we go. You want to draw specific things like portraits, or are you just seeing where it takes you? I want to draw characters and like yeah, like I want to draw like characters, like I want to like design like see if I can like draw like just characters in general, right? But I don't think I'm in the space yet or the skill set yet to draw things in 3D. So I'm just trying to be silly and draw things in 2D. Reminds me of the Roblox smirk somehow. I don't know what that is, but he is smirking. That's funny. But yeah. And then I got really excited because I drew the bird and I'm like, hey, I drew this. Can I put it up on the fridge? So I was very excited for that. I can't fucking make it bigger. Hold on. Or close it, sorry. But yeah, it's fun. Oh, Trustees and Nightmare Practice are great. You're doing amazing. Thank you. I'm just really trying to like... It's becoming a rule 34... They still don't say anything. I'm not even joking. You're absolutely right. I'm trying to do that. Okay, that's a lie. Not just that. What do you please know? Hey, I can do what I want. Yes, put it on the fridge. Make a magnet for the fridge. Yes, exactly. But it's also like because I want to draw like characters and worlds, and like, I want to like kind of like make like some visual stuff like come to life, and it's a really fun thing to do. But I will say is that I got very anxious because I realized I have a huge anxiety. Good night, Kelly. I have huge anxiety towards making art because I think I subconsciously believe that I am not a creative person. Which I know is bullshit, but it's just something going on in my head. Drawing Rule 34 makes you an expert in anatomy. Yep. I came to hit this guy. What did I do? I didn't do anything. But yeah. That's like all creative people. Maybe. No idea. Creativity is not a gift, it's a skill. No, I know. It's just like, I think like I just had a problem with that stuff, if that makes sense. Which is weird and interesting. I got no idea. Yeah. Sorry, I'm like rambling a little bit because I think I'm coming down from the rage of the tier list. I don't care what anybody tells you, man. The other thing you thought of the clavicles is creative. Oh, it's because I'm following a book. I'm following like a book to study. You hate doing what you love most, but you also hate not doing it. It's more like I hate doing the thing that I love because if I can't do the thing that No, how do I even explain this? If I can't make something creatively, specifically for art, not anything else. Which book? Michael Hampton's Design and something. But if I cannot make something creative, even as small as anything else, then for some reason, my brain just thinks that I am not a creative person overall, and I will never be able to create anything. Now, obviously, it's bullshit because it's all subconscious, but it's a terrifying feeling. It's a scary feeling because it's only with art. That's the weird part. It's only with art, nothing else. Specifically, only art. It's weird. Because, like, why doesn't it happen with everything else? No idea. Only art. So it's like, okay, there's some shit going on. I feel like it's because a lot of people said you're not creative. Maybe there's something there kind of just stuck. And then I'm like, okay, I'm starting to feel like something happened there. And now it's like kind of like an anxious feeling for me. Hopefully that makes sense. Just a little trauma. Do you feel like you can only recreate what you see and not creating yourself something new? Exactly, Sebi. And if I don't And it's even worse that like if I don't end up creating something but just myself, then it like kind of feeds into some sort of like anxious feeling that I have of I will never be a creative person ever. Which is like not like a career thing. Like I don't give a fuck. But I really want to make shit. And if I can't because of something, then that's a very like that's borderline a nightmare for me. It's weird. So, but again, it's all in your head, right? You gotta like just fight through it. And it was nice. I was just sitting there, playing some music, and I was just drawing. And the only reason I drew that bird is because I played a song came on that like I connected to him when I used to play that character. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna draw the bird, and I drew a little bird of him like singing like that song in the campfire, and then it made me feel happy because I'm like, okay, I did it. And then it made me feel very happy. Like I got a huge sense of accomplishment. I was like, whoa. Like the last time I felt like that, like again, that little drawing might mean nothing for a lot of people because it's just a little silly bird. But to me specifically, I felt a huge sense. It's like it's how I felt when I blew like when I got like I think when I got like 100k on TikTok. No, not even. When I had like 100 when I hit partner on Twitch. Or when I had like 75 viewers on Twitch, I was very, very happy because I was like, wow, I'm doing it. And this is the same thing. This is the whole like, wow, I'm doing it. This is fucking cool. So that was awesome. Do it bad, but just do it. But that's the problem, right? Like those feelings can debilitate you and make you not want to do the thing anymore. Like you just freeze and then you disassociate and then you're like, ah, fuck. Like now what do I do? Right? But you know, you still gotta push forward. I think you have to like, I think I'm learning to like get into the comfort of it. Like it's like making shit attractive, making like shit like you like. That's the thing, right? You have to constantly like, dude, go read Atomic Habits. Everybody needs to read Atomic Habits. That book is so good. It's about like making things attractive. You have to make it easy as yourself as possible. That's how you form a habit. You have to make it as easy as possible, as attractive as possible, as obvious as possible. And what was the other one? It was obvious, attractive, rewarding, and easy, right? Easy, obvious, attractive, rewarding. Well, rewarding might be attractive, right? No, attractive is the second one. There's 4 stages. You have to do 4 stages. It's like a part of a book. Highly recommend it. A crash that's so bad pissed me off. That's the thing, right? Like you have to like be like it's like you have to go get the book, read it to chat. I think I have it here. Yeah, it's right here. Yeah, if you ever have a problem with reading books, reading something that will help you, like this is it. This is the book. This is the book. I read a quarter of it, and I attribute to all of this to why I'm successful, like, or at least I think, at least a little bit, as a content creator. And I'm just gonna go to like the part like where it talks about like everything. Like kind of like a summary of it. It's the... Where is it? They have a little chart here. Well, okay, so it says 2 things. Here it says 2 things. The first thing it says that you have to make your basically you have to make your. So it shows you that. Jesus, it shows this little thing right here, right? It shows this little what's it called? Bullseye. The outward, so the most exterior one is your outcome, followed by your process, followed by your identity. So a lot of people go this way, outcome-based habits, right? They start with the outcome and then they move downwards. But what you have to do, you have to flip it, and basically the whole thought process of it. This is the easy part. Like this is the whatever part for you to understand. It doesn't even talk about like the specifics. It talks about the fact that, how do I say it? If you are not an artist because you are good. How do I say this? You could, like, you know how they say you will only become an artist once you achieve X, Y, and Z? Instead, you are an artist because you're simply doing it. Even if it's a little bit, right? You have to accept what identity you are. For example, I am a content creator. I had to accept that before I even started any single video. And then what I asked myself, what does a content creator do? As a person, what does a content creator do? He makes videos. Well, I'm a content creator. I have to go make videos now. I am an artist. I'm going to go draw. I am an artist. I'm going to draw like shit sometimes. That's what artists do because that's what artists go through, which means you're an artist because of that, right? That's the mindset you want to get into. But here's the better one. Here's the most important one. Is that then they talk about, and again, this is literally split into like 4 big chapters, and then everything else is just like on top of it. It's yeah, there are 4 simple steps, right? So right here, there's 4 steps right here. It talks about the cue, the craving, the response, and the reward. Those are the 4 things that you need to have in order to have a habit. And on top of that, one of those 4 things you can break to break a bad habit. One of those. So if you have a bad habit, take any one of those and break and like make it like as hard as possible. You just inverse the bitch. So, okay. So like basically like, what does that mean, right? So, and then basically it's like this. It's like a cycle. It just goes here, then there, then there. And it just keeps going like a circle. That's how the habit works. So then when you, right here, then it gives you some examples, right? Okay, like you have a cue, you have a craving, you have a response, and you have a reward, okay? You have the problem phase and the solution phase. So basically you have, for example, here's a bad habit, right? Your phone starts buzzing with a new text message, okay? That's the cue. Now the craving is that you want to learn the contents of the message. How do you respond? You grab the phone and you read it. The reward, you satisfy your craving to read the message, right? That is like a crave. That's a very simple habit you have. My phone goes off. What the fuck is going on? I want to read it. I read it. I understand what happened. Boom. Here's another one. You're answering emails. You begin to feel stressed and overwhelmed by work. You want to feel in control. You start biting your nails. You satisfy your craving to reduce stress. Same with cigarettes. I think there's a cigarette one here. Hold on. Is there a cigarette one? No. Okay, the cigarette one is easy, right? Like think of it. You like sometimes you can get stressed. You want to alleviate the stress. You want to go smoke a cigarette. You go smoke a cigarette. You are now not stressed because you smoked a cigarette. Right? Those are bad habits, but they're still habits. And then here's what it says. It says you have your 4 laws. So how to create a good habit? Make it obvious, make it attractive, make it easy. This is the big one for me. And make it satisfying. So when I used to be a content creator, that was my struggle. I wanted it. I was always looking at it. And I always wanted, and it was always satisfying to me. But it was never easy for me to do. So you want to know what I did? Because I used to try to just make YouTube videos. You want to know what I did? I stopped making YouTube videos. Completely. Why? Because it takes too much time and effort for me to edit. So I said, fuck this. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. This is bullshit. Like, this is too hard. It's stressing me the fuck out. It's a lot of effort for me to just start doing the thing and like continue doing the thing. I'm not gonna do it. So then I stopped. And I only made shorts because it was way easier for me to make. And guess what? I was hella fucking consistent because I just said only shorts, no YouTube videos. You will find an editor when you have the money for it. For now, just work on shorts. And that's it. And I posted like 3 shorts a day. Which is still a fuck ton, but it was easy for me to do. And now, the inverse to break a habit is make it invisible, make it unattractive, make it difficult, make it unsatisfying. Those are your 4. Do one of those, and then it's your boom. Your habit starts breaking apart. And then, if you guys know, there's a study that happened a very, very long time ago. Not a very long time ago. It was actually during the Vietnam War. When all the soldiers came back from the Vietnamese War, from Vietnam in the US. Here's a little fun fact for all of you. Almost all those soldiers started doing a fuck ton of meth because the army gave it to them for morale. Right? What was the title again? Atomic Habits. There you go. And they were all doing drugs. So then guess what the US thought? Oh my god, all these soldiers are gonna come back and then everybody's gonna be a meth addict. You wanna know what happened? The opposite. Everybody stopped doing meth. Like, it was literally like 99%. It was a very high number. Or like 98.6 or some shit. Because the meth was just a numb pain. They're not in war anymore. The pain is gone. I don't want to do meth. I have nothing to numb. You know what instead helped them through that? Was being in front of family and friends instead of in a war. But they're like, oh, but meth is such an addictive property. Yeah, but they didn't want to do it. Because they're like, I don't need it. I don't give a fuck. That was what clicked with me, is the attractive part. Or sorry, the easy, not for me. Sorry, for me, it was specifically the easy part. I had to start making shit very easy. So I think what made it great for me with art is that I needed to make it simple. So what did I do? I'm basically trying to simplify shit by being like, okay, I'm just gonna draw boxes. And then when I can, I'll just draw some silly shit. If it comes, it comes. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I'm not gonna make it mandatory. So it'll be cool. Can I donate to you? If you want to, no pressure. There's a link below, or you can use bits, but no pressure at all. But yeah, like it was cool. Like it's really, really, really cool. Again, by the way, the save your money if you know. But again, my point being, it was really nice. This book really helped me. I didn't even finish reading it, but I attribute a lot of my success. I feel like every single person in the world needs to read this book. That's how strongly I feel about this book. Everybody needs to read at least a quarter to this fucking book. And if they do, it'll help a lot. It just teaches like something that you just don't know. It doesn't click with you. Ew, books. I know, right? Okay, I'll be honest with you. I fucking hate reading. I hate reading. Like, I hate it. Like, I actually don't like reading. It's boring to me. But reading this one, I was like, I need to figure out what the fuck is going on because I wanted to be a content creator that bad. So I read it, and well, not fully, and there you go. Again, I only read a quarter of it because I don't like books. But guess what? Even a quarter of it helped me. It was crazy. Where did you get the book again? I got it from a bookstore. You can get it from like Amazon or wherever. You can get wherever you want. Like it's a very popular book. It's like everywhere. I'm telling you, it's everywhere. It's like a bestseller times 10. Are you planning to finish it? Yeah, I am. I do want to like kind of like start going through it because it does help. Or you go to a library. Yeah, if you don't have the money, just go to a library. If you find your book genre you love, you'll become an addict to books. But that's the thing, right? I feel like I'm more attracted to becoming an artist and drawing things. Like I like visual stuff, not words. Like, and again, that's nothing against the words. Ew, words, right? I just enjoy. But I still should read books, to be fair, because reading any types of books is good. Can I share the link of the book? I mean, people can find it themselves. You could if you want to, Sevi. But people can just find it themselves. Just like go to your local bookstore, local library, Amazon, like anywhere. Like literally, it's everywhere. It's just anywhere that sells books probably has it. But yeah, but it was cool. It was really, really nice. Like, and again, really helps. And what?
That's how the rap goes. Yeah, they cut that part out because it wasn't appropriate for young audiences.
What the fuck is what is that?
But yeah, this is a terrible Wendy's training video.
I hate it.
Yeah.
Ew.
It's so sincere.
Yes. This
This
is what
is a
happens when
Wendy's?
the stream goes 12 hours. No, this is what happens when I have free time during the subathon. This is the first
And
day.
your wife is here.
Yeah, this is the first day where the events of the subathon ended early, and I had to fill blank space.
Yeah, we just have time to hang out.
Yeah.
This is what it's like when we just hang out together.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, this is just what we are.
Me and Echo. Yeah, we just do this.
Yes. Just be losers and show each other internet culture stuff.
Mhm.
We've learned so much about like internet subgroups that each of us miss.
Yeah, like I learned about like makeup, the makeup side of YouTube.
Oh yeah, all of the like Hey Sisters drama or Goodbye Sisters.
Which I had no idea about. Like I knew who.
Okay, I'm glad they changed topics because what was that mouth? Okay, that's a thing. Joe, blink twice if you're. Oh god, that was an experience. I think that was a thing that happened that we just all saw all together. I believe. Wait, what? I think I'm hungry. I think I'm hungry. I think I'm hungry. Chat, I'm gonna turn off the camera for a bit. Oh, then again, it's only 9:48. Oh, right. Start the stream at 6. I'll eat. Chat, I'm gonna turn off the camera for a second, so I just want to eat some food. I don't know. I can just end the stream. Should I just end the stream? No, I don't want to end the stream. Man, eat stinky. I should eat stinky. How are you so hungry after that is a mystery? What, the toes? Because I went to the gym. That's probably why I'm hungry. Just went to the gym and I'm like, wow. Good night, Desus. Desus. Desos. The sauce. This sauce. That's kind of good, actually. Nom nom toes. Okay. All right. Because I did want to play some games, but I don't know. Gym on Sunday? Yeah. I've been to the gym for like 4 days. I was pretty upset. I was like, fuck, man. But yeah. Give me a second. Just have to double check something. 1 second. I'm so sorry. Let me just double check something and I'll be okay. Hold on. Chat, how do you feel about me just playing games? But I still want to talk to you guys. I just have to turn my camera off for a little bit. I'm gonna eat. The food's right here. It's right here. It's literally right here. Not Yakuza. I just wanted to play like something else. League of Legends. I'm kidding. But lol, he spawned that. I have my food. I know what I'm about. I'm like prepared but not ready. You ever play TF2? I'm gonna be an asshole and be like, hey, Titanfall 2, you mean? Push glasses. I did play Titanfall 2, don't worry. I'm new here. Welcome to the Street Turtle. We just did a presentation where I got really angry at posters. Oh, your cow mask? My cow mask? Thanks, man. Nobody say anything. Nobody say anything. Chat, don't say a single word. This is now a cow mask. Do you understand me? Do you understand me? Okay, cool. All right, good. I don't know why there's such a huge delay as well for the stream. I don't get it. But nobody say anything. Okay? All right, cool. Cool? Cool. All right, good. By the way, I was also very surprised how much you guys enjoyed me playing Warzone yesterday. I was very surprised. Yes, I screamed like a little... I screamed a little bit because there was a lot of scary things that happened. Moo. But I was very, very surprised that you guys were like, yes, I like watching this guy play Warzone. Very, very, very surprised. A little? Shut up.
Not.
Shut up, Chad. What's Warzone? It's the Battle Royale version of Call of Duty. It's Call of Duty but a Battle Royale. That's literally it. Just own it? Yeah. How the fuck you got how the fuck you got scared of me slamming the door?
Not.
And Sylvie. And Sylvie. You should play Rain World again if you want. I do want to play Rain World, but I want to play it on my own time because... Okay, to be fair, I tried playing Rain World without Saren, and I got my ass fucking beat, bro. I got my ass destroyed in that game. Those motherfuckers, man. Holy shit. I was shocked and it was like, you motherfucker. You motherfucker. I was pissed. I was mega pissed. I was like, holy shit. How am I supposed to get out of this? This is ridiculous. Yeah, surprise shocker. It's a hard game, man. I don't understand how it's so difficult. It's like really, 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 really crazy hard. It's like a holy shit, man. You need to have like a PhD to play that game. It's crazy. I just realized something as well. Oh, you know what game we should try playing? But I need to install it. Holy shit. What is it called? Detroit Become Human. That's what it was. Hold on. Chat, we're about to have our computers literally explode on us. I have to turn off the camera just because if the game starts installing, it's gonna literally implode. So you guys are gonna give me a bit. Alright, hold on. Because I have to like render everything and then I can turn on my camera again. Show the food. Chimkin. I gotta eat more though. Okay. Let me just do this. Turn off this. Bring the camera up. Okay. You already ate that. Oh, there's still chicken. Oh. Oh, my face. Okay. What just happened to my computer? Okay. Detroit Become Human. I am now Human. Holy shit, my computer is fucking going off. Yeah, I forgot you to take the mask. Yeah. Oh god. Oh my god, what is happening to my computer? Did it fucking... This is a joke, right? This is a joke. This is a joke right now. Hold on. Oh my god, where did it go? Okay, there we are. All right. We're... Yep, nope, oh, yep, oh, yep. Here we go! Yeah, this is bad. I am ideal for your child. What? Okay, yeah, the game is fucking... Chat, let me know if you still hear me. Oh, I might need to restart the stream. Okay, I'm gonna wait a little bit, and then I'll restart the stream. Oh, yeah, it's struggling. Holy shit. Can you guys hear me? We can hear you, but fuck, that frame rate, though. Okay, I think it's better. Okay. Alright. I'm just gonna wait.
No.
Your frame rate is... My frame is... Dude, it's 60 frames per when I feel like it. That's what it feels like right now. I might need to restart the stream. After this. Not yet. Enjoy your food. Thanks. You have to pay extra for 60 FPS. Hey, what'd you think? Think the frames came with the game of the game? Yeah, exactly. We're gonna watch a PowerPoint presentation. Androids are not allowed to physically intervene against a human or to carry a gun. Damn. Roses, I would get Heavy Rain for the meme, but I know already everything about the game. I watched a whole playthrough. It was the funniest shit ever. It has a good plot twist too, I'll be honest. Is he gonna be streaming for a couple more hours? Yeah, I'm chilling. Everybody kept telling me to do an art stream. And I was like, what? RE8 then. What? You guys want to play a horror game, huh? Also, worst ending speedrun is hilarious. What was the stupid kid's name that he kept screaming? I think your computer is going to kill itself. It's just shader compilation. After that, it should be okay. Because it's compiling shaders, and that's like the biggest thing. Jason! That's a... Jason! Oh yeah, Sean! Fucking hell, Sean! Sean! Press triangle. Sean! Sean! God. Fuck that kid. Oh. Better than a friend, huh? Advanced dialogue function. Dozens of possible moods. Knows more than 2,000 card games and more than 20,000 jokes. Organizes cultural activities and outings. Simulates all signs of friendship to perfection. Deadly Premonition when? I can't get over the freaking Yeah, an art stream where we can watch a drawing tutorial and we try to draw the same thing. I mean, I'm looking at a book though. Experience every crash like God intended. Wait, what the fuck? Roses, are you serious? That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. Oh my god, this game is struggling. Hold on. Can I open OBS? There you go. That text is... Hold on. It will not run, but that's what you pay for. I kind of want to just play really shitty, stable games. Like, unstable games. It just reminds you of that Germa clip. It's like... You guys know what I'm talking about? The Devil May Cry clip? Please tell me you know what I'm talking about. That clip is so fucking funny. It's probably one of the most iconic clips, in my opinion, of Germa. Just when the game literally explodes. And he just goes like, oh my... Maybe that's a good idea. I do have that idea. Hold on, let me just write that down just in case I forget. Write that down, write that down. Your security is too important to be left to humans. What the fuck? I mean, not wrong, but shit. Take care, Chaiseki. Chaiseki? Is that right? Girls, can we buy Circuit a haptic feedback suit? Is that the one that like shocks you and shit? That's kind of fucked.
No.
Oh, my bad. Chai, got it. Bye bye human, I don't know, sleep well. What? Google said yes. No! Subscription not included. Dude, their faces are creeping me out. The Android faces. We can't have shit in this house. Oh my god. Oh my god, look how fast it's going. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. We can have shit, just not this shit. Oh no, ironically, that's really funny. What do you mean my body fluctuates so much? It would not fit like half a year. You make it sound like I'm like a... Like that... You know in Fortnite, you have, that blob character? The, like... The blue blob thing. You guys know what I'm talking about? That thing from Fortnite. Also, the lack of any sound is deafening. You bulk and cut. I don't cut. I just try to bulk, and then I end up accidentally cutting sometimes. By the way, I gained weight. I'm so happy. You're just a big boy. Oh! 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 Oh my god. Does it work? Oh my god, it is chugging. What the fuck? Oh my god, that looks like shit.
Hello. Welcome to the Detroit Experience. I'm an android and I'll be your hostess.
Uh-huh.
Before we begin, let's make some adjustments to optimize your experience.
Okay.
Please adjust your screen settings.
What are these frames?
Thank you. Now select your profile.
My profile? Oh. Can mean losing a character. Okay.
You are now ready to begin Detroit. Remember, this is not just a story. This is our future.
Her face is like uncanny. It's creeping me out. Circuit, are you okay? I think I'm okay, but don't tell me just throwing me in. No, don't just throw me in. I'm not playing with this frame rate. Hello, what are you doing? Hello? Options. Options! Oh my god, I'll use the keyboard. No wonder it's fucking playing in 4K. Holy shit. No wonder. Oh my god, apply. Why is the FPS limit at 30? Why? Okay. Is it better? I think. VSync, go fuck yourself. Oh my god, it's so bad. It's you know what? I think I need to do a dual PC setup in order for this to work. Oh my. My eyes, they're bleeding. Hi, Major. Can I go higher than 6? No? Okay. Yeah, we're gonna... Okay. Yeah, alright. Okay, you know what? Chat, I'll try it another time with... Heat me up an egg on that PC since you're already cooking. Honestly, okay, yeah, I gotta turn this off before my... Yeah, sure, keep changes. Whatever. How do I leave? Options? No? Main menu. Yes. Oh my god, get me out of here. Hello, woman. Get me out. Oh my god, that was horrible. Jesus Christ. That was awful. Alright, you guys love that simulating experience of trying to make sure my computer doesn't fucking explode on me? Alright, cool. Glad we got that out of the way. Amazing. Yeah, woman jump scare, exactly. Holy shit. And this is why you need a PS5. You got... Okay, dude, y'all have to... Okay, oh yeah! I forgot to tell you. Okay, you guys keep saying, put a PS5. Okay, two things. One, you guys literally, like, 27% funded a rice cooker. You guys want to know what happened to that Instant Pot that I have? It broke. So I'm going to fucking just buy this myself at this point. I'm just going to, like, contribute to the rest of this and just buy myself a fucking rice cooker. Don't you have a dual PC setup? Yeah, I don't have it right now. Like, I'm not using it right now because I need to get a new motherboard. Because I can't, and like, I have to, like, adjust some things. I might even have to cancel tomorrow's stream to fix it. I'll be honest. I'm thinking about, like, getting off of a schedule and just streaming at a time whenever. Be like 7 o'clock. What days? I don't fucking know. Just when I have ideas and shit. Just wait to play the game until that. Yeah, it's because I just need a motherboard because I can't install a capture card without a... Yeah, it's a whole thing. Why is this video last week I lost $500,000? What the fuck happened, Schlatt? The hell? I forgot to show something. I forgot. I forgot. How'd you break the Instant Pot? I don't know. It just doesn't lock anymore. We should try it too. You want to take the words down. Something PS5. Shut up. No PS5. What'd you forget? I would have told you if I didn't fucking forget. What do you mean? What did you forget? I don't know. I don't know. Oh my god, forgot. Blah. No, what were you going to show us? Oh my... ADHD goes hard, bro. Remember you know what. I am trying my best to remember you know what. Also, I realized somebody told me to play... So Drago... God, I hope I pronounced his name right. Told me to play Soma, and then literally gifted me Soma. What just happened? What just happened? Mimwa just could...
Holy Jesus. What is that? What the fuck is that?
Where art?
Think of the little moments, Kaiser. Give me a second. Let me process what just happened. Buy me... Okay. Meanwhile, that was like $150. Are you insane or some shit? Oh, I forgot, and I have to fucking buy the milk case. I'm gonna buy it probably when I move. Meanwhile, what the fuck? Okay, thank you, Mimwa. And Moogle for the rice cooker. I appreciate it. So much. Was that like how much was that? Okay, don't dox me just in case. $285. Wait, why is the bigger one $281? Eh? Eh? Jesus Christ, thank you. That's a lot of money. Thanks a lot. Holy shit. Also, you guys funded this. Fucking Moogle bought this milk box case. Almost immediately. So I gotta buy this as well. Meanwhile, you can't just say it was partially funded, so it wasn't too bad. It's still a lot. Are you gonna get the milk one? I don't... Okay, I guess we should... I should ask. Chat, which milk box? Here's the normal milk. Here's the banana milk. Here's the strawberry milk. And here's the chocolate milk. Which one? Grandpa Sir can make me a rice bowl. Okay. Strawberry, chocolate, Hold on. Let's just do it. Can we just do a poll? Hold on. Let's just do a poll. Yeah. Eggbot, you can do the poll. Whatever, I'm doing it. Which milk box? Regular milk. And never mind, somebody already did it. Thank you. Alright, go vote. Major, I love you, man. I love Major. I showed Major the little drawing I did. I was like, yay, look at my drawing. Show again? Hold on. Where's my blue sky? There it is. My favorite drawing. Is the poll only on PC? It should be on your mobile, no? I'll vote for you. Which one do you want, Moogle? Strawberry is a major contender here. Yeah, it seems that everybody really likes strawberry. What's Soap's doing? Oh my god. He's probing Uranus. Chocolate? Okay, I'll put you in chocolate. Boom. Still losing, though. So this one's chocolate, chat. This one's strawberry. This one's banana. And this one's normal. I think banana suits you best. I kind of like banana, I'll be honest. But everybody's saying strawberry. So are we doing strawberry or are we doing banana? I kind of like banana though. Chat, I don't know, what do you think? Everybody voted strawberry. So it seems that we're getting strawberry. I really like banana though. Well, anyways, yeah, this is a PC case. Strawberry's winning? Okay. Well, strawberry it is then. But yeah, thank you guys so much. Seriously, I appreciate it so much. If you want a banana, get it. If you want banana, get it. If you like banana, get banana. Okay, fine, I'll get banana. One of each. I'm not rich! PC building again stream one. Okay, so here's what I'm strawberry. Okay, alright, Aussie's upset. Circuit, yay. Okay, fine, I'm getting banana. Okay, so fine, I'll get banana. Fuck it, my bad. So I'll say also another thing I forgot. Forgot. I do want to do a PC building stream because I need to do a couple of things. I need to buy a new motherboard for Fuchsia's PC. Take his motherboard, put it on my streaming PC. Then no, hold on. No. I want to take my computer and put my computer into the new case. Then put Fuchsia's computer into my old case with a new motherboard. Then take his motherboard and put it into the streaming PC that I have. It's gonna be a long day. I'm not gonna be happy. But it's okay. But I'm probably gonna do it when I move because I'm gonna probably spend like $3,000 or $4,000 on moving costs. At least. That's not including like plane tickets or whatever. So it's gonna be yippee. So we're gonna have a fun time. But that is the way the cookie crumble. That's a lot of moving parts. Yeah, pray for me, Calypso. This is too much info for me, my bad. But yeah, we're gonna probably have to spend like 4,000 on moving costs in general, because we have to buy this big ass container, fill it in, and then they just take it and they deliver it across the sea, because we're moving to British Columbia, like all right across the west coast. No, Crow's at his own house now. But yeah, it's gonna be a fun time. Yeah, fun times. But we shall see. We shall see. Anyways, you guys look at my little bird. But genuinely, Mima, thank you so much for... Holy fuck, you guys donate so much money. Jesus, guys, thank you so much. You guys are crazy. Where's Major's? Major, show me yours. Where's Major? Dude, when my brother laughs, his eyes turn into light. He turns into like a... I guess that's... Alright, hold on. Major. No. X and... Oh, also, I want to play Call of Duty again just because I got this skin. Look at this skin, chat. What the fuck? Jesus Christ, bro! Why are you zooming in? Because it's funny. Look at this shit. Damn, we got like a crotch piece and everything. Cod piece. Smash. Smash. Gooner alert. You can shut up, man. No, you shut up. You shut up. You shut up. Right? Dude, look at that crotch piece. It was fucking in there. Oh, thank you. Chat, we found Majors. What does Major want? Oh, right. And a new iPad, because Major's iPad is fucking roasting and toasting. What are these other things? These are pretty. Major, but these are pretty stuff. You shut up. Oh. Okay. I don't know anything about this Kuromi stuff. I don't get it. Like Kuromi calculator, Kuromi sofa, mini sofa storage chest, Kuromi stuff. I saw this meme, by the way. I don't know how true it is, but somebody said, what are you doing? I'm showing your stuff that you want. Also, somebody did a meme. It was so funny. They said, if you ever date a person that likes Kuromi, run. And I'm like, do I want to know? I don't get it. My art supplies. Oh, where? Oh, look. 6 drawer art storage. That's cool. That's actually really cool. And this one. That's cool, too. That's accurate? Why is that do I want to know? This is cute. Oh, look at this. Paint storage palette. Yeah, run. No, listen. Major, do you just want to get into the call? Let me just pull you in. It's because I paint. Oh, the paint. Okay, sorry. I thought we were talking about the thing. Yeah. And okay. Hold on. Oh, we're going to get Major Melon in here. Oh my god. My brain hurts. I'm calling. Hi, Major. Why are you so big on the screen? What the fuck? Oh, right, because of Jules.
My Jules?
No, because of your Jules. You took Major from me, you bitch. Sova. What happened? Oh, y'all are drawing. That's why. Oh, my bad. I didn't know. Sorry.
No, you're fine. We were not like I was just sitting here drawing, but we were waiting for Epic to get back. It's been very quiet. What was I gonna say? Oh, yeah. Why are you showing that?
Because you said buy me bunny ears, so I was like, oh, I guess it's in your throne. So I just looked there.
I didn't know. I you were saying that? Did I say that?
Yes.
Wait. Stop! Don't give me anything. It's okay. You don't have to do that. Okay.
I mean, it's not in here, so. What's up? Hello.
Someone got me something off a throne.
Already?
Already.
Good job, Chad. Hold on, I gotta turn this to dark mode. My eyes are bleeding. Hold on.
I'm sorry. I tried to do the. Oh, I was just trying to explain, like, oh no, my art supplies. It's because like I was trying to explain that I added stuff because it was like I'm trying to move all the art supplies that I have downstairs upstairs because I can't paint and stuff. But I don't have anywhere to like store everything. So because it's all a bunch of paintbrushes and paint, I don't have stuff to put them in. And so like I have them all like in boxes. So every time I want to paint, I have to like pull out a bunch of boxes and like pull out all the paints that I want and then go find my drawer for my brushes and then go and find the stuff that I use to like save the canvases. I have to look everywhere, and because like of the move and stuff, everything's kind of all over the place.
Which it makes sense. Ugh, my future very soon.
Yeah. No! What is going on? What are you doing? Who's doing that? What are you doing? What
Are people
happened?
buying you shit?
I saw another notification, but I can't see what's going on.
Good job, chat. I don't know where you bought them, but
Chad, you don't gotta do nothing. It's fine. Don't listen to him.
do nothing. You don't do
Do
nothing.
nothing.
Don't do
Do
nothing. Don't do nothing.
Don't do nothing. Don't do nothing. It's fine. Don't you do nothing. It's okay. It's fine. Is it okay?
Chat, if you chat, if you keep giving Major gifts, Major will draw Rule 34 of me.
Oh God. Do you know what that's gonna do? Do you know what will happen? I will be able to tell them no on that. It's only equal exchange at that point.
No, I'm saying that, not you. So, it's bait. Don't do it. Just don't draw it. It's just me saying that. Yeah, yeah, exactly. What do you mean? He said it himself. Yeah, that means you shouldn't take my word for it because I'm not the fucking person drawing it. So there you go. I'm just trying to bait them so you can get more shit. There you go. You're welcome.
Hey.
You're welcome.
Yay. I'm so sorry your game chugged. I was there. I joined in.
Dude, that was rough.
I was scared for you because I was like, oh God, her frames are just dropping by the second. It's like seeing someone on like life support. It's bad.
Yeah, that was funny.
Dude, I don't know how you're gonna get that game to run.
I mean, I have a dual PC set. I'm not running it right now because my computer is like struggling. Not struggling, sorry. The second computer, the streaming PC that I got back from Crow, it has some things that I need to fix and figure out first. Plus, I need an Ethernet port, which I just got literally right now. So, Lamau.
Oh.
Yeah, but yeah, it's a whole thing. I'm not gonna be a nerd about it. What do you mean ad break? We just had an ad break. Okay. Needing to have 2 PCs to run Detroit Q is wild. The game does not deserve that. Well, it's a good-looking game. Circuit, Major's too sweet. She will for us. No, she won't.
Well, if they end up sending me stuff, I can't not give them something back.
Major, hold the fucking line. Can you just fucking... Can you be parasocial just for a little bit?
So no, I can't.
I heard Crystal laugh in the back. I heard that.
She knows I can't. If they do something nice for me, I have to do something nice back.
Okay, chat. They'll draw the Rule 34, but I'm not promising that it will be posted. There you go. There's your out.
Oh, I see what it is. Someone contributed to the iPad thingy.
Oh, there you go.
That's what's up. That was actually, I don't know, you didn't get to see it, but like my thing bricked.
Oh, I saw the video. I was like, oh my god, I got PTSD.
Oh bad. Like the tablet bricked itself, so I couldn't turn it on or off. I couldn't get it to register my inputs from my finger. I had to literally hard restart it, and I really don't like doing that with tech. That's really scary to have to do like a hard manual reset. So I had to sit there finagling with it, and I finally got it to work. So it's not. I think it's okay. It's at least like I think the third time it's done it in a long while, but like it's not good because it's getting older. So I need to like lock in and get shit done when it comes to building the PC because I have been looking into it. So I'm kind of putting pieces together, but I'm also scared that if the tablet just decides to die, then I've completely lost everything in terms of drawing stuff. That's why I was panicking because I had a bunch of stuff for this month lined up. And so if like that thing stayed bricked, I was like, that's it. I've lost it. I've lost all of the stuff I was going to upload for Patreon this month. Gone. I can't access it. And there is no backup system on Procreate, not like externally.
Oh
like,
God.
You literally don't have like an external thing. So it's one of those, if you have a backup, it's on the iPad and stuff, and it's still on your, like, I think on your account. But having those backups is so bad because right now, since my tablet is like the older generation, I'm running out of storage. Like, I'm running out of like, every update is just that much fatter, and so it just takes up more space. So it's just getting harder and harder to like make up the memory for it. So like at that point, I'm just like, no, if this is bricked, it's bricked, it's gone. I would have to start from scratch on everything again, and there would be no out. Like that would just be it.
So then, hold on. So then, also, what was the stream tech? Hi. Wait. So hold on. Did you figure out why it was breaking? Like, were you able to unbreak?
Apparently, that's just something that it does every once in a while. Apparently, because other people have had it happen.
Sounds like your iPad overheated.
It wasn't. It was fully charged. It wasn't hot. It wasn't anything. Like, it was the coolest it's ever been. So I didn't actually have to use the fan on it this time because it wasn't overheating. And I was just so surprised because like it was perfectly fine. It was like asleep for a minute, and when I went to go click on the screen, it wouldn't light up. And I tried to click all the buttons like the volume and the power, it wouldn't do it. And so I had to sit there, and I plugged it back into the charging cable, and the screen lit up, and it said it was at 100%, and it would register the Apple Pencil, but it wouldn't register your fingers. Like, it wouldn't register your finger input. Like, the touchscreen just was not working.
Oh my God.
It was actually so scary that I was like, okay, it's fully charged, it registers the pencils there, but the buttons don't work, and the screen, like the touch screen doesn't work either. Why would it do that?
Yeah, why would it do that? Yeah, what the hell?
Why would a hard button not be an immediate like override of that? That makes no sense. So that's why it kind of scared me.
That is so odd.
Yeah, it was a big deal, but it's okay. I'm fine. Like it's not a big deal. Like I think she's still got a little bit left in her still, so I'm still gonna write it out about as long as I can until it turns into another investment of, depending on where I am, I would have to just like put the money down to like either completely build the setup and do it all in one go. But again, with how bad graphics cards are right now, that's also the other thing on the horizon we're not looking forward to in this fucking country.
Country!
No. I returned to you. It's fine. It's okay.
Coxgun. Or Coxgun. Oh. Side note. I hope you get better, by the way. I hope it gets better, by the way. Fuck, man. I would just get you an iPad if I had the fucking money.
No, it's okay. You don't gotta do that.
I have to pay 3 iPads for just moving. Ah. Also, chat, side note, Riss is going to be a part of a Pokemon St. Jude's charity stream. There's Riss, right here. 12 to 3 p.m. on Monday, 4/7. So that's sick as hell. So definitely give Riss a watch at that time and do some good for St. Jude's.
What did you do?
Huh?
I just looked back at your stream. Jelly!
Oh, chat, do you guys remember yesterday what happened when I was playing what's it called? When I was playing Warzone, and then we had that whole situation with Sylvie where he was like, "It's purple!" And we're like, "No, it's green." Or some shit.
What?
Okay, basically there was a me, Sylvie, Sparks, and Northern were all playing Warzone. And we saw a weapon on the ground, and it was like a purple rarity color. According to Sylvie, but to us it was green. And we had this whole fucking argument. It's like, dude, it's green. It's like, no, dude, it's purple. And then like I walked up to the change to blue, not even purple, to blue, and I'm like, okay, now it's blue. What the fuck? And then Sparks fucking drew this. I was fucking laughing so hard, dude. It was so funny. Because we're just sitting there like, what are you talking about? He's like, dude, it's purple! We were having the most stressful time in Warzone. It was so funny. And Northern's just in a bush. I don't know what the fuck's going on here. Northern's up to no good. Northern doesn't give a fuck. Going full commando style. I love this drawing so much. Sorry. Yeah, but dude, okay. Is there a way, like, is there no, like, Procreate, like, backup system or some shit, like, to back up your stuff, or what? Like a subscription fee or something.
That's the thing, they don't. Like, that's the one thing I like about Procreate, is that it's one of the only art programs that doesn't do a subscription service. Because, like, all the other applications, they ask you to pay monthly. Like, you just pay the once with Procreate. That's it. Like, and they give you free updates. But they've been trying to improve stuff over time, and they've gotten better over time, which is kind of the nice thing. The only thing I do is I have an external hard drive where I keep backing up files to it. But, like, a lot of the time, it just kind of is like I only have a way of just transferring the images over, or the files over, and then working on them later, or bringing them back onto the tablet when I need them. Because, again, I gotta
There's
save
gotta
up on
be a
stuff.
better system, man. There's gotta be a better system.
You gotta do what you gotta do in Rome, alright? Like, it's kind of like a back and forth. Like, to be fair, the other thing is that depending on the files and how big they are, like, they take up a lot of space, and they're really heavy files because of how much rendering and stuff is on it. So I have to, like, kind of go through so many layers and keep adding to it. And if we change on, like, say for example, like the pixel rate stuff or the size of the canvas, like it all starts affecting it. Like, it starts chugging after a bit. I've had a couple times where, like, I've worked so big that the files just crashed Procreate. Like, it would just shut down.
Oh, that's horrible.
And nothing would be lost. That's the one good thing. Nothing would be lost. It would just crash the app, but I wouldn't lose my work, which is nice. And I feel like that's kind of the other half of it, is that it's got a lot of back and forths that I have to work through. But to be fair, once I start building the PC and stuff, I have to really, like, be careful about how I'm building it, because a lot of it's going to be depending on how the programs are going to run on it. Because I have to kind of look at specs a little longer.
Let me. I can help you with that. Just when you're doing it, let me know. I'll figure it out for you.
Yeah, and I feel like that's kind of the other thing. Like, already money's gonna be tight with figuring out how I'm gonna piecemeal it, because I'm gonna have to buy all the pieces little by little, just to try and do it for every paycheck. Because I still have to pay a bunch of bills and a bunch of stuff on the side. But I feel like once it's built, like, it'll be a really good investment, because then I won't have to be reliant on just, like, having my little tablet doing everything. Because everything I do is just literally through this tablet. That's it.
I feel like I should just start drawing right now. It's like the perfect drawing sheet. Also, I sent you a link.
Uh-huh.
This is like... Chat, do you remember this? Oh my god. No.
What?
Oh my god.
You sent me. There he is, El Muchacho.
Circuit.
Yes. What?
That's not correct. Give me a bit. And then there's this clip. That was a funny clip. And then there's this clip. The audible disappointment. I paid you for the sleeve of a fucking full shirt. Well, too bad. You're getting a 2-for-1 deal. Fuck you.
What is White Flash? Where are you, at the gates of heaven?
Yes.
You know what? This is what it feels like to be at a dentist appointment. That's how white and flat. The fluorescent lighting, man. It's always like that.
Oh my god.
Jesus. What you doodling, you goober?
Me?
What you gonna draw? Are you gonna draw today or no?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. What you eating?
Chicken.
It's always chicken with you.
Chicken has
It's a-
protein.
It's chicken and rice. It's always chicken
It
with
is
rice.
chicken and rice, actually.
I fucking knew it.
Look, it's the perfect combination. Chicken for protein, rice for calories.
I eat all the time too. Crystal's making fun of me right now. She's just making faces at me. She's like, that's what you eat. I'm like, I do. I love chicken and rice.
No veggie?
No
well,
veggie?
not a lot, but just some. Thank
Every
you,
once in a
Maybear.
while.
Thank you, Maybear. See? Don't hate on chicken and rice. It's a classic.
Yeah.
Season the rice with rice seasoning. Oh! Cream.
So good.
So good.
I got a rice ball seasoning from a little Asian store in our
Yes!
area.
Is it nori? It's a nori seasoning.
Yeah, it's that stuff.
Bro, that shit's like crack for me. I love that shit. Chat, if you don't know what that is, oh my god, go get it.
There was one that was like, I think like a salt and
Fur cock is good too.
salt, sesame seed, and I forget what else. Like it was like all mixed together. I was like, I put that on the rice, dude. I was so happy that night. I went to bed like a baby. I was like, tummy full. I am comfy.
Cozy man.
Exactly. Furikake.
What
Thank
the
you, Rosie.
fuck's this thing's problem? There you go.
What happened?
It was just going on. The fit 1, the fit 2, the fit 3, no more feet. What is Sylvie doing?
I'll be honest. I didn't even realize that my icon is on the side of your little character. It looks like I'm laid back in a chair, just like really lazy. It's like,
Yeah, you're lazing back. You're lazing around and shit.
yeah. I'm with my buddy.
I'm with my buddy. Alright, fuck it. I'm probably gonna end the stream and get some shit done. By shit done, I mean draw.
Oh yeah.
And I gotta eat more
We're
food.
gonna be. Yeah.
Give me your onigiri with now with your new rice cooker. Oh, you're right, man. Oh, that's so good.
That's oh, someone else had got me a little rice cooker, but it was like a nice little cute tiny one.
Dude,
I'm
my
gonna make
Instant
rice-
Pot broke, man. It doesn't seal
Oh,
anymore. I don't know why. It just stopped sealing.
What?
Yeah.
That's
Fusha almost,
weird.
and because of that, it doesn't notice that there's no seal, so it keeps heating it up and almost burned the fucking rice. Both when me and Fusha did it. I tried doing it yesterday, almost burnt the rice, because I caught it on time. And then Fusha, same thing. Because you threw it in the trash. No! I didn't throw it in the trash. I gently placed it in the trash. It wasn't a throw. You guys make it sound like a fucking basketball dunked that bitch.
You're a lot more delicate than that.
Yeah. You guys think I'm like a gorilla or some shit. I may have a gorilla back, but that doesn't make me a gorilla. Fuck you.
I hate that you say that. You say that condescendingly or like it's a bad thing. You look built, buddy. You look jacked, bro. You look like you got your gains in, dude.
I want my chest to be... Oh, good chest day today, by the way. Oh.
Fantastic. Oh, Circuit, can I tell something to chat?
Uh-huh.
Circuit, you gotta look away. It's between me and chat.
Do I take off my headphones?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh my god. Okay, hold on. All right, hold on. All right, my headphones are off. Just chat right to me when I can not. Yeah, I'll just walk away. Hold on, I'll be back. Hold on. I'm just gonna put this plate away. And then I get more food. My cookie!
Chat, can you hear me? Okay, perfect. Chat, thank you for supporting my buddy so long. It genuinely makes me happy watching you guys have fun with him. Like, I genuinely mean it. It's always fun getting to see the streams and seeing how excited you guys get. Every time I get to come back and see how, like, you guys have your little inside jokes and you have fun with him and throw a bunch of little fits with him and bully him whenever he starts being a doofus, it genuinely makes me happy. Like, it actually brightens my day to see the clips between you guys, like, just, like, fussing with him. Take care of my boy. I really worry about him a lot. He's always such a baby. But I know he loves you guys a lot, so he always talks about you. Just keep that between you and me. I gotta keep my hard persona so he doesn't know I'm weak. Don't you tell. that's between you and me. It's like an uncle. I'm gonna give you a penny. He's like, that's for you. Don't spend it all in one place. It's okay. Give you a Werther's original. It's fine. I love you guys so much. You can tell him to come back. Just pretend that I told him I told you a dirty secret. Sure, good. You can come back, Mr. Cookie Monster. I have a bad feeling he's gonna do something really irresponsible with that fucking rice cooker. You know what? I taught you tax evasion. That's what it is. I just kind of see Circuit like stomping around, running after his cookies, but like it's like one of those terrible animations where they just pick up the model and go back and forth like on one leg or the other. It's like hopping. He's just running over. Oh no, my cookies! I wonder. You know what? One of these days, he is coming over, so I might actually do something silly for you. Maybe if he's over here, I'll play a prank on him when he's not looking. I put whipped cream on his hand when he's asleep and film it for you.
Can I put my headphones back on or no?
Yeah, you can put them back on.
Can I put my headphones back on?
Yes.
Put a kick me sign on him. What are they talking about? You can, but you have a lot of explaining to do. All good? You can? Okay. Oh, sorry. What do you mean I have a lot of explaining to do? What happened?
Don't you worry. Don't you worry about a thing. It's fine. You trust me. You trust me now. It's fine.
You did what with your dick? You tell me, what did I do with my dick? You pick boogers and eat them. Okay, we just went from something with my dick to something with my nose. I know what you did last summer. Major taught us how to do crime. Okay, that's fine.
Taught them tax
was it tax evasion? Good. that was just funny. Good. Tax evasion, good. Poor rice cooker. What's wrong with the rice cooker?
Nothing yet.
Nothing yet. What do you mean?
I'm excited to see that you get it, and then, like, after a week, you give us an update that it stopped working, because it feels like you're having, like, a curse with tech.
No, it's just... Dude, I had this Instant Pot for years, man, and I just, like, I only made rice on it and nothing else, and you're supposed to use it for, like, other things. But, like... No. I take care of it very well. I think this... To be honest, I don't even think it's that broken. I think you just need to change the seal and you'll be fine. I don't even think that's a big of a deal. I just really hate that motherfucker. It makes rice shit. It makes bad rice.
Oh no.
It's the big circuit. Rage, we went into your stream really quickly and everybody went like, what the fuck was that? That was funny. Hi Rage, how you doing, dude? I still love Rage. He got the beans out, man.
Oh.
So what were you talking about? Was it actually just like tax evasion or some shit?
Oh, I was telling them about how I got an air fryer for Crystal, actually.
Oh, hell yeah. Why did you need to, why did I need my privacy then?
Hey, listen. You don't come between a man and his air fryer, alright?
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
Yeah. See, I don't come over and start asking you about your gym equipment.
What is that supposed to mean?
It's uncouth. It is uncouth. It is unsportsmanlike. Help.
I was gonna say, do you have a problem with my fucking gym equipment if I had any?
No. I'm just saying. I wouldn't ask about it. It's
Okay,
like
good.
asking
Okay,
about
good.
your wife.
All right, good. Stay in your lane. The fuck?
See what I mean? See? You don't do that. You don't go up to a man and you ask him about that. That's just not right.
Yeah, okay.
It's the equivalent of coming up to your wife and slapping her on the ass. Be like, buenos dias. Fuchsia? No. Yes.
I feel like that's... Wait. Are you saying I'm not supposed to do that?
I don't... Wait, I can... No, I can't... No, I can do that. No, you can't do that. You can do that. I cannot do that.
Oh!
Okay.
Okay. I was so confused. I'm like, what?
It took me a bit, but I got there.
Took me it's like, hold on, processing. Major
Just to be
circuit has
safe,
an
I go in
Yo,
slots first.
Moogle, I'm gonna say this right now, dude. That air fryer, thank you so fucking much. Like, bro, I'm using that air fryer so much for like everything. It is a godsend for me. Cause I need to make food fast, like a lot of times actually. And it's like, yo, shove that shit in, like cut really fast. I like just cut bell peppers really fast. Just shove that shit in, boom. Ugh, chicken.
Oh.
Air fryer was useful. I know it's useful. I just feel bad for asking my chat. I know air fryers are peak. I used to have one. Well, I did just use my brother's. I know they're peak. I just don't want to be like, hey, chat, can you give me a thing that you will never see or will not contribute to the stream whatsoever? But then Riz fucking talked me into it. It's like, are you going to deny your chatters their love for gift giving? That's their love language. I'm like, okay, Riz. All right, fine.
I don't know how to accept those things. That's why I panic.
Yeah, me too. I'll be honest, half my kitchen is Moogle shit that he freaking funded. It's crazy. It's so funny. Now it's gonna be Moogle and Mimwa.
Yay!
Why if you we want to give you shit? I don't know. I just feel bad or some shit.
I make a rice ball shaped like Memoir.
What would that look like? I fucking love it. I love Moogle. I love the M&M as well, man. They're funny. I don't know. I feel bad. I'm like, yeah. I just feel scared. Oh shit! Tomorrow's Monday, right? Hold on. Let me check something. Is there a new video ready for tomorrow? Let me double check. There might be a new YouTube video tomorrow, chat. Let me double check. Break it down now, yo. No, the climbing game is done. Okay, never mind. No Monday video. The editors are still working. Yeah, Phobe's in university, and Alice is actually doing great. Alice is actually also editing for Micah, so it's pretty fun.
It's really good.
I might need another editor. I'll be honest, I might need to find another editor.
Chat, would you like to be part of the circuit team? Would you like to be minimum wage or underpaid and living in a cellar? Would you like to be the person that banks the entire reason why we're making a business in the first place and get no pay back in return? Would you like to be another person that concludes and adds to this business model but has no notoriety whatsoever? You too can be an editor. Yes, that's right. You too can be an editor.
Well, technically, okay, Major, to be fair, that's actually the manager's role. And that's a position's already taken. Editors do get paid their asking price. It's just the only people that don't get that's just roses. Roses. LMFA motherfucking O. We fucking love roses.
Yeah.
1 penny a year. Yep.
Oh, you know what? Okay, let me sweeten the deal. If you're a new editor, then I will hand feed you cookies like they do stable horses.
Speaking of cookies.
We snaw.
I'm literally darning jeans right now. I don't know what that means. Hey, look. Hey, I'm trying to provide Roses a visa, okay? And like probably like 5 other people at this point. I have to get up my ass crack in the morning. And I must go. Take care. Oh, 100 bits.
Give Roses $1 for me the next time you see her.
Damn. We're gonna give her we're gonna give them 100%. No, wait, what the fuck? No, 100x raise? No, wait. Yeah, 100. Yeah, what? Yeah, 100 pennies is $1. Yeah, so yeah.
100 pennies is $1.
But you just have to wait this year. You're not trying that hard. Cause I have to move first. Edit for Cirque and get a Canadian visa. That's not wrong, Micah. Also, speaking of Micah, there's Micah. Micah just appears anytime I say her name. It's crazy. It's the Micah Wish. You changed your name to Micah Wish. I just realized. Wasn't it just Micah before? No, it was Micah XD. Now it's Micah. You know, I'm okay with it. That's kind of funny though. Yeah, thank you for dude. Every time I click the stream, it's always Micah Wish. And you're talking about me. Yeah, I was saying that how my editor is now your editor too, which is awesome. Alice, right? She shows up like Beetlejuice. Whatever. Beetlegeist? Okay. I need to find another editor. Fuck. Or Fusha can edit for me. Well, he's editing for Micah actually as well. Micah, stop stealing my fucking editors. Micah, stop stealing my fucking editors. Fuck you.
We need a hard match on a burger patty, like SpongeBob and Patrick when they fought for the cookout games.
Oh my god, yeah, that'd be funny, yeah.
Micah, it's just you and Micah.
Yeah, Micah, my viewers are the Wish Kids, exactly. The M&Ms will give you $2. $2 cold dollars. Golly, mister. You guys want to hear something funny? I just remembered something. Roses, once I'm probably going to buy the new motherboard soon because probably by tomorrow. Tomorrow's stream might be canceled. Might be. I'm not sure. Because of motherboard shit. But if you guys ever seen... Do you guys know who Tim the Tapman is?
Uh-oh.
Camera's off. Can you put the soup stuff in there and put it to low? Thank you. The camera's off. You can walk in anytime. Okay, yeah, chat. Do you know who Tim the Tapman is?
Yes, sadly, says Maybear.
What do you mean, sadly? What's
I
wrong?
do know.
What's wrong with Tim? Tim's cool, no?
Yeah, that.
No, is there some drama that he's a part of that I don't know? No, okay, don't worry about it. Basically, he has a moderator named Whips. So chat, Roses will probably become the Whips of Tim. And I will show you why. Because Roses will be taking care of the stream in case anything happens and I miss it. But at the same time, that means Roses will probably be able to do shit like this. Hold on, I'm trying to find a good video. Give me a second. Is this video good?
Officer Bowles.
Okay. I'm hopping over to Braden's stream. Just wanted to stop by.
Oh, let's just
I will be in Dallas with him for DreamHack, and because of the USPS stuff, I'm just gonna bring your gift then.
Yeah, I'll be there. Unicorns. Also, they were 100 bits. But yeah, shit like this. Hold on. For example. Wait, hold on. So. Right,
that's my doctor chat. Hang on. Sorry.
Okay, so, you know, Tim the Tapman,
so.
he's streaming, right? All right, he's streaming. Yeah, okay, he has to leave, right? He has to go. Right? Okay, so he left. So he left, right? Now, who do you think is doing the next stuff on the stream? No, not mod controls. Worse. Way worse. Watch. What do you think is going to happen? Like, just like, okay, it's a silly picture. This is, they're putting, like, this is what the person's doing on the stream. What the fuck is this? Oh, wait, no, hold on. I have a better one. No, I just remembered a better one. Hold on. This is a funny one. I really like this one. If I can find it, it was so fucking funny. It was so fucking funny.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I really gotta find it. It was so funny.
I don't come here for gameplay.
Hold
I
on,
like
hold on.
watching.
Where is
You know
it?
what's funny about that?
Yeah, like shit. Like I don't know what this is.
I don't come here for gameplay. I like watching Tim because he's funny. Maybe you should consider stand-up comedy. You know what's funny about that? What's your name? SHY, Shy. You know what's funny about that,
God,
bro?
I hate this joke.
My whole life, people have told me, Tim, you're so funny. You're so comedic. Have you ever considered stand-up comedy?
Stop talking, 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 stop talking.
Whips, I think we're getting a little too comfortable with the text to speech. I think we're getting too comfortable.
Didn't ask plus ratio.
That wasn't even the bad one. Hold on.
I have one employee and I can't keep him in line. Got one employee, can't keep the guy in line. I don't know. Guess I'm a bad boss.
Fuck, where's the really bad ones? He did some crazy shit. Hold on. He did some like way worse shit. Hold on. There was some way worse shit. Hold on. I have one employee that can't keep him in line. Fuck. Oh my god, where is it? Please, it was so funny. Fuck, chat, I beg of you, I promise you, it was super funny. Was it this one? Fuck.
3.
No.
Circuit, I feel like you imagined something.
Shut up! Shut up!
It's okay.
Shut up!
It's okay, Grandpa. We could talk about it later.
No, I don't have fucking something. Alzheimer's, dementia, whatever. One of those. One of those. One of those. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Please tell me I can find it. I beg of you. Please tell me I can find it. I beg. I beg of you. It was so funny. Fuck. Give me a second. I just need to find it. I will not end this stream until I find this fucking clip, dude. Where is it? Where? Please. I beg of you.
It's okay.
No.
It's okay.
No.
It's okay. We know it's there.
I know it's there. I know it's there. I know it's... What is all this shorts content, bro? Oh, is it this? Hold on. Was it this?
Those.
I don't fucking want Ninja reacting to it. I want the original fucking clip of it. I don't give a fuck about Ninja. Fuck you, you toothbrush looking ass. I'm sorry, that was a little aggressive. Fucking God. Oh my God. Hold on. Sorry, I'm being toxic. My bad. Give me a second. I'm just being toxic right now. God.
Hey, listen, we believe you. We know it's there.
I know it's there! Am I gonna have to, like...
I'm sure it is, and I'm sure it's very
I'm gonna end up going to, like, my brother's logs. Like, of, like, our, like, my, like, WhatsApp logs from, like, 2 fucking years ago or some shit to find it. I'll do it. I don't give a fuck about Dr. I don't give a fuck about Dr. Pedophile. I don't give a fuck. I don't Dr. Disrespect your fucking wife. I don't give a shit. Fuck you. I don't give a fuck. You stupid ass motherfucker. I don't give a fuck. Give me the video. Let me find the video. Fuck. I'm gonna Google it. Fuck YouTube.
Oh no.
Doctor disrespects children. I swear to God. Fuck you. Oh my God.
I feel like we're having a bit of tension.
Yeah. Is it this one?
Hell yeah!
Shut up.
I just... Maybe we need to calm down. Maybe it's time to
Jeez.
Maybe we should turn off the stream.
Don't
It's
forget
okay.
to
We
take
can
your
find
blood
another
pressure meds, Circuit.
I'm gonna take some blood pressure meds. Hold on.
I sent you something in the chat.
No.
Whenever you're ready.
No.
That's okay. I know we're at an emotional point right now, and it's time to do our
If
breathing
I
exercise.
find it on TikTok over anywhere else, I will lose. Oh my God. It's literally... There's no fucking way. I found the video, but it's some dumb motherfucker that put his stupid ass Call of Duty gameplay below the video that I actually want to watch. I don't give a fuck about your stupid ass Call of Duty. There's no way people like this exist. There's no way. There's no fucking way.
Isn't it meant for people with like literally the worst attention spans ever?
I don't care. Why is it harder for me to find the actual video instead of sorry, whatever this is, instead of the actual video? Like, I don't get it. Why is it so much harder?
I feel like you should make a response video like this, but have 14 windows going at once so that it's just utter nonsense. And then
Oh
post
my
it.
God. I'd rather for you to put on Minecraft. I'd rather you put on the Minecraft jumping shit that people watch. If you guys know what I'm talking about.
Oh God, I know which one.
Yeah, I'd rather do that than anything else. No way. I can't find the original video. There's no way. There's no way. I actually can't find it. I found the video with some, like, I refuse to fucking play some dumbass video of some motherfucker playing Call of Duty because he just decided to put his stupid ass fucking subpar, probably just like most average fucking gameplay in the world with no talking because he doesn't have a fucking personality and he decides to use somebody else's personality instead.
I'm detecting tension. Now, Circuit, I believe we're getting heated. Would you like to have a moment in the chair? We could talk about this. It's okay. I bet it's very funny.
I don't even think it's gonna be funny anymore by the time I find it. I'm not even gonna be laughing. Like, I'm just gonna find it. I'm like, here you go, chat. And I'm just gonna fucking get it. Like, see, was it funny? Laugh! And then I just fucking end the stream. Where is it?
The rest of this room uncomfortably laughs. It's like every Thanksgiving dinner with a really heated father who wants to talk about politics. Circuit, you're tearing this family
I'm
apart.
not pressing that Facebook fucking post. I'm not going to Facebook. There's only 2 pages on Google. What?
May bear with me to cook an egg on your head.
I can't believe this. I've never been so angry at not being able to find something. This is insane. Like, what do I write? What do you want? Is it this one?
You know what I would have done.
Oh my god, is it the same? It's the same motherfucker.
You know what I would have done?
Same motherfucker. Yeah.
Just take the video and crop them out. Crop the Call of Duty stuff out. Just edit and crop it so you can only see the top window. Circuit.
Okay, I think I found it. You know what? It's a short. I hope it's fine. I don't even want to show it. I'm actually upset. I'm actually so upset. I don't even want to show it. I was like, man, it's not even going to be funny anymore after looking all of... I spent like 30 minutes trying to find this stupid clip. Only to finally find it. It's some dumb motherfucker. Thank you, whoever posted this, because you're the only person I can find it on TikTok of all places. Oh my god. All right, I found it. All right. I fucking found it. All right. Okay, there. All right. There you go. This is what Rose is going to have. Holy shit. All right.
My first... Waves, I know you're doing stuff. Can you go to my intro really quick? Because I want to try to restart stream, bro. Because obviously, that's not going to be my first donation on the day, right? We're here on a Friday. I'm barely here ever on Friday. Or Monday, for that record, right? And I'm not going to... Thank you. Let's try this again, guys. Now that the
All right, that's his intro
right.
for the stream.
Hey, welcome back, guys. I'm sorry. Welcome. Thank you. Let's try this again. All right. Good morning, guys. Okay, Whips, that's enough. 25. Are you just gonna keep doing this now, Whips?
Oh no.
Okay, 25. Whips, I wanted it one time, right? Cowboys are mid. That's my first.
Okay, it was still funny. It was still funny. It was still funny. It was still funny. It was okay. It was saved. It was saved. We saved it. We saved it. We saved it. We saved it.
I'll be honest with you. That entire crash out you had, it's not like that Smiling Friends bit where it's like the Renaissance men are coming. It's like I don't know what that means. It's just like I just told you the extent of it. The Renaissance men are coming. That's all I knew. Okay.
Okay.
The chat felt like you were holding them hostage for this.
Yeah. Okay, just to be clear, that's what you want me to do, Rose. Rose, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Just don't break the stream or like make me break TOS. Other than that, go nuts. Is that Baltimore? Why didn't it work? Why didn't it work?
I ruined everything.
Oh my god, is that another tech issue? Yeah, you tried to interrupt me with Baltimore, didn't you? Fuck, that would have been so fucking funny. That would have been so funny. Oh my god, I'm gonna return. No, that was too. No, I gotta return that. I gotta return that. I forgot OBS broke. Can I?
So it worked.
Yeah, can I refund it? That was. Oh my god, I'm actually upset. I'm actually upset. I forgot OBS crashed and I had to uninstall it, and we forgot to fucking fix Baltimore. But Thresh works for some.
Look, honestly, can I have just like edit the Baltimore bit in? Like before the video even plays, just edit that in a short, please. It would be so freaking.
Sylvie, you know what to do. Sylvie, you know what to do. Just do your movie magic.
Yeah, get to where he plays it, and then the second it starts, just like, and then just
fuck
like,
you, Baltimore.
No, not even get to the Baltimore. Just like fuck, and then just stop.
Yeah. Oh my god. Okay. Sylvie, if you hear somebody clip it and send it to Sylvie. Somebody clip it. Can I refund it? Oh my god, you can't refund it. Why? It got scammed. It got scammed. You can't refund it.
There's no way.
It's scam. Oh no, Rosie got scammed.
Oh no. Who is it? Give me their name.
Twitch, Mr. Twitch.
Mr. Twitch, I'm drawing your milkman pregnant. That's what you get.
Who's the milkman?
I don't know, but that'll learn him.
Oh, okay. Some milkman's getting fucking pregnant.
That'll learn. The milkman, the postman, the UPS guy.
All the guys are getting pregnant. Pregantate.
Pregante, prego, go the way.
Go to YouTube and play it for roses. Okay, you know what? You're right. Hold on. You know what? That's the you know what? Here, hold on. What was I talking about? I'm gonna pretend like I got interrupted. How about that?
Yeah.
Hold on. What the fuck is going on? Why can't, no, what do you mean I can't find it? Fuck you, Baltimore. There's no way I can't find this. Okay, I found it. All right. All right, there. So yeah, oh yeah, so what was I saying? Yeah, so yeah, so no, it's not the same. Don't fucking patronize me. I'm just gonna end the stream. Just gonna end the stream at this point.
Pull the plug. Pull the plug.
Just pull the plug. It's over. It's all downhill from here. Fuck.
It's like, don't patronize me. Okay, pulls the plug.
Okay, leaves.
It would be really funny.
Oh my god. Yeah.
I would have died if the freaking Baltimore alert went off right as we started the freaking video.
That would have been fucking funny. Holy shit. Oh my
I would
god.
have cried. I would have started crying.
Yeah, oh my god.
I'm so sorry, chat. You've been held hostage for this.
Rosa says, I need to earn my keep. Oh, wait. Wait, what? Chat, what's happening at the senior center? Fuck you, Jules.
Jules, you don't, no, it's
Who are we raiding? Oh! That's a good idea.
Me.
Let's raid somebody. I think, yeah, chat, do you guys, I don't know, we can raid, like... Joke's over, everyone go home. I don't know, we can raid, like, honestly, we just raid Soaps because, I mean, I don't know, Brayden, right? Brayden's just